equipment who can pick it up.
His Holder, and that's cut away by Alsop. Lovely shot, short and wide there from Holder. Alsop nicely on top of the bounce. In Sussex, you don't see catches. You don't shoot short leg catches at Sussex. Edge, first slip gone, and Norwell picks up his second wicket of the morning. This time it's Ian Holland called in the slips. The slip catching from both sides has been superb, and there once more. At the heartstrings.
Wilson facing the next delivery from Norwell, wrapped on the pad, appeal, and he's been given. Norwell takes his third of this second innings. Dawson is gone for 3. It's 150.
past Middlebrook, and this is cracked away. That's a beautiful shot from Brad Wheel. Hit away through extra cover, down to the boundary, takes the half.
Well, the time had just turned 25 past 10. It's time to say good morning from Edgbaston. This is Mike Taylor from BBC Radio WM, bidding you a sunny and warm and distinctly summery and un-September-like welcome to Birmingham for coverage of the third and potentially the last day of this match. Although I suppose probably some people were saying that yesterday, between Warwickshire and Hampshire. It is set up for what could be a very tense finish and a beautiful day for it. So it really could hardly be a better place, Kevin James. Good morning to you.
Yes, morning, Mike. It certainly promises to be an eventful day. Whether this is the last day or not, I don't know. But listen, I'd rather be in Hampshire's shoes than Warwickshire's, but it's not out of the question that Warwickshire can win this. Adi Birrell, the Hampshire head coach, last night saying he thought anything over 200 was starting to get into an area where it would be a bit tricky chasing down. Hampshire already have a lead of 233. Anything over 200, I must admit, I thought would make for an interesting day. I mean, in a way, for a really good game and for a nail biter. And I hate myself for saying this, but I actually hope Hampshire lose 2 wickets quite quickly, because I think we've got an awfully big day ahead, and potentially a massively exciting game.
Well, we shall see how quickly those 2 wickets wrap up. I wonder, and you know this better than me, but whether there is a bit of a psychological thing in it as well, because there must have been a point yesterday where Warwickshire would have been thinking, 150 we got to get, maybe even less than that. And now it's going to be maybe 250. Yeah,
well, I mean, 173 for 7 Hampshire were at one stage by the middle of the afternoon, when Fuller followed Vince quite quickly back towards the pavilion. But basically, Felix Organ and James Vince and also Barker now and Brad Wheel have really sort of, just inching Hampshire closer, I think, to, being favourites. And 52-run partnership last night, I think, said a lot about the quality of the batting, but I think it also said a lot about the Warwickshire bowlers tiring.
Well, it'll be a sweaty old day, I should think, as well, for Hampshire bowling later on, whenever that is. But for the time being, Warwickshire are on their way out to the centre, and I imagine we're still in the habit of looking out from the other end.
Yeah, for sure. As I say, if I was Warwickshire, I wouldn't be too unhappy at being 233 behind. I think once it would get to 250, then psychological, but also I think that's beginning to be a situation where you need at least 2 players to be playing really well. Now this wicket has calmed down a little bit. It never did loads on the first day. There was some poor batting on both sides, that's for sure. But yesterday I think there were signs that the wicket is slightly easier. I think Warwickshire bowled well, don't get me wrong, but I think they were handicapped a little bit. Will Rhodes looks injured to me, so didn't bowl his quota of overs. I think Holder was a little bit behind both Norwell and Miles, and I think probably Norwell and Miles bowled probably 2 or 3 more overs at least each than perhaps they should have done.
Yeah. Well, they will have another crack at it this morning afresh, but it is not going to be straight to the seamers by the look of it. It's going to be Danny Briggs, who had it on a string, by all accounts, yesterday from the Birmingham end. And from that end, because the players are still under a certain level of the COVID protocols, which mean that they are using dressing room facilities at opposite ends of the ground. So the Hampshire batsman to resume, Keith Barker, very well known in these parts, of course, as you all know, and Brad Wheel are walking towards us. The commentary boxes here in the pavilion, the new structure built about a decade ago, and now they arrive in the middle. So just about on 10:30 we are about to get underway. Kevin's just nipped off to update listeners to BBC Radio Solent, and as in a route as I'm sure you're familiar with on these commentaries now, we shall do the same for local radio listeners in the West Midlands on this channel from time to time. But for now, Danny Briggs, having bowled 36 overs and conceded only 38 runs yesterday, he's going to try and settle back into that groove, but more importantly for Warwickshire to take the 2 wickets quickly. And his first ball turns down the leg side, and in the end, harmlessly, Barker, the left-hander, watching the ball very closely as it goes behind his pads and through to Michael Burgess. Briggs' left arm over the wicket, and again that is turning into the pads of Barker, who is nudging it down just backward of square leg towards Craig Miles, who is always in sun hat, whatever the weather. But today he's got the perfect excuse to wear one, even at 10:30 in the morning. Barker turns the next one with a little more of a whip, but again in the same direction, just to backward square leg, and Miles picks up. Lead of 233, Hampshire at 260 for 8. As Barker bowls again, and although Briggs bowls again, and Barker is defending back up the pitch. Just continue for those of you listening on the ground at the moment. The line to our studio seems to have dropped briefly. Reconnect that as Barker turns the next one away to mid-wicket. Now, hopefully that's reconnected for those of you listening on the streams or watching on the pictures. Slight trip in the broadcast line from here. Briggs, without a run scored yet this morning, gives this one more loop, and there will be a run here for Barker, his 50th run. Starting the day with a landmark, and what a fine game he's had here back at his old county, with 5 wickets on Sunday, and now completing a half century, which might turn out to be worth appreciably more than that in the context of the game, and in so doing scoring the first run today to take Hampshire at the end of today's opening over to 261 for 8 in their second innings. Barker's 50 from 130 balls with 6 boundaries, but this union with Brad Wheel pushing Hampshire into a stronger position. Warwick should be eager to get on with batting on what seems as though it ought to be as good a day for batting as you can get in September. If the pitch is, the pitch might be a different issue, but the overhead conditions are perfect. It is cloudless looking out from the pavilion. Liam Norwell with 4 for 64 in this innings so far. He's bounding in right arm around the wicket to the left-handed Barker, who retains the strike, and he offers no stroke here, keeping the bat well out of the way. 224 is the lead. In a game that offers great potential to the winner in terms of the county championship table. There'll only be a couple more games left for each team after this, and all 6 teams in Division 1 just about in the hunt, as Norwell goes a little shorter of a length here, and Barker guides this down to third man and takes the signal that's on offer, 262 for 8. Perhaps Somerset a bit off the pace now, having lost in 2 days yesterday at Scarborough. But for the other 5 teams, Yorkshire are setting the pace at the moment, but whoever wins this match will either match them or go above them on points, and likewise whoever wins the Notts Lancs match. And so many fixtures to come between teams in contention that each one is going to count. Warwickshire are going to Leeds next week, but they'll go there in considerably better heart if they've completed a win here. Now Wheel on strike for the first time today with 2 slips, the only attacking fielders, and Norwell hits bat and pad together almost as Wheel comes half forward and nudges the ball out into the offside. 262 for 8. There's possibilities here for Hampshire in the championship, isn't there? If they could win this, they're right in the hunt.
Well, no, and having clung on, and I really do mean clung on last week against Yorkshire, some valuable points for the draw there, and if they can force things here, my word, they are certainly in the mix. It's quite exciting.
It is. Lots of teams, probably 5 teams still with a live chance as Wheel comes and defends out into the covers.
Third time that Barker's passed half century this year, by the way, in the championship. And honestly, having scraped into Division 1 in the first place, having to beat Gloucestershire down at Cheltenham, Gloucestershire only needed to draw that game, and it did look on the last day as though they were just about going to do it, but kind of a freak dismissal really that changed things in the afternoon, and Hampshire got over the line. So when you've got a 1 in 6 chance, it's pretty good, isn't it, to win the championship?
2 slips wait. Norwell goes shorter here, and Wheel scores his first run today, guiding this away from his ribs, safely down towards fine leg, and Burgess goes to pick it up. They've taken 1 comfortable run, 263 for 8. Maybe Hampshire's season is just gathering momentum in all the competitions as it goes on. They're coming with a run in 2020, and now maybe they've timed it well in this as well.
Well, yeah, leaving it late to say the very least, but they're still on for a double, that's for sure. But I mean, listen, whatever happens with Warwickshire today, they're not out of it. They're well up there. Sure. I know you just explained the table and that sort of thing. So, a loss isn't the end of the world for Warwickshire either.
No. So there to be one. Round the wicket goes Norwell to the left-hander Barker, and shorter. Barker goes to cut, doesn't really hit it hard, and it's fielded at backward point. The end of the second over today, 3 runs so far added, and Hampshire at 263 for 8 with Wheel 21 and Barker 51, now lead by 226, is it?
36.
236.
Yeah. A couple on the Silent Sport. I know you've got yours, Mike. I'm sure you'll plug that in a moment. But at Silent Sport, Dave Allen, Hampshire's historian, on the tweets this morning. Barker, our only half-century in the first 2 Division 1 games. That's right. Wasn't a great performance last week, but had back just over a day to keep out Yorkshire, and they did. Reception dodgy early morning for him. He said it's just him, so don't worry about it. Mike Martin at Silent Sport says, morning all, just to get Dave going. He's obviously listening because he just tweeted Mike. I noticed Sam North East has played for 3 counties this season. That's right, Yorkshire, Notts, and of course Hampshire originally. As Brig bowls from turn outside the off stump beats the forward prod of Brad Wheel. Wondering if that's a record. Love watching Brad Wheel bat. Hope he goes well this morning alongside Barker to get a decent lead. It's a decent lead at the moment, but they can inch over 250, then they'll be very, very happy indeed. So 3 counties this season, Sam North East. Interesting. And he's due to play against Hampshire next week as Wheel pushes out on the offside. Because I think under the terms of the loan deal that he's gone to Notts with, he's actually allowed to play against Hampshire.
Oh, okay.
Looks like it. I'm sure I read that and saw that somewhere. I haven't actually asked the question directly, but I think it's generally considered that he will. Wheel pushes that out towards mid-wicket and there's no run.
That could be awkward.
Well, it could be interesting if he gets a few runs, couldn't it? Yeah, that will be. Nick Jenkins at Solent Sport says we'll be delighted with another 25 to 30 runs this morning. Realistically, this is the last wicket. Unless Brad Wheel or Keith Barker could farm the strike that's played back to the bowler. And again, there is no run. Yes, of course, because Mo Abbas coming in at number 11 is... Well, you don't expect him to last too long. Soundcricket@gmail.com. I know you've got yours.
Yes, I'll mention it.
Briggs bowls, and that's thick outside edge, goes along the floor to Miles at backward point.
Yes, Heckle's best received to @SportBBCWM. It's probably the best one. @SportBBCWM for your short form criticism.
I'm sure plenty are excited today because this game. I mean, this game can go. Well, I don't think the draw's on. As Bill Wheel pushes that out on the offside. Danny Briggs again accurate like he was yesterday. He's bowled absolutely superbly. For me, the best spell of spin bowling yesterday I've seen this season. But yeah, two results very much possible at the moment.
Well, there's no pressure on time. I mean, for Wheel and Barker here, even if they're just nudging singles here and there, might as well nudge them.
Yeah.
It's not like you're looking to declare. They've got all the time they want.
Yeah.
Which is a rare luxury in these sort of situations.
Well, it moved so quickly on day one.
Yes.
It really did. It was amazing. And I think both sides have admitted, so I don't think I'm saying anything that's not been mentioned before, but I think both sides have admitted that the batting was not great.
It's made for a tense contest. More folks drifting in at the Birmingham end as Norwell runs away from us and bowls wide of the off stump. And Barker leaves that with disdain. He's already sort of walking away towards square leg by the time it goes past. 263 for 8. A very languid chap, Keith Barker, always has been.
Yeah.
Sort of moves with a great economy of movement. I'm terribly envious.
Still a very good player.
Oh,
Oh, my word, he still makes valuable contributions with the ball and bat for Hampshire. I mentioned it early on in this game that the 80 he got in the second innings against Middlesex at Lords totally changed the game.
Norwell goes a little bit wider of the crease this time, angles it in towards Barker's off stump, but not close enough to make the left-hand play. When Warwickshire won the title in 2012, he and Chris Wright were formidable as an opening pair.
Yeah.
Contrasting ways.
Left arm over, swinging it in.
Yeah.
Gosh, I tell you what, you take wickets all day long.
And Chris Wright at the other end really had some pace that season. He really did bomb with fire.
He's still not bad this year. I saw him a couple of games we played against Leicester.
No, he's looking in good order. Round the wicket comes Norwell, when Barker's forward and gets the thickish outside edge here, but he's controlled. He goes down to gully, and there is no run. I sense that Will Rhodes doesn't know whether to stick or twist here in the field, because he urgently wants these wickets, so you'd be tempted to have an attacking field in, but on the other hand, I read from the field that they've got, which is a slip and a gully, and nobody else catching that. I already think 236 is quite a lot.
Yeah.
Here comes Norwell round the wicket, and Barker's more controlled in defence this time and pushes out into the covers. No run.
Yeah, you've got to strike a balance here,
Yeah.
haven't you, between not conceding too many, but also getting these wickets as quickly as possible. And of course, starting at 10:30 in the morning, you would think it's a pretty good time, isn't it? First half hour, first 45 minutes. I mean, the ball's 30 overs old, so it's not particularly soft. Bad Bard Baird has tweeted at Solent Sport. He says, it sounds like KJ has been on the Balti and the beer last night and is commentating from the loos. Oh dear.
Wasn't that bad? Norwell pulls short of a length and Barker guides on the offside.
If it sounds like that, apologies.
Yes.
I can assure you I didn't have a beer or a curry last night. I was quite boring, actually.
A picture of healthy eating, really.
Well, I wouldn't say that's always the case. No, to be honest, I was just knackered. I watched the first instalment of the Premier League.
Oh yes, I heard about it.
Yeah, that's quite good actually. How it all came about and what have you. So that was my highlight of my evening.
One's coming this over, 263 for 8. Norwell's away from us, and Barker's taking a run here, guiding in off his pads. Gently down to deep square leg, where Danny Briggs throws away his cap in the process of coming in to pick the ball up, because he's going to come in and bowl the next over. One off that one. 264 for 8, 4 singles added in the first 4 overs today to take the Hampshire lead up to 237.
Mike Martin asked earlier if Sam North East playing for 3 different counties in one season is unique. Dave Allen, Hampshire's historian, he always comes up with an answer. At Solar Sport, he says North East might be unique in Championship, but in 1867, here we go, James Southerton played first-class cricket for Hampshire, Sussex and Surrey, and the Players versus Gents, which obviously in those days was a first-class fixture. So there you go. Thanks, Dave. Danny Briggs over the wicket to the left-hander Keith Barker. Prods forwards on the onside. Hampshire have added 4 runs this morning. Might be 4 valuable runs, who knows. And lead by 237 now. Danny Briggs into his 39th over. 2 for 39. What superb figures. Barker drives that, but straight to mid-wicket where it's fielded by Yates. Yeah. Don't know how well he's done for you guys this year, Mike, and how his spells have been, but I think from a Warwickshire point of view, his spell yesterday was ideal because that's played out into the ground, fielded at short leg, because he was able to just shore up one end and keep things quiet and take a couple of wickets as well, but allowing the seam bowlers to come from the pavilion end. Briggs bowls and Barker prods forward out on the offside this time. Quite happy to bide his time as he did most of yesterday.
Well, he offers control. I mean, he's an intelligent spinner. He's been, he's been around for long enough now to know all the tricks.
Yeah.
So it was a very good signing.
Yeah, of course he was. Yeah. Just take this game alone. As Barker gets one that keeps a little low, just stabs on that, goes out on the ground to short leg again. There's Sam Hain in there at short leg.
Quite often him.
Yeah.
You'd have thought he might have been bit more senior than that now.
Well, I was going to say, yeah. But then Gary Balance was in there last week, and you think, what's going on? Barker prods behind square on the leg side. Another accurate over there from Danny Briggs. 264 for 8. Barker is on 52, moving from 49 overnight. And Brad Wheel has added just 1. He's 21 not out.
There are jobs at which it is possible to be too good.
So, and you don't want to.
If I find one, I'll let you know. Briggs 25 championship wickets at 22, and this season, and conceding runs at only just over 2 runs and over,
yes,
which I think underlines the point about control. And only 1 and over in this innings. 39 overs now and 2 for 39. There's a conference going on here between Captain Rhodes and bowler Norwell, and they'll have a moment to do it because Keith Barker is doing up his bootlace. 2 slips again for Norwell. He's going to bowl to the right-handed Wheel now, as with some urgency Warwickshire will want this wicket. I'm going to get on with it. Chase is tall enough. It's good. Looks like a good day for batting, at least. Anyway, Norwell bowls and Wheel is impeccably forward to defend the first ball up to Will Rhodes at mid-off. The other games around the country will be starting, except at Scarborough, where they wrapped it up in 2 days. Looked for a while from afar as though this was going to be the 2-day game this week, because you get them in September. But it was at Scarborough where Yorkshire have already won. The other Division 1 game is heading for an intriguing finish at Trent Bridge, between Notts and Lancashire. Norwell sets off, passes the umpire and bowls to Wheel, who's forward and defending off an inside edge, runs safely out to Matt Lamb at mid-wicket. Notts 147 for 5 in the second innings at Trent Bridge. That's a lead of 251, which sounds like quite a lot. Lancs might well have to make the high score of the match to win. There was some hard work going on for bowlers in certain places around the country yesterday. In Hove at Division 3, where Middlesex were running the score up. Norwell beats Wheel on a rather loose drive outside off stump. It goes through low to Burgess.
Let's chase that one a little bit. This ball just held its line. There's another message here actually on the YouTube my feed that's saying about the commentary sound. So that's a couple of messages on there. I don't think it's us.
I might reconnect the line a bit. The line just dipped out briefly during the first over. I did reconnect it, but maybe at the end of this over I'll give it another pull and see if there's a bug on the line or something.
Yeah.
Off goes Norwell, runs away from us, and forward comes Wheel, guides this more securely off the face of the bat into the covers.
Let me message a couple of our listeners and see if they are. It might be just one or two people are experiencing problems, because that sometimes happens.
The other thing about it, if you're watching it through the YouTube stream, then it's coming out of this wire here, or should be.
Yeah.
So I'll give that wire. I'm going to do some very technical term, impact maintenance. I'm going to whack it.
Whoa, listen to you.
Yes. If I whack it, it might work. Hang on. Norwell bowls a bouncer, which sort of fades away to the leg side and doesn't really troll Wheel all that much. He flexes underneath it. Warwickshire's gizmos this is. I'm not really going to whack it, don't worry. See if all the plugs are in all the right holes. Jonathan Agnew does this as well, you know.
Does he? Oh, that's good enough for us.
He's there every morning waggling all the wires, making sure they work. One to come. 264 for 8. Off goes Norwell and bowls Fuller outside off stump. That's no business Wheel playing at that one, so he leaves it alone. And it's a very quiet start here with 6 overs bowled, 4 runs added, and the batsman not really troubled all that much.
No, it's I think the pitch is slowly but surely improving. I thought Miles and Norwell bowled really well yesterday. There was a little bit there, just a little bit of offering in terms of, I thought they were. Andrew Mears, actually, I'll break off from it. Andrew Mears at Solent Sport says, you sound okay on YouTube. Is it something with the other mic? I don't know. The other mic, I don't know.
English what words?
But Mike here is just. Nick Jenkins says the sound and pictures are fine for him. So it may be one or two people just experiencing. Thanks for your messages, because of course that always helps.
It does.
Because if one or two people are getting it okay, then
let's just know somebody's there.
Well, I always do that sometimes.
Shouting into the void.
Yeah.
I've been at home.
There's a slight delay as we're getting some change of boots or something. Oh no, some leg shin guards for. Is that Sam Hain? Well, I can't believe actually he was fielding there without leg guards, but anyway, he was just doing something. Maybe he's reinforced them.
That much faith in Danny Briggs' control.
Yes. Round the wicket to Barker, so he's changing his angle. Barker whips that away through mid-wicket. Just a single as there is a man out deep. That's Matthew Lamb, I think that is out there, away to our right, towards the Holly stand. I can't see anybody. Oh, I can see 2 people in, 4 people. Still alive. 5.
There are always
6,
some who go
7, 8.
Yes, no matter how far away, because the pitch is quite a bit over to the other side of the ground, over towards the Priory side. So you've got to have 20/20 vision or a telescope to get a good view from the back of the Hollies today. But there are always some people that's their favourite spot.
Briggs round wicket to Wheel, prods that to Hain at silly mid-off.
Oh, there's a chap there in the back row.
No, Rob Yates, sorry.
Yes,
yeah.
And to be honest, if you're watching on YouTube, you're probably closer than he is. But it is a pleasant spot to look from. So.
Yeah, it is, isn't it? Nice shady there at the moment. As Briggs bowls again, and Wheel pushes forward. Again, you just see that example of the loop that Danny Briggs bowls. That's why the players were struggling to get down the wicket to him, because you think you're at the pitch of the ball. And of course, these players know him inside out. And they don't really venture down the pitch, as that's, again, prodded out on the offside. The only one did, Tom Alsop, got stumped. So,
which then puts off everybody else.
Yeah, it does. You think, well, yeah, we shouldn't really be doing that, should we? But I think that's what makes Danny Briggs such a good bowler. The lip and just that little drop that he has at the last minute. That's too short. It's in the air. Oh my word! It's just to the short. Extra covers right. That was a mistake there from Brad Wheel. Got away from it. The ball just hung in the air after bouncing, and Wheel reaching for it was not in control of that at all, and that was in the air. And that could have gone anywhere. He moves on to 23, 267 for 8.
Yeah, I think it was out of reach of extra cover, although the reaction of the field suggested he wasn't quite sure it was going in. It was very odd. It was an odd ball and an odd shot.
It was a bit, wasn't it? There's Briggs bowls again outside the off stump and left by Brad Wheel. End of another Danny Briggs over. He's completed 40. 267 for 8. Hampshire have added just 7 runs this morning, but maybe in the context of this game, 7 very valuable runs, and that lead now is 240.
Yeah, they took 3 runs from that over from Danny Briggs, which is, by standards, if he's bowling in this innings, is somewhat vulgar. There's sanitation time at 7 overs. So here we go. No, sanitisation. I keep getting. I'm sure there's a crucial difference between those. Sanitation time. Something entirely. That's entirely different. That's when you've had a beer and a curry that wasn't very good. So yes, if you've got spinners going, you could be doing that quite often. I suppose it's no bad thing. Norwell's going to bowl from this end. At what point in this sort of situation, when if you're the bowler, you must be aching for it. We've got to get in there quick. Come on, chaps, we need to live.
Definitely.
Do you then start searching for it and not bowling as well as you should or could?
Well, you do go searching, that's for sure, because you're desperate to get this wrapped up.
3 back on the leg side boundary now. Not that it's a very long boundary, as Norwell bowls round the wicket to Barker, who defends. It's not a terribly long leg side boundary with Norwell bowling from this end to the left-hander, but there is a deep square leg and a long leg back, but equally you'd struggle to run 2 to them. So it's a little bit of an illusion. But there's an enormous acreage for third man. He's well and truly distance from everybody. Norwell bowls full, almost onto the boots of Barker, but he levers it away to mid-wicket, deep mid-wicket for 1 run, and advances to 54. A very strong hand in the context of this game, perhaps.
Yeah. I think also I think where I would worry from a Warwickshire point of view, not so much, the fact that you have 240 or whatever behind, is that Craig Miles and Liam Norwell have a horrendous history of injuries behind them.
Yes, they do.
And they put in a massively long shift here.
Yes, you wouldn't want to overpush anybody. Wheel is forward here, guiding a full delivery down to third man. Well, it's Chimar Holder down there, isn't he? Throws the ball back. So they take 1.
I mean, Norwell's into his 27th over. Craig Miles 25. They looked tired towards the end of last night. And I think the fact that you've had them back-to-back matches here, which let's be honest, I don't know, I haven't calculated, but I don't think that's happened too often.
No.
Where they both of them have managed to stay fit from one and go into the next one, and they're really good bowlers, both of them. But you just wonder how much this has taken out of them.
At this end of the season as well, Norwell bowls outside the off stump. Barker places his foot forward and then stands still and allows it to pass. He's not for tempting tonight, Keith Barker.
I mean, I seriously would worry if I was part of the coaching staff and medical staff here as well. I would seriously worry, over the next couple of days going into the next championship game, because as I said earlier, even if Warwickshire lose this, and we don't know what's going to happen, of course we don't, but you're in the mix, and you need these 2 fit.
They do. In goes Norwell again, round the wicket to Barker, who gets a bit of a tangle here. Again, it was fullish, and he sort of killed it into his boot, and the ball wriggled around between the bottom of his bat and his foot for a moment, but it's all okay. He just adjusts his shirt and fiddles with various bits of his kit. Yeah, I mean, the ideal from Warwick should be to wrap this up toot sweet, win the game today, and give them all an extra day with their feet up.
Yeah.
Before they head up to Leeds. Presumably they'll head up on Saturday to get ready to play on Sunday, I imagine. In bounds Norwell again. And Barker sort of shaped as if he was going to play at that. Maybe, as left-handers sometimes seem to do, he hit it away behind the flap of his pad rather than really nibbling. But the first one he's looked slightly unsure with. Anyway, 269 for 8. Wheel 24, Barker 54.
I'm just looking at one of the comments on the YouTube message board that's accompanying the live feed. Ravi Reddy says, are they playing for a draw? I'm sure that's a tongue-in-cheek comment. I can assure you they are not playing for a draw. There is 2 full days left in this game, and Hampshire could bat till after lunch if they really wanted to, probably even longer, but I shouldn't think that's going to happen. But believe me, they are not playing for a draw.
If they are playing for a draw, then me and you, Kev, are in for a couple of days of thrills aplenty, are we not?
Briggs bowls, it's slightly short, and Wheel just quietly plays that quite easily square on the offside and there's no run. Thanks to Pete Brown as well at Sonat Sport on the tweets, just confirming that the sound's fine on the live feed and via the Hampshire app. You can pick up the live pictures on the free to download Hampshire Cricket app. Warwickshire streaming the pictures. Of course, that's bounced again and beats the forward prod of Brad Wheel. That's the second time that's happened this morning. Again, Briggs is finding some turn.
Yes, it's just enough turn to make it really awkward. But it's, as you've been saying already, it's the flight and the control that really makes it.
Yeah. Bowls again. Wheel pushing forward. Gets the bat on this one as it goes out on the offside. And I think, and again, to sort of add to that, is that on day one, Dawson got absolutely no turn whatsoever. We saw Danny Briggs finding some yesterday. I think that'll be another thing that Warwickshire will take into account, as that's the arm ball, but a little bit too straight. We'll plays that out towards the onside. But of course, rather than maybe Dawson looking totally ineffective, which he did for his couple of overs on day one, he may actually play a bit of a part as well, and that will help give Mo Abbas a bit of a rest, keep Barker a bit of a rest. So Hampshire won't mind seeing it turn in this situation. It's played into the ground and fielded by Rob Yates on the offside. So obviously Sam Hain is doing the short leg on the leg side. 3 men around the bat. 242 the lead. So no damage done as far as Warwickshire are concerned this morning. They just want a wicket. That's again a forward defensive, played down the line of the wicket, end of the over, 269 for 8. Barker has 54, Wheel has 24.
And watching Briggs is just a reminder that there's more to slow bowling than being able to turn the ball 2 feet. I mean, it's great if you can, but that's not necessarily his main weapon. It's the flight and dip and
oh, definitely
making the batsman misjudge the length.
Yeah.
Craig Miles is going through a set of warm-ups that would exhaust a lesser mortal like myself. There'll be an update in about a little under 3 minutes' time for local radio listeners in the West Midlands. Lucky people. And then I'll bring Phil Britt in for the first time today after that. Here's Norwell to start a new over. And the first ball nudged into the leg side by Barker for a straightforward single. He's not remotely tempted to get in a hurry here, Barker. I wonder whether he might have a little bit of a go. Maybe if Brad Will gets out and we get down to a bat, he might have a bit of a dip. Because he can hit a very long ball, Barker.
Oh, yeah. Some of the innings you see him play, you think, I know Hampshire fans have said, why isn't he playing white ball? But he's just playing red ball.
Off goes Norwell and bowls to Wheel, who drives quite elegantly, but straight to Rhodes at mid-off. Yeah, towards the end of his time with Warwickshire, he was generally playing more in the championship and not used that much in the white ball. They tend to reserve him. But he, for a time, they had him either opening or batting 3 in the 2020. He hit a 6 at Leicester that might still be up. It was still on the rise when it went out over our head. It was a mighty effort. 2 slips waiting. Off goes Norwell, bowls to the right-handed Wheel, who drives up to mid-on. Miles picks up. He's giving every impression of somebody who either has been asked to bowl or he's trying to nudge the captain, suggest he wants to have a go.
Just that one final effort, isn't it? He's bowled well. Well, say Miles, Norwell. Unfortunately, Holder hasn't really been able to back them up, and I think that's been a little bit of a problem for Warwickshire, and also the fact that Will Rhodes, for me, looks a bit injured. He only bowled 5 overs.
He's done a lot of bowling in the last few weeks, Will Rhodes. Picked up quite a lot of wickets in the 50-over competition. There's a run here off his pads for Wheel, as Norwell drifts to the leg side of straight. He's 25 now. 271 for 8. Wheel practices the stroke at the non-strikers end, but it was perfectly good. Yeah, Rhodes, in August, he was picking up wickets. I don't know whether he was the highest wicket taker in the 50 overs for Warwickshire. He can't have been far off it. But he has had a hard-working season, captaining in all the formats of the game. Round the wicket comes Norwell to Barker, who he's not drawn into a stroke.
Yeah, September is a hard month. It's a hard month when you're playing championship cricket. You know, you think, well, it shouldn't be because you've got 6 months off coming up for most of them. But
forgive me, I'm just going to dart in here, Kim. I need to hit this clock here. At Edgbaston, it's the third day of Warwickshire's championship game against Hampshire, which is poised, although moving very slowly this morning by the standards of this match. Hampshire have advanced to 271 for 8. Not too many false strokes for their lower order batsmen Brad Wheel and Keith Barker, but they continue to frustrate Warwickshire, who no doubt urgently want to get on with the task of a fourth innings chase. The number that they'll require is steadily growing to a slightly uncomfortable amount now. Hampshire leading by 245, but seemingly relatively untroubled today at 272 for 8. Just as I said, by the way, there've been hardly any false strokes. Keith Barker, of course, did precisely that, which I'm sure tickled all of you watching on YouTube. What was this goon on about? Anyway, he edged it down to third man for 1. It's the end of the over. It's 272 for 8, and Phil Brick, because he doesn't know what he's on about, he's going to come in here and have a chat with you, Kim.
272 means Hampshire have added 12 in just under 35 minutes of play this morning. Slow progress, but Hampshire will just continue to build as many as they can as Barker plays that, and actually because the ball just drops in front of him, he's done that a couple of times, actually picks it up and helps his fielders, or his fielders, they used to be his fielders, his one-time fielders out by picking it up. Briggs round the wicket to Barker. Barker's on the back foot, slightly quicker. Barker just quietly plays that out on the offside, and there's no run. Jordan Menemy, morning to you, who's watching the live stream. Hampshire slowly but surely becoming the dark horses for the title. Well, I think it might be surprising one or two, maybe even themselves, as that's pushed out toward mid wicket, but they're hanging in there. I think that's the best way to describe it. They're hanging in there, and that's all you do. That's all you need to do, isn't it? As the games run out, if you're in the mix, then you've always got a chance. Don't necessarily have to blast your way to the title, as that's pushed away in front of square, and Barker jogs through for a single. 58 he moves onto, and although the scoreboard's showing 57, so I'll say 57, and I'll also say morning to Phil Britt. How are you?
I'm very well indeed, thank you, Kevin. Good morning, everybody. Lovely morning once again.
Yeah.
And they're making hard work of this, Warwickshire, aren't they? They're not getting anything. I've been stood up behind the bowler's arm, and there's nothing happening at all.
It's not, is that? Which may be a bit of a worry from a Hampshire point of view, as Wheel pushes that out on the offside. Briggs has got a couple to turn, hasn't he, off the straight?
But they're so slow. The turn is, it's really, and they're having time to really adjust and get into position to play it. Yeah. The seamers were getting no movement at all.
Yeah, there's another length ball from Briggs, gets pushed into the ground, and that's another over ticked off this morning. Hampshire 273 for 8.
I would have thought, from Warwick's point of view, they'd have looked at this as a third day wicket pitch, so it's not like the fourth day breaking up. It should be the perfect time for batting, and it just seems to have got slower, less and less happening with the ball. And whilst it's 240, massively worried about that. We said 200, but I'm kind of moving that on a bit, having watched it this morning.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't disagree. I think A.D. Bill's comments last night, in the context of the game, so if you take it from 10:30, well, it wasn't 10:30, it was 11:30 day one, to now, then you would say that's a lot of runs. But I think you're right, Phil, with the sunshine continually sort of, burning out the wicket in a way. It does look, I mean, from this morning, you've got to remember the bowlers are a little bit tired. They'll still be tired a little bit this morning. But there seemed to be even less happening this morning than yesterday, and there was slightly less happening than day one. So, yeah, maybe you're right. Maybe revise that total a little bit more, and perhaps Hampshire certainly do need at least 250.
Well, I'm just looking at how little trouble numbers 9 and 10 are in. And were last night.
Yeah, I agree. Here's Miles then, taking over from Norwell. Thick outside edge from Barker. It goes harmlessly out to backward point, though. There was a... just closing the face there a little bit, Barker. So Norwell has had a short spell this morning of just... actually he's bowled 5... Has he bowled 5 overs this morning? Oh, actually, I'm surprised.
I thought he looked weary right from the start this morning.
Yeah, I agree.
I had a couple of emails yesterday and tweets, which I'll just read out because I didn't get to deal with them Dave.
Please tell me one of them's to do with the grandfather clock, because that's outside the
No,
off stump.
the grandfather clock is ticking quietly in Norfolk with their takers. David Carroll was on. David, he said, "Hi Phil, I'm listening and watching the live stream. You watch the destruction Burma's done by bowling Yorkers. You wonder why bowlers don't use this weapon. Tailenders don't seem to be able to defend against it." Go on and Kevin, you're the ex-pro.
Well, that's an obvious answer, which I'll try and explain. Oh, there's a bit of bounce there to Barker. That's a good delivery. That goes through to Michael Burgess, but that's the first one that we've really seen go.
Absolutely.
There's some good bowlers on show here, on both sides, but there's nobody like a Jasprit Bumrah. Let's put it that way. What Bumrah does, there are very few people can bowl like that. He might make it look easy, which is what professional sport's all about, isn't it? The good ones really make things look easy, and you think, oh, I can do that, and that's why people get into that game, because they watch what some people could do and think, I'd love to be able to do that. Outside the off stump, and there's no run as Barker leaves that alone. And believe me, there's probably a lot of players on this that probably watched those highlights and thought, I'd love to be able to do that.
What you're really saying is, it ain't as easy as it looks.
Of course it isn't, is it? That's not easy what he's doing.
And yet when you watch him run up, it's only a short run, and you think, well, how's he doing that off?
Incredible, isn't it?
Yeah.
How does he bowl with that pace?
Exactly.
First of all, even before he lets the ball go, how on earth is he bowling at that pace off that run up?
Yeah.
So he's a one-off. He's a unique. I mean, Malinga, Laslith Malinga was another one that bowled these horrible Yorkers, didn't he? Horrible. As Barker pushes that up to mid-wicket, and there's no run. But we are talking about guys who are serious bowlers. Serious bowlers. There are very few people that get into that level.
There you are, David. That's the answer.
They all attempt
much as we'd like to be able to say, yeah, why not?
I mean, listen, all these guys practice Yorkers, especially the ones that are playing T20 and white ball cricket, because I mean, you need that in your armoury. But there are a lot of bowlers around that you think, I don't mind them bowling me a Yorker. It's not an easy ball to play. That's why that's why it's a Yorker, and it's a very valuable tool. This Miles comes in and bowls length outside the off stump, and Barker happy to see that go by. 273 for 8. But there are certain people who bowl the Yorker that it's a totally different level.
Fine, well done. Hope that answers the question for you, David. Come down here and you'll see them trying.
It's class bowling, isn't it? I mean, what the way that ball that he bowled Johnny Best. I think even Bumrah might have surprised himself with that, to be fair. But he's trying to do it, and we have seen balls like that from him in the past.
Yeah, it's not like a one-off and then remember that ball. He does it again and again, doesn't he? 273 for 8. Danny Briggs, who is earning his match fee. I don't suppose they get a match fee anymore, do they? That's the old days, the match fee. He's earning his week's salary.
Certainly, isn't he?
He's in around the wicket from the Birmingham end, and Bradwell pushes this one away into the offside, and no run. Still got a short leg and a silly point, a slip all round the bat, just waiting for one to pop. But we've had 40 minutes this morning, and apart from that ball in the last over from Mars, there's not been a lot happening for the bowlers.
No.
Briggs bowls and Wheel strokes this one away into the offside. By the same token, Hampshire haven't got away this morning. They've accumulated, but rather than sort of pushing the board along, but that accumulation has taken that lead approaching 250. As the Warwickshire 12th men come out with another helmet, so they're going to put another man in close.
Yeah, they've got to get a wicket.
Yeah,
they've got to, because Hampshire can keep going like this for a couple of hours. Happy.
If you were the recent England opener, looking at this, would you be comfortable thinking, I've got a chance here of really getting my head in and getting a sack full of runs?
And making a name.
Or should you be thinking?
Well, making a name for myself as well.
Yeah. Yes, Briggs in bowls. This one is worked away. It's through where the gully would have been by Wheel, and he gets a single. As Miles goes chasing down and throws it like those guys playing. Did you watch the Paralympics, that game, and I can't remember the name of it. Somebody will tell me.
Botcher.
Yes. Did you watch?
David Smith. He's down from down away, Eastleigh.
Oh right, I was watching the ladies play in the
right,
triples. Okay. It was incredible.
Yeah.
It's a game actually, which I think could be played a lot more by a lot, by people to play.
Yeah. Quite a lot of skill. I've interviewed David Smith.
Oh, have you?
Yeah. Yeah, he's a nice lad. Nice kid.
Briggs bowls, reverse sweep from Barker, which he fails to connect. The ball goes spinning off his pad. The only time Barker has looked out of touch is when he's trying to reverse sweep.
Yes, I don't like that shot.
And he used to play that when he played for Warwickshire, and you think, and he'd end up out a lot of times. Briggs in again, but this time Barker decides to get right behind it, puts the reverse sweep back in the box.
Apart from his reverse sweep, though, I think what he's done differently to what Nick Gubbins did yesterday, where he's trying to play against the spin and got caught at slip for back foot. He's kind of walked across his stumps and played it straight.
Yeah, he walked exactly what he's done there, and he's just played. But this time he just plays it on the onside. But he's doing that. He's walking across and getting himself into position, isn't he?
Not trying to play against the spin, whereas Gubbins was then moving the other way and trying to give himself some room, which is exactly what Briggs wanted. He doesn't want Barker to be doing what... If he pitches it a bit further up, Barker pushes forward. If he bowls it a length or just short of that, Barker's got time to walk across and play it straight or even on the left side with the intended spin. And that's how to play it. Gubbins didn't play it like that at all, and that's why Barker's still there on 57. And Gubbins, I'm afraid, made a single-figure score. He made 5.
5 to go with his duck, didn't he?
Yeah, that's the difference.
Has he got a full contract yet, Gubbins, or is he still here on...
He's technically still on loan until a full contract next year. Yeah.
Is that contract being offered? Has it? Do you know?
As I understood it, I think he was offered a 2-year contract for next year. But once it became known that he was leaving, at Middlesex, basically, once it became known that he was leaving, I think it was basically better that he got out. And we're seeing a lot of that at the moment, aren't we? We're seeing a lot of players on loan before they actually take up their full contract. Basically, once you know somebody wants to move on, doesn't want to be there, why would you have...
We had a couple of those where the side they were leaving wouldn't let them go. Rhodes, I think, was one of those, and I think Adam Hose had the similar problem that
Somerset
that they wouldn't let him come to play. So he actually spent, I think Rhodes virtually spent a summer where he hardly played any cricket. Yorkshire didn't want him in the team, and so he just kicked his heels.
Miles from the pavilion end, it's a length ball which just holds its line and wheeled forward and missing. Good delivery there. Couple of good deliveries already from Craig Miles, who's taken over from Liam Norwell this morning. 274 for 8. Hampshire have added 14 what might be very valuable runs come the end of this game. They lead by 247. Yeah, I think attitudes might have changed a fraction. I mean, we're talking, what, 3, 4, 5 years ago, aren't we?
Yeah.
And maybe now things have just changed a bit.
They should do, shouldn't
of course they should. Once you know a player who doesn't want to be around, you can't have them around. You can't. I know you. People should say, we should make them, and you should. But it's just a bad influence around the team. Miles bowls, it's straighter, and Wheel pushes that up to mid-on. Bill Seeger's emailed sunandcricket@gmail.com. He says, morning. He says, Felix Organ's innings has to be seen as a good contribution to the cause, as it made the bowlers work very hard for his wicket. Yes, he did.
He did. He batted really well.
Yeah, he was the only man out in the evening session. 16, but off 95 deliveries. You're right, he did a lot.
And this tail has really worked well. They've taken. They've accumulated slowly, but the number of overs that they've gobbled up and used, it's been a terrific performance from them. Yeah,
put a heavy workload on this man, and of course Liam Norwell. Miles comes in again. That's another good ball that's just nipped away, and he's finding a little bit there, Craig Miles. Probably didn't see that from Liam Norwell earlier.
It was strange because yesterday, Norwell I thought was the pick of the Warwickshire attack. Although Miles, in fairness, did bowl well in spells, but this morning, definitely Miles getting more from it than Norwell did from this pavilion end. Yeah. But Brad Will survives, and he's still there, and still doing a top job for Hampshire.
Yeah. One or two people on the emails, and Bill's come back as well. I don't know if it's that side of the box, but apparently I'm sounding okay, and you're sounding a little bit like Mike did, apparently. Now, I don't know if everybody's picked up on that. That's another good delivery again. Wheels playing forward and the ball's beating the outside edge. Nice few balls here from Craig Miles, which I think has just shown that there is still a little bit there.
What we'll do, let me just turn this off and try the... I've turned it up a bit, so hopefully that's
Yeah.
better. I don't really want to be shouting at the top of the voice all day, but we'll try that by turning it up.
Yeah.
And I'll just try and affect... I think some of the BBC WM equipment is probably on its last legs here. I'll just... I can say that, I don't work for them.
Phil's got one of the nicest voices in radio, so if he's not sounding quite right, then it must be the equipment, because it's not him. Will gets another straight one, which he pushes up to mid-on. Peter Allen at suncricket@gmail.com says it's very worrying that these two are making it look so easy. Well, they did up until this over. There's a little bit of a way movement for Miles. Sibley's wicket is key, says Peter, and we did touch on that earlier, didn't we? And you said, Phil, didn't you, that if you're a recent England opener, I would say that he's looking at the situation and thinking, if Warwickshire win and I get big runs, big headlines.
Yes, I think he's got a lot of headlines to make, though, to be honest.
Yeah, maybe a bit of a period of rehabilitation, if
Yeah,
that's the
I
right
think
word. Down
so.
the leg side, and Miles just kicks the ground at the end of that over. 274 for 8. Hampshire have added 14 overnight. They lead by 247.
I've not talked to him at all, but I wondered also psychologically, with the criticism and the sort of comparisons about, the slow train out of the bay and all this thing with him, how that, after a bit, it must grind and start to undermine somebody's confidence, whatever they're doing. And I don't think some of the professional comments have been particularly helpful. Okay, with on recent scores, you wouldn't expect him to be on the side, but I think you can be out of the side with fairer comments than have been made.
Yeah, I agree.
Doesn't help anybody.
No, it doesn't. It's hard. And of course, they come thick and fast, don't they, at that level?
Yeah.
You might get the odd one at county level, but they come out. They come at you, don't they?
Yeah, you get a boat standing over your shoulder if you do a canteen over in the box. His brig starts to you over, and if Parker plays it into the onside, there's no run. Yeah, we have to be really careful, because the dressing room's only 1 floor below. They can be up here in about 25 seconds.
Pull the plug out.
Yeah. In comes Briggs, bowls, and Barker goes right across the side of the off stump and lets the ball go through. A very wide delivery from Danny Briggs.
But I mean, that is very much part of the game, unfortunately, at that level. But at any level, you have to be able to work out.
A reverse sweep from Barker, because the ball was slow and he had almost time to pick where he was going to play it. It was well fielded. They only got a single for it. 275 for 8. Barker goes on to 58, and the run has continued. Not to flow. I think flow would be the wrong word this morning, but they're accumulated, steadily accumulating. If they were to start flowing, I think Warwickshire are in real trouble then. If these two suddenly started pinging the boundaries. It's Briggs in, bowls, wheel forward. There's 2 men now. There's one at Silly Point, and there's another one at almost what you'd call the old-fashioned silly mid-off, which you don't really see very much in cricket these days. And then there's the short leg and the slip. So with the wicket-keeper, there's 5 men round the bat, and this is played down to backward square leg, and there's no run. Briggs getting through a lot of work here in his 44th over. And one of the City Point has now gone to leg slip. So we've got a leg slip, an orthodox slip, and Briggs bowls to Wheel, who plays this one on the ground to short leg. Briggs lets out a cry of frustration. His arm goes up in the air, but absolutely no problems at all. Brad Will said played that one comfortably, so he does. 275 for 8. The lead, what's that? 248.
Yeah, I mean, just going back to Sibley, I think you have to. There's no doubt that in some of the criticism, some of it is probably justified. I think that's fair to say.
No, I agree.
I don't think all of it is, but some of it is, and I think the trick is to. It's a bit like, us commentating, we're not all, of course we're not all perfect, but, and sometimes you do get some negative comments, on social media, and I think the trick is to sort of just maybe take a step back and say, well, as hurtful as some of the comments are, or, you think that they're not justified, that you do need to take a moment and think, well, actually, am I doing something wrong here? Is there something that you can improve on? Here's that Miles to Barker, just works that away behind square on the leg side. There's another single, 276 for 8. And I think, sometimes if you look at it that way and you say, well, actually, maybe there is some merit in that comment, I'll be aware of that, and and throw all the other stuff away. And it's a bit like, with Sibley, that I'm sure there's one or two, and I haven't looked and I haven't seen what's been said about him, but I think when we've watched him, I think we all agree that there's times when he looks a little bit muddled out there in the middle.
Yep.
And you're not quite sure what he's trying to do, not trying to do, and I'm sure even he's got a bit of muddled thinking at times, which happens when you're not doing as well as you'd like. Here comes Miles Bowles outside the off stump, left alone. And I'm sure, and I don't know the guy at all, but I'm sure maybe with the help of somebody, and somebody you trust, because that's the key. You need to pick one person, maybe two at push, but one person certainly that you trust that gives you comments. It might be the county coach, it might be somebody at the England set up, it might be somebody away from that, but somebody that you can go to and you say, do you know what, I trust what you tell me. And if you tell me one or two things that others are telling me, then that's fine. If you're telling me one or two things that others are not saying, then I will still trust you, because if you listen to about 10 or 12 different people, you really will be all over the place, because they'll all give you 10 or 12 different things.
Yep,
that's
exactly.
just bouncer, and that's ducked underneath by Brad Will, and I think that's the trick. You need one person that you trust.
I think it started with him. He got runs at the beginning and he got these hundreds, but then that was, I remember listening to a commentary where all they were really focusing was how few shots he played outside the off stump. The guy got 100, but it was much more criticism about no offside shots rather than the fact that he made 100.
Yeah. He did look like a wicket in waiting.
Oh,
in
yes.
the games that I bowled, but
Yes.
it watched. But that's pushed behind square on the leg side by Brad Wheels. A gap there. Another single, 277 for 8. A round of applause there. Oh, that's the lead of 250 up for Hampshire. Again, for me, at the start of the day, that was another little milestone.
Yep. Yeah. Well, and again, we've been playing 55 minutes this morning.
Yeah.
No real issues. One outside the off stump from Miles, or a couple which have gone past the bat. Danny Briggs has bowled tidily, but hasn't looked particularly threatening at all. Both batsmen have played him with plenty of time. No reason why Hampshire can't carry on through to lunch at this rate.
And I think Warwickshire will be happy with the way the wicket is playing and the way things are. You don't want to see the ball go all over the place, as it's worked down to fine leg where Holder does the fielding. I wonder if we'll see him this morning.
Well, there's an interesting thing. You've got an overseas fast bowler. You're an hour into the morning and he hasn't had a bowl. Now, that can't leave his captain with a great deal of faith in him.
No, well, he bowled that spell after lunch, didn't he? 5 overs for 25, which, at that stage, that's not at all what you wanted.
No, I think
from any bowler, let alone your overseas.
I think he came back and bowled 2 for about 20, did 2 overs, which were pushed round.
Miles again, right arm over to Brad Wheel. Wheel works that through square leg. There's going to be at least a couple here. Won't reach the boundary. As Matthew Lamb picks it up. And 2 comfortable runs for Brad Wheel, who's just like Barker, really, doing a fantastic job down the bottom end of this Hampshire innings. 280 for 8. They might have only added 20 this morning, but that could be 20 valuable runs in the overall context of the game. The lead is 253. Dave Allen back on the tweets at Sunnet Sports. It's lovely watching Danny bowl nicely. I can't help thinking of that day on the Isle of Wight 20 years ago or so. And that little lad bowling spin in the game of cricket, Max. We touched on that yesterday, didn't we?
Yeah, you were talking about that, but I think you were on with Richard. Yeah. That ground you were describing with the boundary which runs up to the fence along the road.
Shanklin, I can't remember.
It's incredible.
Yeah,
it's almost like you can sit on the bank, but it's part of the field.
That's great, isn't it?
Yeah.
Perfect place to be fielding on the boundary there, where you don't actually have to run back.
Yeah, just wait for it to roll back to your hands. Yeah, I love the Isle of Wight, I must be honest. I had many holidays on there, and I'm over there. Here's Danny Briggs, who is in to bowl, perhaps wishing this morning he was back on the Isle of Wight, because he's not getting a lot of luck here this morning.
Seems to be getting less out of the wicket today than I know he's turned a couple past the outside edge of Brad Wheel, but I think Barker's playing him terrifically well.
Yeah, he is. He looks really good, Barker. 280 for 8. He turns this one down to short leg, all on the floor, perfectly safe. Sam Hain does the fielding. Barker on 60 to go with his 5 wickets. And do you remember me, Edgbaston? As Briggs is in and bowls, and this is driven
Shot.
up. Oh, that's a lovely shot from Barker. It avoids mid-wicket. It goes past a deepish mid-on, and it goes up to the threat scoreboard for 4. All on the floor, beautifully placed. Good movement of the feet. Give that one 9.5 out of 10.
Yeah, great shot selection as well.
Yeah.
Hits it on the leg side, even though the ball's pitching just outside off. So if there is a bit of turn, you're hitting with the spin, not against it out on the offside. That's what Danny Briggs wants. Pictures on the live feed of the work going on in the new hotel to our left.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Oh, you better stay there, Kevin.
If I'm still doing this.
This one is glanced away wide of slip, probably where the second slip would have been, and Barker will get not altogether in control of that shot, and for a second he looked behind him just hoping that it hadn't gone to Will Rhodes at slip, but it was well wide of him, and he picks up 2 more. He goes to 6-6, 286. Warwickshire at the moment need 260 to win this game. As Briggs bowls, and this one does turn, but turns well wide of Barker's legs, and taken down the leg side by Michael Burgess. Kevin's got an update to do as his morning alarm, either that or his morning alarm's just gone off. A big shout for LBW, hope rather than expectant, I think, there from Danny Briggs. End another over, 286 for 8. Hampshire have pretty much got through the first hour of the morning without loss, and in all general terms have looked pretty good. Today, I would say, of the 3 days, the last 2 have been fantastic, but this morning is probably the pick of the 3. There is not a cloud in the sky over Birmingham. It is beautiful blue skies. We're set fair for the day, and we have been blessed in this game with some really, really good weather. I know yesterday a lot of the spectators were having to move into the shade. It was so hot out there on the at the far end of the ground. Here's a new over. Miles bowls from the pavilion end down the leg side to Brad Wheel, who thinks about trying to glance it, but in the end brings the bat inside and lets it go down outside the pad through to Burgess. There's no run. So we've got 2 slips and the third man. We've got a cover point, an extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, a square leg and a fine leg. So keeping the 2 slips in place. Warwickshire have got to get wickets, so they've got to keep close catchers in. They really are becoming now the wickets a real necessity for them. There's this one down the leg side again, and again Will can't get bat on it. He has more of a push at that one though than the previous ball. It goes through again to Burgess. There's no run. 286 for 8 it remains. Will, who came in after towards what we thought would be towards the end of the Hampshire innings last night, but these 2 have batted well last night and they've carried it on again today. Miles in, bowls, and a little bit shorter. Wheel goes up and gets right behind it and plays it off his chest back down into the offside. In fact, Miles sort of half feels like kicking it out to Dom Sibley out at extra cover, and there's no run. They won't be panicking just yet, Warwickshire, but I think they'll be keeping a close eye on just seeing how big that target is. As Miles turns, comes running in, past umpire Middlebrook, bowls short, turn nicely, Wheel comes forward, gets right over the top of it, jabs it into the ground, and it runs out square leg, but again, got into position quickly and played that one nicely off his chest. Again, just batting confidently for a number 10. He's certainly looked a bit more than that. It's Miles just stretching and just having a chat with Will Rhodes, whether they're thinking about bringing in a short leg there. Having seen that last one played, whether Rhodes thinks, right, if you put that short one, having seen the way that Wheel played it, although in fairness he controlled the shot, but whether they think that was a bit awkward. So what they've done is Rhodes has moved from mid-off. They brought Sibley round and they put a slip in and brought a short leg into play. As he bowls this one short, and that's much too short, and Wheel's not going to have to play that. He just ducks underneath it and it goes harmlessly through, over his shoulders, through to the keeper, and there's no run. Yeah, just a ploy, having seen that previous ball. Wheel unperturbed, goes a little walk out towards square leg before getting back into position. Miles moving his field again. He's brought square leg now into a, I can say into a leg slip position. It's not quite a leg slip. It's like a, it is now. He's moving into a leg slip, like a, just a little bit wide. So he's got a fine leg and a leg slip, and bowls just outside off stump and pushed out to Dom Sibley, who's at a wideish mid-off, and there's no run. The end of another over. It's 286 for 8, and the lead has moved on to 259 at the end of that over, and we've had just over an hour's play this morning, and Mike Taylor will be rejoining us. Shall I carry on talking until Kevin rejoins us, and then yeah, slight tactical problem here because Kevin's got all his equipment set up on the one side of our box and Mike's on this side, so we have to switch over all the headphones. It's very complicated, and of course we've got to all have our own headsets, etc., because for obvious reasons. You're not missing any cricket. They're taking drinks and sanitisation break. Ian Gould is at the end talking to James Middlebrook and showing him how to bowl, which ex-wicket keeper, I'm sure he's an expert to Middlebrook. But they're having a long chat together, so it's all very casual. The two 12th men walk off with their drinks bottles and their masks and their bibs, and play will resume. Warwickshire got a 12th man on the field. No number on his back, so I would like to be able to tell you who it is. All I can tell you, it's a Warwickshire 12th man. And it will be Danny Briggs, who will continue from the Birmingham end, as he has done all through the morning. And I will, once Kevin's moved in and got set up, I'll describe this ball, which is played back. Kevin will take over to describe it. I will move out and let Mike back in.
Oh, so soon, Phil. Sunshine out here. It's warm, as it has been first couple of days. I think it's been all around the country, so wherever you're listening, you're experiencing the same conditions. There's the reverse sweep there from Keith Barker. There is a man out at backward point, exactly for that shot, so Barker will only get a single. He moves on to 67, 287 for 8, and Hampshire have added 27 runs this morning, and they lead now by 260, having started the day leading by 233. But it does look as though conditions are probably at their most optimum to bat out there this morning, as Wheels on the back foot plays that into the ground on the offside. But as I say, there's probably a caveat to that, in that the seam bowlers for Warwickshire are probably not as fresh as they might otherwise be. We just had an over or so from Craig Miles a little earlier, where he seemed to find something out of his wicket, but other than that, that's kicked away by Brad Wheel. There doesn't look to be too much else going on for the bowlers. Mike Taylor back with us.
You're right, there doesn't. And he was resorting to the strong arm tactics, wasn't he, just now?
Yes, goes out on the offside once more from Brad Wheel. He's over the wicket here, Briggs.
Andy has a suggestion here. He says, look, very little happening this morning for the Bears, tweets Andy. Wonder why Rhodes isn't giving Matt Lamb a bowl a few overs just to change things up a bit. Case for it.
Well, yeah, I mean, you've got to give Norwell a go, and you've got to give Miles a go before you do anything else. I mean, Holder, really, you would think before Yates, as that's pushed out on the onside two Holder. But I think with Holder, you're not quite sure what you're going to get. And I think he's a good bowler. I really do think the guy's a good bowler, but I don't know.
You might crack it open a bit. I'm not being I don't wish to be in the way disparaging, but even if it is a bit loose, you might crack the game open.
Yeah. It's who you learn to, isn't it?
Yeah, and I mean, Matt Lamb's suggestion there, because he's now appears to be developing a new style of bowling every week. The last time I saw him during the 50 overs, he was bowling off breaks or leg breaks as the mood took.
Yeah.
And supposedly, according to the legend coming out from the dressing room, he was up for having to go at all sorts of party pieces. But yeah, something different sometimes, because they've been relatively composed.
Yes, they have. They've played very nicely indeed. Lindsay Briggs has just tweeted me at Salmon Sport. I haven't heard from you much, Lindsay. That's Danny's other half. It is Ventnor Cricket Club. I'm sure it was. It's been a long time ago. As Miles comes in, that's turned away on the leg side by Barker. 288 for 8 after that single. 68 Barker moves on. She sent me a lovely picture of some people looking at the ground over the fence with a dog. That's beautiful. It is a great ground, Ventnor. Played there a couple of times. Thank you, Lindsay.
I haven't had the pleasure of. You were talking about the Isle of Wight.
A couple of nice grounds there, actually. Played at Shanklin as well. There's a few others which I haven't mentioned. If you're listening to us on the Isle of Wight, apologies if I haven't given your ground a shout out. New Close, of course, is the most obvious one, where Hampshire played a championship game there a couple of years ago against Notts.
Was that well received?
Yes, it was, very much, yeah. I think there would have been another one. Had it not been for a pandemic, there would have been another one. Whether there's another one there in the future, I don't know, because this pandemic's changed a few things, hasn't it? But, yeah, I, for one, it just felt like a holiday game.
Yeah.
It was bizarre.
Well, look, I mean, that's festival grounds do, don't they? Or outgrounds, whatever you want to call them.
Yeah, it was great. Everybody had to go over there on the ferry and stay in hotels. It was great fun.
Right, what's the fuss here? Bats are having a long chat.
I just don't you don't need to do anything different here.
No.
Do nothing different. Miles in the game with 2 slips. There is a leg gully as well. Wheels on the back foot. Plays that up towards mid-on, where Norwell does the fielding. I would say the leg slip suggests that Miles might bang a couple in this over.
Yes. Sort of telegraphing it a bit.
Yeah, but that's part of it as well, isn't it, really, where you let the batsman know that, I've got a fielder there, so there probably is one coming, and of course it's the batsman knows in the back of the mind that there could be one. That's what it's all about. It's a game of bluffs and double bluffs and everything else you can think of around that. There is not a cloud in the sky, which we had a few wispy clouds and a bit of haze over the last 2 days, but there's the short one. It's outside off stump, and Wheel safely negotiates that one, moving inside the line. But this is probably the bluest sky we've had over the 3 days. It's a real picture around, isn't it?
It is. Couldn't be better.
Yeah, beautiful. Good day for cricket.
Yeah, seemingly set fair for tomorrow as well.
Yeah.
Whether we're here or not here.
Well, I think whether we came back tomorrow or not, I think really did depend on the Hampshire innings. And
Looks increasingly a lot we might.
Yeah. The longer these two batted, and maybe Mo Abasta coming as well, I think dictates whether we go into day 4 or not. As Mars bowls, thick outside edge, but played well by Brad Wheel. A bit of shape on that delivery. Just angles the bat down towards third man. And Wheel moves on to 30. He does have a reputation for sticking around a little bit, and I mentioned sort of yesterday that everybody thinks that their numbers 10 and 11 stick around. Well, obviously everybody does at some point, but generally they bat at 10 and 11 for a reason. He got 45 in the first innings against Surrey at the Aegeus, the penultimate game of the first phase of the competition. That's his top score to date, so it's his second highest score of the season. Barker turns that away on the leg side. There is a gap as there's a deep square leg. Moves on to 69, 290 for 8. The worrying thing from a Warwickshire point of view is they're not making a lot happen. They're kind of waiting for the batsman to make a mistake now. Yeah.
And they're almost willing them to try and play a few shots, and we've seen one boundary struck this morning. That was that very elegant on drive from Keith Barker off Briggs.
Yeah.
But I mean, they've not attempted anything remotely risky.
No.
When they have been beaten, it's been beaten on the defensive push by and large. It was one where Wheel was driving. But
yeah. But not a lot else, is there? Really? Not a lot to show for an hour and 10 minutes or so this morning. And I think the bowlers are quite tired here as Miles comes in again. Off the back foot, forces it out into the covers. A little bit shorter there from Craig Miles. End of the over, 290 for 8. Wheel has 30. He was 20 overnight. And Barker has 69, was 49 overnight.
Yeah. Bit of a morale sapper, I'd imagine, as well, for those bowlers, which doesn't help. I mean, look, Norwell's bowled 28 overs in this innings, Miles 30. And obviously they didn't bowl that many overs in the first innings by the nature of it, but all the same. Briggs now 46. He's going to come on and have another go. Jamal Holder's been warming up for ages. But still seemingly to mainly to entertain himself. Miles has had 5 in his spell from the pavilion end, as Norwell did earlier, so maybe it's Holder's turn.
Yeah, I think so.
Briggs left arm over the wicket once again from the Birmingham end, and the first ball, as so many have today, is nudged down into the ground by Barr, who has now frustrated his team to the tune of 69 runs with his 5 wickets. This is, oh my goodness, that very nearly bowled him. It was floated up outside the line of off stump. Barker stepped across the stumps and was entirely outside off stump when the ball turned past him, and somehow did not take the off bail and ran away for 4 byes. An extraordinary near dismissal.
Wow. Fortunately it bounced.
Yeah.
Otherwise that was it.
That almost went through one of the grooves of the bails.
God.
Amazing total.
Well, there's still a little bit out there for Briggs in that bowler's rough for the left-hander. First one we've seen really go out of there this morning.
Yeah. My goodness. Now Barker reverse sweeps, and he's going to get 4 for this as well, I think. He hit that one more efficient than his couple of previous attempts at the reverse sweep. That was also well outside the line of off stumps. Briggs is trying to explore out there. And he's hit for only the 2nd boundary of today, and only the 5th boundary hit off Briggs altogether in this, his 47th over in this innings.
Incredible.
So he's trying to go a little bit wider of off stump here, in the hope that something else will happen. Here he tries again, and Barker reverse sweeps on the bounce to slip.
Fielding the first slip.
Sharply taken by Will Rhodes. There's a change round in the field now. 3rd man's going round to deep point.
Good move.
Yeah. So there's a shortish 3rd man now come in. Rhodes, Barker is forward a little nervously. Plays the ball like as if it gives an electric shock back up the bat. Sort of jumps back out of the way.
Well, what it's doing is he's made Barker play slightly differently now. By taking extra cover away, Barker was looking to push it into that area, which is not ideal.
Want to come in this over, Barker's forward, and he does push it into extra cover. Briggs is going to field this himself, but not before they've taken a run. So it was a pricey over as it goes, 9 for altogether, including the 4 byes, but by the same token also the nearest we've had to a wicket for some time. 299 for 8.
Now, I wouldn't mind now, from a Warwickshire point of view, they're making Barker play differently. Either that or Barker's decided to play differently, because he's now looking, he's not going to hit it hard to extra cover, not unless it's a half volley or a full toss, but he's now looking to play into that vacant gap at extra cover. Now, something may happen, because other than that, he's been looking to play straight or on the leg side, which with the intended spin, and that is pretty a safe shot. But now he's looking to play against the spin, and he's looking for that gap, and he's looking for a single. So they're making Barker play differently. That's not a bad thing, because nothing's happened for them in an hour and 15. Briggs, as well as he's bowled, hasn't got a wicket. But the fact that Barker now looks as though he's just changing his tactics, it's worth a try.
Yeah.
It shouldn't be too costly. I know the reverse sweep's a reverse sweep, but it looks like they've cut that shot off now with extra cover going on the 45. But I think that's worth a try now, what they've done.
Also worth a try is Jamal Holder. He gives the illusion that he's got one long sleeve and one short sleeve. He's got a big white strapping on his elbow, or it goes all the way down from his shoulder to his wrist.
Is it me or you? I
think it's you.
It is. Here's Holder around the wicket. He's edged it, and he's caught it first slip as he... Oh, some of the crowd thought it was. No, it's just dropped short.
very good take on the half volley.
It was, yeah, it was a good catch. I think even the fielder for momentarily thought it might have carried. But anyway, if you are a Hampshire fan listening to that, apologies for getting a little bit excited. And well, I wasn't excited. I was a little bit disappointed. But he's still there, Barker, which is good news. But a good start from Holder.
That's the slot he's looking for.
Here's Holder again, way outside the off stump, and Barker leaves that alone. Peter Allen has emailed, suncricket@gmail.com has just emailed under the heading of batting. If I faced 114 balls at number 10 and got 29 not out and could bowl at 80 odd miles per hour, most teams would be happy. I think Hampshire are very happy with Wheel, what he's doing at the moment. Scotland must be very happy. I'm sure they are. Of course, Brad Wheel playing for Scotland. I think they've got some important fixtures coming up soon at the end of this season. Maybe just before the end of this season, but he'll be involved, as I understand, as that's turned away on the left side by Barker, and he moves on to 75, and that's the 300 up for Hampshire, having started the day at 260 for 8, and that lead now is 273, having started the day 233 in front. And I think on any pitch in any conditions now, it's starting to get into an area where Warwickshire will have to bat well.
Well, we saw that yesterday, didn't we?
Yeah.
With the Test match. Even though when England were going reasonably well, I appreciate India had a pretty high class attack going on, but nevertheless, 300 plus is a big chase anywhere.
That is.
That's why it's so rarely done.
Yeah. Second slip going in for Wheel, although it's a bit of a gap between first and second, so it's near a third as Holder's over the wicket. Still got the short leg in, and Wheel gets a length ball, just prods that out on the offside. Sibley Fields, Mike Clark, suncricket@gmail.com on the email says, how important will the second new ball be to Hampshire? As and when Hampshire bowl, of course. If Warwickshire grinded out, the game could go into day 4. And I can imagine a close finish tomorrow morning, the way things are going. Yeah, there is no doubt that I think most people turned up this morning thinking that the game would finish tonight. It may still do, but I think the key to that was how long these two batted, and when Mo Abbas batted, how long he lasted. And I have to say, it's looking a chance now that we're going into day 4. Holder bowls, he swipes at that one, Wheel. It's a couple of bounces down to third man. That was definitely a wide delivery. Wheel affording himself the luxury of going after it. Comes off the bottom end of the bat.
Well, as you were saying just now, even if the only change here is to try and make them do something different, because that was very much out of character with the sort of stroke we've seen so far today.
It was, wasn't it? Yeah. They've been very disciplined, these two. Definitely batting to order. They've chatted about things this morning, maybe even last night as well in the team hotel. As Holder switches to round the wicket. It's got a third slip in, really, rather than anything there. Wide again, he's caught a point. Oh, and Holder's got his man. And Barker went after that one. That was very wide. And he didn't get hold of that at all. And Warwickshire picked up their first wicket this morning. That'll be much relief to them. And Barker, in the end, falls. And it's rather a soft dismissal. He goes for 75, though. He's done a job, done a great job. Hampshire 301 for 9.
It's a silly game, this, isn't it? Because you can bowl length and drop it in the right place and I'm in the right areas and all this stuff that all these cliches now, which I find myself telling my youngster, having heard it on the telly for all these years. And then you bowl a really wide one and the fella pokes it straight to a field. Who'd be a coach? Anyway, well played, Keith Barker. 5 wickets and now 75. And if Hampshire go on and win this game, then Barker will have been one of the key architects of it, whatever happens from this point.
192 balls for Keith Barker's 75, and he'll be disappointed with the manner of the dismissal. But as we saw earlier in the over, that Brad Wheel, I think the fact that Hampshire have batted for an hour and 20 minutes this morning without losing a wicket, I think with balls like that you probably do start looking to play them. But even so, it is a soft dismissal, and Barker's getting, you can see at the far end of the ground, 1 or 2 of the players have come out to the front, just in front of the seat area, because Hampshire are changing at the far end of the ground, COVID situation, and several have come out there and applauding what it was a findings.
Well, he batted for a little over 4 hours in this innings, which I would suggest is longer than the entire Hampshire first innings. In fact, longer than either side's first innings, probably.
comfortably. Benjamin was the catcher. Apologies for not mentioning that earlier. I think you might have mentioned it. Sorry, Mark. Simple catch in the end. It just came off the bottom of the bat. There was no power in the shot. Barker did well to reach it, really.
Now, one of your early tweeters was suggesting that this was merely all to pave the way for Mohammed Abbas with the bat, was it not?
Well, yeah. It'd be interesting to see what Brad Wheel does here now, because Mo Abbas has got no real pretensions to bat, and I mean he'll hang around a little bit, I guess, but it'll be interesting to see. I think Brad Wheel might be a little bit more positive here. Lindsay Briggs back on the tweets at Solent Sport. Great to hear from you, Lindsay. I've been listening and watching as many as Danny's 47 overs as possible. What a long September slog for these bowlers. Wishing for a wicket now. That was a few minutes ago, so whilst it wasn't Danny that got it, probably contributed to it because he's been as miserly self as always.
He's here again, and we'll turn that straight past short leg, and he's going to get one. So there's no thought to protect the number 11 anyway. Straight away, no. So he takes the one at the start of the over and leaves Mo Abbas to it. 302 for 9. But Hampshire moving into, if not a position of strength, then a position where the momentum in this game is very much with them. Look, if you've been bowled out for 80 odd on the first day and you're setting a target of nearly 300, I think the momentum of the game is with you.
Yeah, that was one thing they mentioned to me last night, that to actually be in this situation, having been bowled out for 89, is you're lucky to be back in the game like this.
And the opposite emotions, I imagine, are being felt in Warwickshire's camp. You'd be a bit cheesed off, but anyway, one wicket still to get. Briggs round the wicket, would like it to be his, and his first ball is wide enough for Abbas to scrutinise it as it goes past, but let it go through to Michael Burgess. Briggs start again. 2 or 3 trotted paces. Oh, that's a nice stroke. Late cut, and it's going to be runs, plural. Wells is giving chase. He's going to haul it in just before the boundary. And they will have 2 rather well-played runs.
Nice little late cut.
Yeah, nothing wrong with that.
Yeah. I don't want to see Mo Abbas running too much between the wickets, if I'm honest. I think he needs to save all of his energy for his second inning. Run here and that, but I don't want to see him running quick 2s and 3s.
He is waiting for Briggs, and this time he's forward with an economy of effort, nudging the ball down to Hayne at short leg. He's got one of the close fielders anyway. It's a slip silly point in the short leg. Briggs round the wicket, but oh God, here's a bit of a flail at that. It was quite wide, and Briggs trying to rope him in with that. The bails are removed adroitly by Burgess, but he hadn't wobbled out of the crease. 304 for 9. 2 to come in this over. Silly point was a tad straighter. As he fired through medium fast by Briggs, and Abbas chops the bat down on the ball and guides it down to short. But no, it is the end of the over. So 304 for 9. 2 to Abbas, 32 to Wheel, and Briggs with talking to the umpire with the air of somebody who looks a little bit fed up. He's been plugging away all morning and bowled really splendidly, and hasn't ended up with a wicket. But there's still one to get.
Yeah, he might have an important innings to play later on as well. Worth pointing out for the record that 93 runs were put on for that 9th wicket between Barker and Brad Wheel, and it also confirms that this wicket looks a goodie today. Might be some tired bowlers out there, but it still looks a goodie.
The very fact that the 9th wicket pair, for whatever runs they scored, they stayed together for 42 overs.
That's a killer, isn't it? It's a killer, especially when you think of day 1. I mean, in the context of day 1, that was unthinkable. 304 for 9. Here's Holder running away from us and bowling to Wheels down the leg side, bit of bounce. Wheel misses it, goes through to Burgess.
The Hampshire first innings lasted for 28 overs.
I know, it's just incredible how things have changed, isn't it? thought we were going to be home halfway through day 2 at one stage. I think the weather's probably had a contributing factor, drying out the wicket a bit more. The wicket doesn't look any different from this distance. The wicket doesn't look any different than it did on the morning of day 1. Here's Holder again. It's down the leg side. Good diving stop there from Burgess. He's quite athletic behind there. I've noticed once or twice that he gets some good dives in and makes up a lot of ground.
He is. He's been a good pickup, I think, for Warwickshire. Made some very elegant runs on occasion as well.
Yeah.
Last championship game I saw here, I forget who against him, 70 or 80. Played very nicely.
Good all-round player, isn't he? Taking over from what's his name?
Tim Ambrose.
That's the one. God, he's around a long time. How could I forget his name? That's full, and it's come back a fraction at wheel, and he gets an inside edge. The ball just spews out towards extra cover, which Holder fields. Runs out to where the ball was. I mentioned this yesterday with Holder, and I know probably one or two people are a little bit disappointed. 1 for 73 from your overseas player in his 18th, which is not great, but I don't think he's a million miles from a really good bowler. Now, I know Richard yesterday was saying he's quite young. He's 23, which I was thinking about this last night. I don't know why I was thinking about it. I should be switching off, but I was. And for me, he's got a lot of the attributes to be a seriously good bowler. Here he is again. Bowls shortish, and it's pulled away by Will. Helped, and it's into the gap behind square on the leg side. It will be pulled up just inside the rope by Chris Benjamin. And in the end, some little bit of help there as well. I think Matthew Lamb, isn't it, down there at fine leg? Yes. Between the two of them, they keep it down to 2. You know, for me, he knows exactly what he's doing. He knows when he wants to bowl the inducker. He knows when he wants to bowl the ball that slides away from the outside edge. Now, to have a bowler that can do that, you know, there are not many bowlers around that can do both. It's a decent pace. It needs to be a fraction quicker, really, to be an overseas player. It needs to be a bit more. But at 23, is there going to be a lot more pace from him? I don't know. Wheel gets a good length ball, times that beautifully past the diving fielder at point, and that's 4. That was a nice piece of time in there from Brad Wheel.
Good stroke that.
Oh, wasn't it just?
He didn't look as though he hit it hard, but my goodness, it sprang off the bat.
That's nice, isn't it? And there's the benefit of being out there for quite a while. Doesn't matter what number you bat in the order. But you know, if he was 20 years old, I would say, well, you know, there's a chance that he's going to put on another quarter of a yard, maybe even half a yard if he's lucky. But at 23, is he going to get much quicker? I don't know. I really don't know.
He's played one Test match, hasn't he? So he's obviously in the frame.
Yeah, last December, wasn't it?
Yeah.
But his action's nice. I love his action.
Yeah.
It's easy, it's rhythmical, it's high. As I say, he obviously had plans. You can see he doesn't always get the especially the inducker to the right-hander, but which is the way to left-hander. He doesn't always get that right. Comes in again down the leg side, and it's pulled away, and it's a little bit closer to the fine leg fielder this time. So it's just a single. But if he was another bowler on your staff, I would say he's all right. But being in the position that he's in, having been brought over, he's not quite there.
And that in itself is a difficult. Now we're in the era of overseas players being sort of dropped in for 6 weeks or something like that. You know, that's in itself quite difficult especially for an inexperienced cricketer. You know, he's 23 and you've suddenly got to come and turn up in a new country. Quite apart from all the other circumstances that we've all had to get used to over the last 18 months. And be expected to perform. You're the guy, you're the overseas player straight away. And I imagine that's not easy.
No, it's not.
No. At some point in this over, there'll be a local radio update.
I'll leave you to it. I'll leave you to it.
No doubt at the most inconvenient possible moment. It always is.
I'll leave it all to you, Mike.
God,
just so I don't cut
do
across. They want to hear me.
There'll be madness lies that way.
They don't want a southern accent on you.
Quite open to all. Hospitable bunch in the West. Here's Briggs starts a new over, and Wheel, who has kept the strike, he has 39, defends into the offside, and there's no run. Slip, silly point and short leg. Briggs, let's see if he can tempt him here. Wheel flicks a single down to a rather deep set mid-on now. Holder, it's about halfway back. So there's a comfortable one there, and Wheel does not demur. We saw how well Mohamed Abbas played the late cut in the last over, so we said, carry on. Not much of a change in the field. Briggs, but he goes for the reverse sweep here, Abbas, and he's hit it hard in the air, and it's going to be 4 runs. Yeah, see? Who says he hasn't got any shots?
Hello? Hello?
Who's taught him that? That was a fine blow.
I don't think I've seen him play that before.
No. He'd be a tempter now as the number 11 to think, hey, look at that. Wonder if I can do that again. That was a terrific stroke.
It's off middle leg as well.
I think he pretty much made his mind up he was playing it. And off it went. 3-1-6 for 9. Here comes the radio update. At Edgbaston on the third morning of the championship game, Warwickshire have been frustrated by Hampshire's lower order, who are starting to build what might be a difficult target for the Bears. 316 for 9 is the total. There's been only 1 wicket and it fell just a few moments ago. The former Warwickshire all-rounder Keith Barker made a splendid 75 until chipping a catch to point from a wide delivery from Chamar Holder. Warwickshire's bowling has been disciplined throughout, but on a pitch that seems to be increasingly easy-paced for batting. They've found it difficult to dislodge the Hampshire tail. The lead now has grown to 289. Warwickshire still with 1 to get. 316 for 9. Round the wicket, Briggs floats this right up. A tempter that Abbas cannot resist. Swipes across the line of it and misses. Holds his balance, sort of wobbles a bit. But with his toe down in the crease, so it doesn't matter that Burgess has removed the bails. And then takes a long look back at where he might have hit that to. Maybe he'll get another chance in the next over. But he's got through that one, picked up a boundary, 316 for 9. Abbas has 6 and Wheel has 40. And Warwickshire's bowlers to some degree have the raging on with this, I should think, after bowling all day yesterday and now 90 minutes today, when all they really want to do is get on with batting.
That's for sure. So Holder with a wicket to his name now, 1 for 80 off 18 overs. He's going to bowl over number 133 of the Hampshire second innings. 316 for 9, comes in and bowls. He's gone for the Yorker. Wheel digs that one out. It's not a bad ball there from Holder first up, and Wheel equal to it on that occasion. So 289 the lead. Hampshire starting the day 233. Warwickshire would have hoped to have kept that down below 250. I think next target for Warwickshire is to make sure that that lead doesn't go over 300. 139 balls for his 40 here, Brad Wheel. Facing the next delivery from Holder. Right arm over. It comes back at him, but Wheel finds some room and cuts it away and finds the gap behind point, and that's gone for 4. And Wheel moves on to 44. And Hampshire 324 now for 9.
Well, that was a splendid shot as well.
It was, wasn't it? Holder just stares at where the ball went.
No, it really was a fine stroke.
Yeah.
He's played 2 now in successive overs.
Just watching the replay there. That ball did come back into Wheel, but he still managed to find some room. Lovely timing. Again, another example of this wicket. I think looking easier today, although I think you have to remember that these bowlers are pretty tired. But there's some good batting going on again from Hampshire as Wheel pushes that good length delivery up towards mid-wicket. And that's Hayne there. He's probably wondering when he'll get a bat. Would it be before lunch, after lunch, maybe even after tea if Warwickshire start well? Or maybe he had to keep going. Who knows?
It's slightly uncomfortable for the openers at this point, isn't it?
Yeah. What have we got? We've got 10 minutes before, sorry, 25 minutes before
Before
lunch.
yeah.
So it could be an awkward 15 minutes if the wicket falls in this over. Here's at Holder bowls, and that's whipped away by Brad Wheel. There is a man out deep on the leg side, so Wheel moves on to 45, and that equals his highest ever first-class score.
Just noticed that. Well, he's well and truly earned it if he achieves that by remaining. Not only has his technique generally been pretty sound, but he's been unflustered, hasn't he? We played 1 or 2 false strokes in the first half an hour. I mean 1 or 2. Didn't look as though it fazed him in a what is quite a pressured situation, or was at the start of the day. Done very well.
Certainly has. Now the field changes, of course, for Mo Abbas because this is Warwickshire's opening here. and there is a short leg going in. I think there might be 2 slips, although it's taken a little time to get to that point. We've got 1 slip in, and it looks like Will Rhodes is making his way somewhere into that second slip region. We won't know yet because he's still got a little way to do, and he's not exactly rushing. So 3:21 for 9. Short leg is in, and Will Rhodes is fairly wide at second slip. There is a bit of a gap, but I think we'll call it second slip. Although both slips are going a little wider now. Actually, there's a gap between keeper and the first of those slips. Don't want one going through there. That really won't help things. As Holder comes in, length ball to Abbas, who's neatly in behind that one. Keeps his head well over the ball. 1 or 2 people out there enjoyed it, judging by the cheers.
That gap between the keeper and first really is tempting fate, isn't it?
Yeah.
Well, I get the point. But the way 1 or 2 things have gone this morning for Warwickshire, that's almost asking for trouble.
Holder in again to Abbas, another length ball, and Abbas again is quite comfortable prodding that away on the leg side at this time. 321 for 9 then, Hampshire. They've lost just the 1 wicket this morning. Keith Barker, after an hour and 20 minutes play, went for 75, and the Hampshire lead, which was 233 at the start of play, is now 294.
For all this is frustrating and annoying for Warwickshire, and there's no getting away from the fact that it is, can they also, is someone going to be popular in the dressing room if they go in at lunchtime and say, well look, hang on, if their tail enders can bat for a session and not really be that bothered, what have we got to worry about? Why are we fretting?
Well, it's not ideal, I don't think, in any conditions where you've got to be playing or catching 300.
No.
I don't care how.
Of course.
How conditions are.
Briggs floats this on, wheel drives just behind, square on the offside. Abbas sets us if he wants to. It's as well for his own not out. Or wheel rather, that looks as though he wanted to, but I don't think it was ever on.
Highest first class score for Brad.
Yeah, well, tremendous.
Yeah.
Played very well. And very responsibly.
He certainly has, isn't he? And from a Hampshire point of view, nice when the situation actually, is an important one. When the game's going nowhere and you get it, you think, well, okay,
yes.
That's great, but
no, it could be very valuable indeed. As Abbas defends back to Briggs, who is in his 50th over here. I wonder on how many occasions he'll have got to 50 overs.
Yeah, it's a lot, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. Round the wicket he comes again, forces this through a bit. Abbas, the crowbars this back to him, off the back foot. Fields in his follow through. Tell you what, he won't be queuing up to do any housework, Shay Briggs, will he, this way? He's gone through 50 overs. Come on, go easy. That's popped up, and the catch it short led to a silly point, taken by Yates. It was fired into the ground a bit there by Briggs, and it popped up off the shoulder of Mohammed Abbas's bat, and an easy take for Yates. And at last, Warwickshire have closed Hampshire's second innings on 322. Abbas caught Yates, bowled Briggs for 6, so a third wicket for Danny Briggs, 3 for 66 in a tad under 50 overs. And Wheel leaves 46 not out. And that leaves a victory target for Warwickshire of 296, with perhaps 10 minutes to bat before lunch.
Yeah, tricky 10 minutes, I'm sure. I'm sure the opening batsman will be particularly pleased to have got that wicket at that particular stage. They actually would have got to a point where they think, well, okay, another 10 minutes, we'll be quite happy. But even so, Warwickshire will be relieved now that the Hampshire innings is finally over, and they know exactly what they've got to do. And that is a tough ask, let me tell you, but it's not nowhere near impossible. It could be a good game. Couple of Warwickshire players get in, and we've got an exciting game on our hands.
We have. They will have to put behind them any of the frustrations that there no doubt been of this morning in particular. Be no good going off thinking, well, we could have been chasing a lot less than this. I think it is worth, given how much effort has gone into them, a quick summary of the bowling figures for those of you who don't already have them to hand or on screen or whatever it is. Norwell 28 overs, 5 maidens, 4 for 72. Miles 30 overs, 12 maidens, 2 for 61. Looked pretty sharp in a couple of his overs this morning. Holden 19 overs, just 3 this morning, 4 maidens, 1 for 85. Will Rhodes, we didn't see bowl today, 5 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 20. Danny Briggs did not quite tick over to 50 overs, so maybe that doesn't need absolving from housework. 49 overs and 4 balls, 20 maidens, 3 for 66. And Rob Yates bowled 2 overs of off-spin for 2 runs. So 322 in 133 overs and 4 balls was the Hampshire second innings, and Warwickshire will shortly chase 296. So perhaps we shall take a breath for a few moments while you watch the ground staff doing their stuff, those of you watching on the YouTube, and we'll pick it up in a few moments for the final innings of this eventful match.
Warwickshire, very number 17, got 8 and 45, gone 2.
As you can hear, Warwickshire's opening batsmen, Rob Yates and Dom Sibley, are just on their way to the centre to begin, but only briefly, in the run to the lunch break. Warwickshire's pursuit of 296, just before they start. The latest in the other Division 1 game in progress, Notts have advanced, I think without losing a wicket this morning, to 213 for 5 against Lancashire at Trent Bridge. That's a lead now of 317 half-centuries for both Lyndon James and Tom Moores. So quite some jostling position in the top division of the Championship this week, with Yorkshire having won yesterday. Obviously whoever wins this game will be very firmly in contention, and Notts, whoever wins Notts or Lancs, depending on the result of this game, could be top by the end of this round of matches. Well, perhaps 3 overs before lunch. This is tasty. You'd want the new ball in your hand for 3 overs before lunch,
Wouldn't you? Yeah.
Well, here we go. Here's Mohammed Abbas from the Birmingham end, and he's going to bowl to the left-handed Rob Yates, who defends the first ball back up the pitch with 4 slips waiting. Well, you can go with 296 as a substantial enough target. For these 3 overs, you can go absolutely full bore at it, can't you? Well, I imagine you can.
Definitely.
I wouldn't know, but I'm speaking.
Well, you just play. I mean, you just play. You don't have to worry about. You don't look at time now. You just play.
Yes. I would just move from the bowler's point of view. For these 3 overs, you can go.
Oh gosh, yeah. Sorry.
Absolutely attack like mad. Abbas bowls, and Yates, he's very compact here, nudges into the leg side.
Yeah, I think Abbas will have to work a little harder here. I think that first day bowling, was helped by the batters, some of the poor shots that were played, but I think for 5 for 29 Abbas in that first innings, I think he'll have to work a little harder this time round.
Well, Yates has become a favourite quickly with Warwickshire supporters because of his diligent approach to batting, scored him a lot of runs in the last year or two, and he gets him his first one here, pushing the ball with gentle touch out into the covers, and he takes 1. So the first chip off the target.
Yeah, always nice. 300s this year.
Yes, he's done very well. He's attracted the attention of some good judges. 1 or 2 low scores of late. He was interrupted by illness in the middle of the season. Not that illness, by all accounts, but he was out of action for about 3 or 4 weeks, just at the point where he was making a lot of runs, which didn't help. But no, he's looked a very able young cricketer and an intelligent lad. I saw his first game in the first team was a couple of years ago in a 50-over game at Leicester, and he got 50 or 60, was rather unluckily run out. Abbas runs in and bowls to Sibley, who may or may not have nibbled at that. Let's say that he drew the bat inside the line of it. And after he'd made those runs in that first innings, he was brought out to the interviews. And our friend Tom, the Warwickshire media chap, said this is his first ever interview with anybody.
Okay.
And he looked nervous as anything. but nevertheless spoke with real composure, and you got the impression, well, this is a lad who knows what he's talking about.
Yeah.
So I'm delighted to see him going on. Anyways, at the non-striker's end here, as Abbas hustles in, and catches Sibley a painful blow in the chest, I think, with a ball that must have bounced a bit. It was not particularly short. Sibley came forward. Whether he misjudged the length completely, I don't know, but it's hit him in the stomach, and quite a sore one as well.
Yeah, I think there was a slight inside edge onto that, which may
maybe,
just have
it's popped
not
up.
helped with the ball's path. But that's weird, because it didn't bounce abnormally.
Well, no, I mean, that was a strange one.
That's painful.
It's a
isn't it?
sore one,
You
yeah.
don't want that when you're trying to concentrate before lunch.
I've just wound the picture back a little bit. I think that's exactly right. It looks like it's come off the off the top shoulder of the bat and bodied into his body. One to come. Abbas bowls, and Sibley is edging on the bounce. to second slip. Weatherly picked that up on the half volley. It was a good ball that to follow up discomfort the previous one. We're glad to get that over out of the way.
Ooh, nice.
He did. I tell you what he did do though. It dropped a long way short. It was almost as if the bat was made of, a little plastic bat. It sort of dropped down.
Did it come off the glove a bit?
Maybe.
Just took the pace off it? Because you're right. That looped.
Good ball though.
Yeah. Well, that's a good sign from a Hampshire point of view that Abbas is already making things happen. Warwickshire really don't want to make any more than 3 overs here. We've got 6 minutes till lunch. 10 minutes to bat. You don't want more than 3 overs.
I'm sure they won't. There's ways and means, Scott. You know that.
Well,
all sorts of chin straps need adjusting, and
the umpires know that as well. They're not going to be silly about it, but yeah. Barker then, over the wicket to the left-hander Yates, swings, there's a thick outside edge, but it goes harmlessly to backward a point. The chase is on here for James Fuller, they get 2, Sibley's going to run to the danger end, but it's a perfectly safe 3, but that's a false shot. Swing for Barker, which again is a good sign for Hampshire.
Well, if there's any swing to be had, then Keith Barker is usually the man to find it in most conditions. Never been at great pace, which may have counted against him for higher honours at some stage. Yeah. But the control and the swing that he offers has brought him a fulsome county career.
Got Yates in the first innings. LBW did Barker for no score. But he's going round the wicket to Sibley, which, I don't know, with that swing, I'd kind of like to see him come over the wicket, but he knows what he's doing. He's got a man on the drive on the leg side, and it looks like he's going to have 2 on the drive on the leg side. That's Gubbins, who's the closer of the 2. Fuller's come a fraction closer as well. There's Barker round the wicket to Sibley. Sibley plays and misses outside the off stump. Well, there's already lots happening before lunch that already suggests that post-lunch there's going to be a lot of hard work here for these Warwickshire openers.
Well, a bit of a hiding to nothing here, aren't you? To come out and face 3 overs, especially against 2 bowlers of this standard.
So 3 slips wait. There's no short leg, just those 2 on the drive on the leg side for Sibley. Barker bowls, it's driven up towards wideish mid-off where Dawson does the fielding. There's a little bit of swing there for Barker. In fact, actually not on that particular occasion. The ball just held its line, but as I say, I wish he'd come over the wicket to Sibley, but anyway. Hey-ho. He did get a couple of wickets actually in the first innings that coming round the wicket, so I probably can't say too much. Bowls again. Sibley gets one that does come back into a fraction, but he's forward and pushes that up to mid-on, fielded by Wheel.
I don't know why it should be the case. Maybe it isn't, and it's just an imaginary thing. But it seems like there's a left arm bowler. You seem to have sort of more options, where you can cause different angles of problems.
Well, you can. Was
that something you sort of played with when you were?
Well, I very rarely came round the wicket. Yeah. I just thought you lose something by doing it. Listen, Barker picks up wicket. He's a better bowler than I was, to be fair to him, but that's turned away down to fine leg where Abbas fields. But Sibley's going to take 2. That's good running. That's attacking, positive play there from Sibley between the stumps. Most batsmen would have settled for a single. To be honest, I struggled bowling around the wicket anyway. I just felt I lost something when I did, both in my action and a few other things. But I think when you're bowling left arm over the wicket and the ball's swinging back, the ball is always pitching on the stumps. So it was the batsman then that had to put bat to ball, because if it hit the pads, they're gone. And I think you lose something massively by coming round the wicket. There's Barker bowls, and that's edged into the ground by Sibley. End of the over, and we will just about get another over in with a couple of minutes till lunch.
Yes, Kevin's going to nip away and tell folks of listening to Radio Solent what he's having for lunch. You might tell them about the cricket as well. 6 for none. So it's, I don't know which clock timepiece they are going by. The digital one on the scoreboard says 12:29, but the old clock at the top of the box of that looks as though it's slightly before 12:30. I think we're going to have another one anyway. Were you lot chatting on the side of the YouTube picture? Stop going on about all the lovely stuff you're in for lunch as well. Put some of us to shame. Here's Abbas then to bowl the third over of the innings and the last one before the break, and Yates is turning the first ball off his pads to mid-wicket. There is still, as you would expect, a fully attacking field. James Vince is calling the shots from first slip. The first of 4 slips, Weatherly at second. Holland, I think, that is at third. Here's Abbas round the wicket, bowls. It's Yates who's very carefully forward. Defends out on the offside. 4 slips, backward point. Mid-off, mid-on. Squarely just round a bit from the umpire towards mid-wicket. And there's a long leg in the shadow of the pavilion here, just the very top part of it, those almost like sunshades that stick out from the top part of the pavilion. Brad Wheel emerging from the shadow as he walks in with the bowler. Abbas round the wicket now to the left-handed Yates, who is defending. I'm sure we'll have little appetite for anything but defending in the few moments that remain. Maybe you can drop us a note all morning about, or at any stage about what do you think. You can send us a message to @SportBBCWM. Kevin @SolentSport, your user of Twitter. The Abbas bowls out, outside the off stump, just wide enough for Yates to not offer a stroke. You can drop me an email if you're so minded. mike.taylor.02@bbc.co.uk. mike.taylor.02@bbc.co.uk. If you want to heckle at greater length, don't miss out the .02 or it goes to a bloke who changes the clocks. I know because I get half his messages. 4 to Yates, who waits for a really good ball from Abbas that beats him just going past the shoulder of the bat. Yates trying not to be distracted by that. He wanders 2 or 3 paces towards square leg, props elegantly on his bat, and now moves back into position. This will be the last ball of the first session of the third day. Abbas round the wicket right to the edge of the crease, and Yates drives with some really efficient timing, and that is running right up to the rope at mid-off for 4 runs. He wasn't particularly trying to hit it, just timed it well enough on the forward push for it to rattle away past Dawson for 4. So a cheering end to that short session for Warwickshire. In the earlier part of the morning, they'd been detained in the field for rather longer than they would have wished, to say the least, for 26 overs by the Hampshire tail, who added a further 62 runs before they were dismissed for 322, with Keith Barker making 75 and Brad Wheel, a first-class best for him, unbeaten 46. So Warwickshire setting off in pursuit of 296, and of course they've got all of today and tomorrow if needed to get them. Have gone to lunch at 10 for no wicket in 3 overs, with 8 to Rob Yates and 2 to Dominic Sibley. There'll be the 40-minute break now, and we shall pick up commentary for you on the afternoon session at around 1.
3. Is there going to be a lot more pace from him? I don't know. Wheel gets a good length ball, times that beautifully past the diving fielder at point, and that's 4. That was a nice piece of
horse from other matches taking place around the country. They started first for Trent Bridge in the match between Nottinghamshire and Lancashire. Nottinghamshire in their first innings 272 and 230 for 5. Lancashire were dismissed in their first innings for 168. Nottinghamshire lead by 334 runs. At Scarborough, the match between Yorkshire and Somerset was a result for Yorkshire. Somerset were dismissed for 134 and 141. Yorkshire 308. Yorkshire won by an innings and 33 runs. At Chester Street, the match between Durham and Glamorgan. Durham in their first innings 503 for 8 declared. Glamorgan 97 and 145 for 5. Glamorgan trailed by 261 runs with 5 wickets in hand. At Chelmsford, the match between Essex and Gloucestershire. Gloucestershire were dismissed in their first innings for 76. In reply, Essex were dismissed for 276. And then Gloucestershire was dismissed once again for 197. Essex won by an innings and 3 runs. At the county ground Northampton, the match between Northamptonshire and Surrey. Surrey were dismissed in their first innings for 252. Northamptonshire in reply 171. Surrey's second innings 166 for 9. Surrey lead by 247 runs. At the county ground Derby, the match between Derbyshire and Leicestershire. Leicestershire in their first innings 528. Derbyshire in reply 108 for 5. At Canterbury, the match between Kent and Worcestershire. This resulted in a win for Kent. Worcestershire was dismissed in their first innings for 133. Kent in reply scored 393 and then dismissed Worcestershire once again for 204. Kent won by an innings and 56 runs. And finally, the match being played at home between Sussex and Middlesex. Middlesex won the toss and elected to bat, and at that they are currently 518 for 4.
And at Edgbaston, the third afternoon of the match between Warwickshire and Hampshire will begin in around 5 minutes' time, with Warwickshire left to make 296 in the final innings to win this match. That's rather more than they would have expected or hoped for much of Sunday and Monday, but they were detained in the field for most of the morning by the Hampshire lower order, in particular the former Warwickshire all-rounder Keith Barker, who in the end was 9th out for 75. Danny Briggs finished with 3 wickets after a long bowl of nearly 50 overs, and Liam Norwell 4. At lunch, Warwickshire were 10 without loss. The target is 296. Good afternoon. That smattering of applause, I think it's probably all it qualifies as. While folks are still eating their lunch. heralds the umpires, and now the batsmen emerging from the pavilion, and from the opposite end of the ground to us, the Hampshire fielders in a huddle. Warwickshire will resume shortly, 10 for none, requiring 296 in almost as much time as they could possibly want. Just before they resume, and no doubt it'll be Barker and then Abbas to pick up the attack. Just to quickly rouse through the other scores, lunch at Trent Bridge, not 230 for 5. That's a lead now of 334 over Lancashire. They lost a wicket all morning, not. The other Division 1 game, Yorkshire beat Somerset at Scarborough yesterday. In Division 2, at Chesterley Street, Glamorgan trying to make the long slog back, but 145 for 5 in their second innings, are still 261 runs behind Durham. That's on the third afternoon. Hamish Rutherford made 71, but nobody else for Glamorgan in that match has so far made very many. In Northampton, big finish there. Surrey with 1 wicket in hand at 169 for 9, lead Northampton by 250. They'll have a new ball available after lunch as well. Essex have beaten Gloucestershire at Chelmsford by an innings and 3 runs, having dismissed them this morning for 197. And in Division 3, the land of the tall scores, Leicestershire 528, Derbyshire 108 for 5, Middlesex 518 for 4 on the second day against Sussex Hove, and Kent beat Worcestershire by an innings and 56 runs. And listeners to Sports Extra have joined us as well, I gather, for the start of the afternoon session. Kevin James is here too. Keith Barker has started from the pavilion end, and so should you.
That's very kind of you. So what are the last couple of sessions on day 3 we have in store. It looks as though we may even go into the morning session tomorrow, and who would have thought that on day 1? More on that in a moment, as Keith Barker, round the wicket, has already made a significant contribution to the game. Dominic Sibley gets a thick outside edge prodding forward. He'll get a single behind square on the offside. And Warwickshire move on to 11 without loss, needing another 285 to win. I think a few of us on day 1 didn't think we'd even be playing at this stage, and in fact, at 10:30 on day 1, we didn't think we'd have a game at all.
No, that's true.
COVID case in the Hampshire camp meant there was all sorts of frantic phone calls going backwards and forwards to the ECB, and investigation, if that's the right word, found that there was no close contacts as Barker's over the wicket. So the left-hander is beaten outside the off-stump. Bit of swing away from the left-hander. Saw that just before lunch there from Barker. And anyway, no close contacts were identified, so Hampshire were allowed to carry on. And so 11:30 we got underway, and still 20 wickets fell on the first day. Hampshire, the fact they're in this position, having been bowled out for 89 in the first innings, is quite remarkable. And Warwickshire, having been bowled out for 116 on day 1, might have felt that they could have done better, but both sides admitted that they didn't bat particularly well. And it was one of those days, Mike, wasn't it, as Barker comes in and it's down the leg side, and Tom Alsop, who's deputising for Lewis McManus, without me giving too much away, is trying to throw the stumps down, but they'll come through for a bye. Both sides admitting that they didn't bat particularly well, and it was one of those days on day 1 where literally there was hardly anybody playing and missing. Everybody just nicked off.
You do get that happens occasionally, doesn't it?
So that's one of the reasons why there were so many wickets. The others, as I've just mentioned, wasn't particularly good batting. And then, as we thought, not that the wicket was ever anything other than okay, but it has flattened out under the hot sun. And Hampshire advancing in the game as Sibley drives Barker, who's round the wicket to the right-hander, up to mid-on, fielded by Brad Wheel. Hampshire eventually bowled out this morning for 322 in their second innings. Keith Barker, one of 2 wickets that fell this morning, 75 he made against his old county, following up his 5 wickets in the first innings. Brad Wheel was left 46 not out, a career best score for him by 1, and Warwickshire had a tricky 3 overs before lunch, needing 296. Sibley leaves that alone, just gets wrapped on the pad as he does so, but he's out well outside off stump, and that's the end of the over. Warwickshire 12 without loss in their second innings.
I do wonder if the field set by the respective captains so far today tell us a bit, because Warwickshire obviously urgently wanted the 2 wickets this morning. It was 233 was the lead overnight, and they were pretty well on the defensive, weren't they? I don't think we saw 2 slips briefly for Norwell, but most of the time it was a slip and that was it. Briggs had 1 or 2 close catches eventually, but they didn't over-attack at any stage. Abbas, perhaps not surprising, he's going to come with 4 slips again, as he did before lunch. I wonder for how long they will carry on attacking. 296 is quite a big target, but equally it's a lovely day.
Yep.
And the pitch, there was some slow spin in it, but it wasn't exactly deviating all over the place. At 12 for none, Mohammed Abbas wide of the crease to bowl round the wicket to the left-handed Yates, who defends on the leg side. And just now in Barker's first over after lunch, there were all sorts of inventive field placing. Simply, they've got fields everywhere.
Yeah.
So,
Big day for Sibley.
it is, isn't it? Well, it's tailor-made for him, you might think, without wanting to be too simplistic about it. You know, a fellow who's looking for some runs, because it's 296 to win in as long as you like, basically. he can battle 5 o'clock tomorrow and get him if he wants. Abbas bowls, and Yates drives. He's going to get runs here. He's beaten not only the bowler, but I think he's that Liam Dawson as well. He's beaten, and it's running away towards the long-off boundary. The last ball before lunch, he timed a defensive prod. It went all the way to the rope, but this time he gets 2 before Dawson catches up with it.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you can make 296 to win. It sort of sound anything you like. In the context of the first day, it's miles too many.
Yes.
In the context of how the game has played out since, it's probably at the higher end, but certainly not unachievable.
14 for no wicket, 10 to Yates, and Abbas bowls to him again on the pads, and Yates pats it to Barker at mid-on. Yeah, I mean, for all that Warwickshire were no doubt driven round the bend this morning trying to get that 9th wicket in particular, if perhaps in a more sanguine moment over the fish course at lunch, they might have thought, on the other hand, their 9th wicket pair, not necessarily rabbits either of them, we know Keith Barker certainly isn't, but they batted together for 42 overs, and it wasn't as if they were playing and missing every 2 minutes.
No.
Abbas bowls with a sort of silly mid-off in now, but it's wide enough for the off stump for Yates not to play a stroke.
It's an interesting move. But 93 they put on for the 9th wicket.
Indeed.
Barker and Wheel. Mohammed Abbas was the last wicket to fall 20 minutes before lunch, so that tricky 10-minute period, I wouldn't say it was safely negotiated by Sibley and Yates. There was a couple of played and misses, but there is a little bit of movement for the bowlers still, but not as much as we've seen. And even then, it wasn't extravagant.
No, Sibley managed to wear one right in the stomach, didn't he? Abbas bowls, and Yates defends from the crease here, and turns away to his little routine. Like a lot of batsmen, appears to be sort of 3 paces towards square leg, and then he sands in a rather sort of casual glance, like he could have been posing for a front cover of a magazine 100 years ago, like those batsmen did in those black and white photographs. And then steps back to the crease, very methodical, flexes his knees as Abbas comes into bowl, and then flexes them again the other way to allow the ball to pass outside off stump. The end of the over. Keith Barker, as in the current way of things and the current regulations, rather than handing his cap to the umpire, sort of tries to frisbee it towards the 12th man who's got to run it off from the rope. And being a cap, it flies about 10 feet, and the fellow has to run all the way out to the middle. You could get very fit doing that these days. 14 for none in 5 overs.
Yeah, so another 282 in plenty of time under hot sunshine here at Edgbaston. Not a cloud in the sky. It is an absolutely beautiful day. And here's Barker, who's continuing with his round the wicket mode to Sibley. Sibley prods forward, so 1 of 2 men on the drive on the leg side. Hampshire obviously know, and I'm sure Sibley's more than aware that he's been out once or twice this summer in big games around that sort of area. That's why he's here playing for Warwickshire. And we did say, and you just hinted at it there, Mike, that when you're chasing a decent total, which this is, a big innings for Sibley, getting Warwickshire over the line, will certainly start making those headlines more in his favour, rather than being a little negative, which they have been, as Barker bowls and Sibley quietly pushes forward and that goes out on the onside.
Might make him feel a bit better as well. I mean, he's times I've interviewed Dom, and you've all seen him, and you see him on the telly, no doubt. I mean, he's a pleasant enough fella. He seems fairly phlegmatic and down to earth, but he's only human. Like most, he's been getting absolute pelters all summer.
Yeah.
And from exactly the same cricketing world that 18 months ago thought he was the greatest thing that happened to English cricket since the last one.
And that's the game.
Well, it is the game, but you'd have to be fairly iron-willed not to feel that a bit.
Barker bowls. Sibley's going to take a quick single. Feature already of his innings in the early stages is his running between the wickets is positive. And there was one before lunch where he knocked down to fine leg, and I think they ran either 2 or 3 where most people would have said, look, it's a few minutes before lunch, lads, let's just take it easy.
Short one,
that's good, and that may yet be a significant factor if Warwickshire at least get very close. 280 they trail currently, 15 without loss. Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, Sibley has had a lot of negative comments thrown his way, and the trick now, of course, is just to pushed out on the offside as Yates on the front foot there to Barker. The trick, and I mentioned this before lunch, is that there probably is about a dozen different things that's been levelled at Sibley, all negative. 1 or 2 will probably be valid, and the other 10 won't be. And if you know it's all coming your way, and you're probably thinking, oh, well, which is it then? The trick is to work out actually that maybe 1 or 2 of those comments are valid, and work with somebody that you trust and you value their opinion. As Yates pushes forward, thick inside edge there, he sort of overdid it for the swing, but gets away with that as that goes out square on the leg side. 16 without loss, and then come back stronger. That's the trick, but not all players do that.
No, but it's clearly what's got to be done. Look, if he was making loads of runs, he'd still be in the Test team. You know, he was the man in possession. He isn't at the moment. It might be a little while, but there's only one way back in for him, and that's to make a weight of runs until the next opportunity comes up.
But with a noticeable change.
Yes, well, that would help, yeah.
You know, in that, I don't watch a lot of Test cricket as Barker bowls. That's swung, he's gone over the wicket to Sibley, so he's changed his action, he's changed his line as that goes out square on the leg side, gets a single. He'll keep the strike at the end of that over. 17 without loss, Warwickshire in there at second innings. But I think, not only that, but I think people need to see that, maybe he isn't that sort of. He did look muddled in the middle, didn't he? Really, you kind of think, well, what is he all about here? And I think if there seems to be a clear path forward, that he's made adjustments to this or that and what have you, and then I think that will work. But certainly in the short term, a big innings here, which sees Warwickshire over the line. Will be a major start.
Well, he started brightly here. He's made only 5, but he's got himself into positions quickly. He's run hard between the wickets, at least set out with some intent. So those signs are good. Now he's going to face a Bass, which he hasn't done much yet, not since lunch. 4 slips waiting for the right-handed Sibley, who is right forward here. And down over the ball to defend it back to the bowler. There's something in his movement though today, Sibley. Again, it's tempting to read too much, but he just seems to be bright around the crease, as if he's seized himself. He's busily walking around the crease. He's very definite in his movement, and he's waiting for a Bass, who bowls to him outside the line of off stump, and Sibley offers the front pad and lets it go through to Tom Alsop.
So I think it's a bowler like a Bass, where he's probing on and around the off stump the whole time, that I think is Sibley's nemesis, really, isn't it? I mean, I've seen Kyle Abbott bowl to him in the past. Always that off stump line, just outside off stump, the old one nibbing back, the old one going on with the arm. We'll see here from a Bass, there's not a lot offering for a Bass, but there's shape fractionally away and shape fractionally in. But probing that off stump, Sibley, I think, over a period of time, does struggle with that.
Well, they've made a change. 4 slips gone out to shortish mid-wicket. 3rd slip's moved a bit wider. There's a bit of a gap there. And a Bass lets this one leak onto the line of leg stump. and Sibley turns it to square leg. So there are now 3 fielders. There's mid-on, mid-wicket, who's a bit closer than the others, and square leg. There's a long leg. There are 3 slips, but there's a gap now distinctly between Weatherly at second and Holland at third. And then backward point and mid-off. 17 for no wicket, Warwickshire. And Abbas bowls, and Sibley again with a definite early movement. Allows the ball to pass outside the line of off stump.
I think what he has, though, is he does have a good concentration.
Yes.
Which is massively to his credit. I just think, I don't know, sometimes he just seems to have got a bit bogged down with everything. You know, that's my impression. As I say, I don't watch a lot. There'll be many people watching on the feed and listening on online via the BBC Sport website that would have seen a lot more of him than me. But that's just my impression of him, really.
Abbas bowls and Sibley defends on the leg side. I mean, it was the first time in his Test career that he was struggling a bit for runs. Maybe that was his response. You know, I'm going to try and work my way out of this criticism, but you end up working your way to a standstill.
The standstill being the opposite word.
Well, exactly, and that's something to try and get over. So if his response to that is to come back and play positively, relatively speaking, because he does have shots. I mean, he's played 2020 games for the Bears quite effectively as well at times. Sibley defends back to the bowler. He's seen off a maiden over here from Mohammed Abbas. 17 for no wicket in 7 overs. But the overs count is not really the thing here, because Warwickshire have got all day today and tomorrow, if they so need it, to score 296 to win. And if they did win, it would keep them on the top of the Division 1 table compared to where they were at the end of the last round of games. At the moment, Yorkshire have moved into that spot after their win yesterday. Hampshire, were they to win this game, would move level on points with Yorkshire. And then, of course, it looks as though there's going to be a winner in the Notts-Lancs game as well.
Yeah.
So one of those two will probably move above Yorkshire as well. It's all very
exciting.
Adjacent.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, I mean, you know, at the end of the day, it's not the end of the world for a Warwickshire defeat. Hampshire need the points more than Warwickshire, and it just brings one more team into the mix going into the penultimate round of fixtures.
Well, Warwickshire at Leeds next week.
Ooh.
So
Big one.
Early change here.
Yeah, Brad Will coming in to the attack, taking over from Keith Barker. It's full. It's worked square on the offside by the left-handed Rob Yates, and there is no run. Now, Brad Will has had a terrific season for Hampshire this year in all cricket. Also made a bit of a name for himself with London Spirit. One or two commentators there sitting up and taking notice of him in the 100 competition. But he's come into this game with a knee injury, and he was very much 50-50 whether he was going to play this game. And I wonder, with Kyle Abbott out, Hampshire didn't want them both out. As Will comes in and bowls, and Yates just pushes that good length ball out square on the offside once more. And really, it was Abbas and Keith Barker that looked the most threatening by a country mile for Hampshire on that first day. And the backup bowlers of Wheel and Ian Holland didn't cause anywhere near as many problems. And that's most unlike Brad Wheel this year. And I think you can put that down to the fact that that knee injury means that I think he's bowling sort of well within himself. He's not the quickest, but he's a decent pace. But he looked pretty ineffective in that first innings. I'll give you his figures in a moment as he comes in and bowls. Yates drives strongly up to Dawson, does well. Just having to move smartly to his right at mid-off. And yeah, Will's first innings figures were 5 overs, none for 21, which on a day where, as I say, everybody was nicking off and batting poorly, you know, was pretty average figures when you think that Barker got 5 for 43, but better than that, Abbas 5 for 29.
Did you not say he might have some international cricket fairly soon after?
Yeah, he plays for Scotland.
Too.
Yeah, they've got some important stuff, World Cricket League or wherever it is they play in. Yates works that away through leg side, lovely shot, 4 runs, just in front of square, straight on the leg stump there. Brad Wheel is fairly full. Yates, nice shape, didn't fall over that as he hit it away towards our left, and he moves on to 15, 21 without loss.
He's a very efficient player, Rob Yates. He's not flamboyant, the young opener, but he scored a lot of runs at times in the early stage of his career, and he gets them in this very composed way.
Yeah. Still the 3 slips though, as Wheel runs away from us once more. Right arm over and bowls. It's a length ball left alone by Yates, just angled across him. So Warwickshire 21 without loss in their second innings, need another 275. This is potentially going to be a great game if it sort of goes the way we think it might. Warwickshire chasing a few more than they would have liked. Hampshire adding 62 for 2 this morning, or their last 2 wickets. 296 Warwickshire needed at the start. 275 now as Wheel comes in and bowls foolish, but it's wide, and Yates lets that go by. That's the end of the over, and that's 8 overs completed of the Warwickshire innings.
Your egg's done again. He's off to do the local radio update for BBC Radio Solent. Barker had only 3 overs, 2 since lunch, but perhaps he's going to switch ends in due course. Mohammed Abbas is going to continue for the time being. 21 for none in the 9th over he's about to start. And Sibley to resume his contest with Abbas, who starts a new over, and Sibley is sturdily forward and defending on the onside. Vince at first slip, Weatherly at second, Holland at 3rd and a half, as it were, with a gap between second and third. Backward point quite deep set. It's really quite a long boundary towards the Holly stand side of the ground. The pitch is over towards the Priory side. It's a slightly shorter leg side boundary for Dom Sibley if he tries to hit it that way, and he does. Oh, there's a slight hesitation after a very good piece of fielding at short mid-wicket, and Yates was 3 or 4 paces down the pitch there and had to turn tail and go back pretty quickly. It was sharply fielded. Sibley for a moment looked as though he'd guided that between square leg and the short mid-wicket, but it was very well hauled in, and Yates had to make alternative plans and get back in his ground very briskly. 21 for none. Abbas bowls. He beats Sibley. They're appealing behind the stumps. Abbas didn't really join in with that. Alsop liked it, and so did his colleagues behind the stumps. Sibley just practices the defensive stroke, but Abbas, perhaps tellingly, was not really joining in with that. Well, eventually he was joining in. A bit like the fellow who's forgotten the words of the anthem. He sort of joins in a bit later. And it all made for not as convincing an appeal as they would have liked. But it was a good ball. And that's the area he's going to try and explore again. To Sibley. That one comes back at Tom Sibley a little bit, but he could have left it on length anyway. And it goes more or less over the top of the stumps. Some busy conversation going on between the umpire and Keith Barker, who's standing at mid-on. I'm quite sure what it's all in aid of. Seems to be quite a lively chat. Anyway, Barker's now retreated to mid-on. Abbas is on his way, bowls a bit wider of the off-stump this time, and Sibley's having nothing to do with that. And again, Barker's having a word. I don't know whether he's got some kind of a problem. I thought for a moment he might be asking about having some kind of injury, but it's a fairly lively conversation anyway, whatever it is. Again, they go back to their positions. Here comes Abbas with a white wristband on his right arm, his bowling hand, and Sibley comes forward to meet this with a defensive bat. It springs back to the bowler on the bounce, and a second successive maiden over bowled by Mohammed Abbas to Dominic Sibley. And it remains 21 for no wicket, Warwickshire, so they need a further 275 to win and return to the top of Division 1, with Yates 15 and Sibley 5. And again, they're still chatting. Barker and I think that's umpire Gould. Barker's coming back to his position now at mid-on. Wheel has ball in hand. Still a shiny ball. It's only the 10th over of the innings. And off goes Wheel with just 2 slips now attacking. And bowls a ball that carries on in towards the left-handed Yates, but it was wide enough to start with to be always carrying wide of the off stump. So Yates offers no stroke. Where's Barker gone now? He's chatting away to the bowler now. I couldn't quite work out what that was all about. He seemed to be having quite an earnest chat with the umpire there, even though he wasn't the bowler at the time.
I missed that.
It was going on for quite a while. I don't know what it was. Anyway, Wheel bowls, and it's forward comes Yates to defend.
Well, we've already seen Hampshire bat much better second time around, and already it looks as though there's a bit more purpose to the Warwickshire innings. Maybe the target they need of 296 is focusing the minds a little bit more, but I think it's fair to say both sides couldn't bat worse than they did in the first innings.
Yes, it was an exciting days of cricket to follow from afar.
It was.
Round the wicket comes Wheel and goes past Yates, well outside off stump. "20 wickets gone down." It looks like there might be some more at some stage. 20 wickets down by about. Well, no, you were running an hour late, weren't you? So,
yeah, that's right.
But there were still loads of overs left in the day at that point.
I think we went on to about 7:10. I mean, made a mockery of 10:30 starts in the morning. We started at 11:30 and still tried to play a whole day. So why are we bothering starting at 10:30?
Well, because it's beautiful here. That's why. There are plenty of days where the light would have stopped you. Anyway, Wheel's next one is defended out into the offside. And it's even nicer today. People think they call Birmingham the Venice of the North because of the canals. It's not because of that, it's because it's like this, blue skies all the time. It's marvellous.
I always say that.
Hello, Birmingham Council, Tourist Board, if you need any help, I'm your man. It's beautiful here today. Lovely. Mind you, I think it's lovely most places, isn't it? Maybe people will let us know. Round the wicket comes Wheel. He's outside off stump. No stroke offered by Yates. Folks in the Isle of Wight were busy messing you in this morning, but it's lovely there.
Yeah, I think it's Ventnor that has the most sunshine hours in Great Britain.
Is it really?
I think I've got
apart from Birmingham.
Apart from Birmingham.
Little known fact.
Yeah, I think Birmingham was next in brackets. Apart from Birmingham, who has X amount.
Done for my wife's plants, I know that. I haven't heard the end of it. Here comes Wheel, round the wicket, bowls to... Oh, he beats Yates. That was a good one there. He was angled in from quite wide from round the wicket. And Yates flinched at it, but it went past the gloves, I think, and through to Allsop. That was a tasty one, wasn't it? 21 for none in 10 overs.
Great delivery. Too good in a way. Beat the outside edge. Wasn't far from the off stump either. Probably one of Brad Wheel's better balls in this game. I say, come into this with a bit of a knee injury, and for me looked about 10% down in the first innings, but I don't know, maybe an extra couple of days rest. Seems to be running in a little bit more freely. 21 without loss then, Warwickshire. And Mo Abbas has yet to weave some of his magic. He's been absolutely unbelievable for Hampshire in this year's championship. 5 wickets on his return. Length ball to Sibley. He placed that comfortably enough up to mid-off. Went back to... well, he didn't go back to Pakistan. Well, he might have done a little bit. Then flew out to the West Indies, played a couple of tests. And he's back for Hampshire. 32 wickets in the championship at 14 apiece. Been absolutely full value for whatever Hampshire are paying him, I can tell you. I don't know what they're paying him, so don't ask. But it's probably one of the more accurate bowlers you see around. Comes in again then, right arm over to Sibley. That's I haven't said that. That's a little bit wide of off stump. I think if anything, he's been a little bit sort of, for me, 2 or 3 inches outside off stump. That was a little bit more, that one, but I think he's almost as if he's expecting the ball to do a little bit more than it is. He's just having his follow through looked at by umpire Ian Gould. He does from time to time, which does actually force him wide. That's happened in previous matches in the first phase of the championship. And you think, oh, that might just put him off his rhythm. It doesn't do. It doesn't seem to anyway. But I think Ian Gould has definitely got his eyes in that area as he is wider there. And he's beaten outside the off stump there, Sibley. Prodding forward. That wasn't very far past the outside edge. Still causing some problems here, Mo Abbas, even though he's not getting quite as much movement as he did in the first innings. Almost like Sibley played inside the line there with the ball still angled in towards him.
Yeah, it did angle in.
Yeah.
I'm not sure it did deviate all that much. It was just really well directed.
Yeah, maybe the bowler and the batsman expected it to be doing a little bit more.
Length is... It's quality stuff. It's a real challenge here for Sibley.
Yeah. He's straight to this time. Sibley's going to take a quick single as it goes to backward a point. Fuller throws at the bowler's end. Good backing up from Barker, who in the end is lying on the floor, picking that ball up. What a game Barker's had so far against his old county. Spoke to him on the end of the first day after he'd taken 5 wickets and said he enjoyed the applause when he walked out to bat. He didn't last long, but I think he's clearly relishing being back, not just on the pitch but just everything off it as well.
Yeah, it's a lovely occasion for him. Was very popular here, part of the championship winning team in 2012 when he led the attack with Chris Wright so effectively.
Abbas to Yates. Yates edges, but well, thickest edge really. It goes to backward a point, voted by Felix Organ. Yeah, and Felix Organ's part in this game shouldn't be underestimated. 95 balls for his 16, was out just after tea, and him and Vince in the afternoon for a while, and then Barker, they actually started to wear down the Warwickshire attack, which allowed Wheel and Barker to sort of keep their partnership going at the end of last night, as and through to the morning as Yates plays that back to the bowler and there's no run. There was no doubt last night that Miles and Norwell were feeling the effects of bowling the whole day. We know they're at record for injuries. I would be worried if I was part of the Warwickshire medical staff that they were asked to do so much. Holder wasn't really backing them up too much, and Rhodes didn't bowl too many. He looks injured. Danny Briggs held up one end, which was would have been a godsend, and bowled brilliantly as well. I have to say, one of the best spin bowling souls of that kind of ilk this season by a long way for me. And I would worry for the next game for Miles and Norwell. He bowled a lot of overs.
Yes, and not far away, up to Leeds at the weekend. I mean, the last 3 overs took Warwickshire, the last 3 wickets took 71 overs for Warwickshire to knock over. Wow. So the Hampshire lower order may have done not only their team, but Warwickshire's rivals a bit of a service as well, because at this stage of the season, that's a lot of extra miles to have had to cover. Brad Wheel starting a new over, still looking for the first Warwickshire wicket, and bowls full outside off stump, and Sibley pats this away to cover point. 22 for none.
Definitely hard to work for the bowlers. I think even this morning Miles and well, certainly Liam Norwell for me looked tired this morning.
Yeah.
Miles got a little bit more going for him this morning. Got one over he bowled, didn't he?
Yeah.
Passed the bat 2 or 3 times.
First couple of overs were quite sharp. This is a little bit wide of off stump. Oh, good stroke from Sibley, who sprang away into completing the first run, but he came to meet Rob Yates at the non-striker's end, because Yates could see, as we all could, that there was no need to run for that. That was a splendid stroke through the extra cover gap for 4.
It was full and wide, but Sibley was in a great position to punch that away. Good position.
So he's 10, his first boundary. And Warwickshire have 26 of the 296 they require. There are still quite a lot of overs to go today, of course, for the 55 available after this one. And potentially, if either side is close, of course, get a bit over. Wheel bowls shorter down the leg side, and it's allowed to pass by Sibley, and well taken by Allsop.
Yeah. Saw Burgess diving around a little bit behind us. He was more one-handed, Allsop there taking it too. But both making up an awful lot of ground at times when they've had to.
Like a dive, don't they, wicket keepers these days?
Oh, bit of show-offs, aren't they? Look at me, to the crowd.
I can't imagine your bowling, Kevin, ever had Hampshire's wicket keepers leaping all over the place. This is full outside the off stump, and it's gathered again by Allsop, but without so much fuss these days. I noticed, by the way, that you've very shown great resistance in not referring to the fact that this is an anniversary of a capital day in Hampshire's history, of which you were part. Is it?
Oh, I forgot.
Yes. How could you have done?
I got a phone call this morning, of which you overheard, which was no problem, but Raj Maru, the former Hampshire left-arm spinner. Yeah.
Wheel bowls, and he beats Sibley here, and they're claiming it seemed to go through very low. In fact, I wondered at first glance if it went through on the half volley. I don't know, click the pad on the way through. Anyway, they were all up for it, behind the stumps again, more than in front of it.
Yeah, Wheel didn't look quite convinced.
He didn't look as convinced, did he?
Yeah, 30 years ago to the day, he phoned me at 10:15 in the morning and said, at this particular moment, we were walking out at Lord's for the NatWest final, of which we beat Surrey, and then he reminded me that we actually won here in the semi-final. Leading up to it as well, which I'd kind of forgot.
Well, I mentioned it because I dare say quite a few Hampshire listeners, and indeed those listening elsewhere.
Yeah, 30 years ago today.
It's well remembered. Wheel bowls, and that one is wide of the off stump. It zips through a bit, through to Allsop. It's the end of the over. 26 for no wicket. And is there a slightly sepia-tinged photograph these days, Shay James, of these marvellous days?
He did send me a photo, actually. It's over there, of us on the balcony. I think I'm in it, if I remember rightly. I didn't look at it hard, but I'm not. I love all that, and it's great. But what happened for me, and that's it.
It was a good side you had out there.
Yeah, it wasn't bad. It was an interesting side because Mark Nicholas didn't captain it. Because we played... Oh, no, it wasn't. No, hang on, I've got the games around the wrong way. Oh, yeah, because I do know. Yeah, Abbas outside the off stump, and that's left down. We beat Surrey, that's right. Gosh,
yes.
30 years ago. See, I can't remember what happened last week.
There were so many of these big games.
Well,
they all merged into one.
Only played in
we had
two.
so many giant coaches.
No, I only played in two. That's right. No, it was Surrey, and in the lead up to it, we played them in a 4-day game at the Oval. And in that week leading up to the final, and... it was not an ideal fixture. You don't want to be playing the side in a 4-day game that you're playing in the final on the Saturday. It just didn't feel right. And also, nobody wanted to play a hard 4-day game.
No, that's true.
Leading into that in such a showpiece final, as Abbas bowls and Yates pushes forward out on the offside. And you'll have seen in the last Test match the Oval wicket, as normally 99.5% of the time is flat and it's a goodie. But they actually prepared one that wasn't quite as good because nobody wanted to play the whole 4 days. And we didn't have a say in it, but that's what happened. And of course, they had a certain Wakar Yunus who was sharp, to say the least. And he was actually seriously hard work. It wasn't much fun at all. It was up and down, and you got a bloke like that. I mean, it's hard enough on a flat wicket as Abbas bowls. Again, it's an accurate one, plays back to him by Yates. Anyway, so Yunus, I think it was Yunus that whacked Mark Nicholas on the hand.
Oh, really?
And put him out of the final. So David Gower captained it. So I think it's Gower on the... I think Mark Nicholas may have got into the photo. I'm going to have to go and check in a minute, but there's a few of us on the balcony there, which is quite nice. So yeah, but I remember the semi-final here. We actually, in the end, won fairly easy, if I remember rightly. Chris Smith got quite a few runs. May remember him, South African, blonde-haired. I think he played he played a handful of Test for England. He got runs here. Anna Donald played in that game. It's played up towards mid-on. I remember just thinking, I remember Donald bowling. I think it was on his prevailing end. He was bowling quick. Surprised he was bowling quick. And yet, for some reason, it was just one of those days where it just didn't work. You know what I mean? And we won it fairly easy. And you think, well, another day, the way he'd have absolutely side through us. But you get days like that.
I mean, younger listeners will not remember just how big a deal the NatWest final was. It was a huge deal. It was on BBC One all day for a start. It was
huge.
Yeah.
Huge. Was it? 4 T20.
Exactly,
Yeah, it was, the T20 finals day equivalent, I suppose, in those days, wasn't it? That's pushed up towards mid-off, and there's no run. But on BBC One, and it was the one everybody looked forward to. It was a bit like the Cup final, wasn't it, really,
it was
on BBC?
Cricket's Cup final. It was great, and, you always hope that because it was a 10:30 start, that the team batting first wasn't, 20 for 6 after an hour. But if it wasn't that, you'd generally be a very good game. Only a couple of years after that, Warwickshire won in that famous final when they beat Sussex and chased.
Was that Neil? Who was the blonde-haired guy? Neil Smith. Was it his game?
No, that was before when he hit Simon Hughes for that 6. It was a couple of years later. Yeah.
Another length ball, which Yates pushes forward up to mid-off. That'll be the end of the over. 26 without loss.
Asif Din got a memorable 100 in the Sussex game, and they chased 320 odd, which in 60 overs, remember. And at the time, everyone thought, well, you can't chase that. It's completely ridiculous. You could chase that in 60 overs. These days, if somebody knocks it off in 40, you'd go, okay. Yeah. Anyway.
Yeah, I remember watching a rerun of that.
Yeah, I think they won 89 and 90. 89 and 93, didn't they? Won the NatWest. That's right, isn't it? Yeah. I think. Yeah. 90. In between. So the Hampshire one of 91 we were talking about would have been in between. Well, Warwickshire winning them all at that time, weren't they?
Yeah, you guys were serious. They had everything in those days.
They won both around that time. Anyway, people let us know. Wheel starts a new over. Oh, good shot, that. Sibley clips that off his toes, and it's going towards the very long boundary, and it's a real fielder teaser, and it is hauled in. What a good chase. But they will still have 3 runs. That was nicely timed.
That was, yeah. 2 men on the drive on the leg side as well, waiting for anything that's slightly uppish. But, hit it past both of them. A lovely shot.
Abbas has had 5 overs since lunch now. He's had 7 altogether. Barker only had 2 overs since lunch when he gave way to Brad Wheel. So I'm imagining that in due course we'll see Keith Barker at the Birmingham end. For now, Wheel bowls. Oh, no, it was a full toss in the end for Yates, who levers it out to extra cover, looking slightly surprised.
Just looking at other Division 1 game going on today, because there's only 2 games in Division 1 now. And Nottinghamshire lead Lancashire by 387 with 4 wickets remaining, 283 for 6. And Nottinghamshire in the driving seat there, aren't they? Hampshire meet Nottinghamshire next week at the Aegeus.
89-93 was. Thank you, Phil. Yes, thought it was. Yeah, for the NatWest Trophy wins. Wheel's next delivery is pushed back to him by Yates. Phil will perhaps come back on here after 2 o'clock. I'll do the news update at 2 o'clock, and then Phil will pop back in. Wheel into his 4th over now. I haven't seen a lot of him, but he looks sharper today than you were describing him he was the other day. So
yeah, he's good
in
pace.
Decent order now. He's carrying through nicely now. Here he is, running right arm round the wicket to bowl to Yates, who defends. Barker is making some very slow hand signals from mid-on. He's all of the fidgets, Keith Barker, since he stopped bowling. He was chatting with the umpire. Now he's waving to the dressing room for something. Whatever it is, he's getting a positive response because there's movement on the boundary. I think it's probably just a drink. But he's very much in the game, Keith Barker. He's enjoying himself. 5 wickets and 75 good runs in the second innings. No doubt we'll see him with the ball again shortly. This is pushed firmly by Yates to Barker.
Well, I think Warwickshire will be happy with the way they've started here. Not too many alarms to worry about. There's
yeah, you'd expect 1 or 2 to go past the outside edge when you're up against bowlers of
but I think on the
calibre,
whole, when you're chasing 296 to win, I think those batsmen that are yet to come in will be watching and thinking, yeah, do you know what? This is all right.
Okay. Round the wicket comes Wheel, and Yates drives, and more strokes like that will make them feel better. For all that it went not wide enough of Liam Dawson at mid-off, it looked great, and Yates is striking the middle of the bat quite frequently at the moment. 29 for no wicket. Yates has got 15 and Sibley's got 13, and it's rather a serene day at Edgbaston at the moment.
Certainly there's a lot of fans at the far end of the ground enjoying the sun. Hollis stand basically in the shade, which I think the people who are there at the moment are in that shade and obviously quite enjoying it. I'm not sure it's the only reason they're there, but probably the main reason.
It's a bit of a sun trap at the, what we used to call the city in the Birmingham area. You can never quite tell, I find on these days, how many people really are here, because the building that we're in, the new pavilion as it were, has got so many places you can hide, as it were, many of them out of our view, that from this point, but then in the afternoons like this, some of them migrate up the other end. You get your tan.
You do. Make the most of it this week, because temperatures are changing, as I understand, towards the end of the week. And
not here, not in equatorial Birmingham. It'll be marvellous forever.
It's always perfect here. Keith Barker's going to return, and he's changing ends. 3 overs, none for 9. Now, I can't remember him bowling from the City end in the first innings. So, this will be his first over at that end in the game. Still those 2 men on the drive on the leg side for Sibley. He's over the wicket and bowls, and it's way outside the off stump. And Sibley's not playing at that. Now I'm looking for some swing here for Barker. That is a loosener. There wasn't any there. But being the left arm over to the right hander, I'm looking for a bit of in swing, and that will cause Sibley some problems. But he's got to start swinging it, or is he already? Oh no, I was worried he was going to go round the wicket straight away. He likes round the wicket, Keith Barker. At the moment, he's staying over the wicket. He's got a slip, fairly wide slip. That's Joe Weatherly. Comes in again and bowls to Sibley. It might have straightened a fraction, but it's too wide outside off stump.
And the 2 short mid wickets, and they're not very far away, are
no. Again, that's been an area for Sibley. It's been a bit of a problem. I think, was it in his one of his last Test matches? He was out. I certainly saw one of the dismissals. He was out there. I think there was one yesterday, wasn't there, in the last day of the Test? Somebody was caught there. I can't remember who it was. Some right-hander that was caught in that area. I watched the highlights very quickly last night, which are probably still the
best way.
Yeah, well, that's right. Yeah, I couldn't watch the old day. Well, I couldn't watch the old day, was it? But I think they're still on the BBC Sport website. Again, it's outside the off stump. Again, Sibley's not offering a shot. First over of Barker before lunch, there was a bit of swing for him, especially to Yates. But that ball's just going across Sibley at the moment.
I don't know how often it happens when he's with Hampshire, but it did happen quite a bit when he was with Warwickshire. What's happening now is that he would attract the attention of the umpires for where the feet were going.
Oh yeah, definitely.
He was one for that. Did see him get taken out of the attack by the umpires on one occasion.
He bowls, and again it's outside the off stump, and again there's no swing, and Sibley's quite happy to watch that go by. I mean, I used to, I'll be honest with you, I used to get annoyed coming up here because he bowled. And then, of course, Jeetan Patel would come on and just bowl into the rough. Now, Jeetan Patel is a great bowler and would have taken millions of wickets anyway, but I always felt he got 2 million wickets instead of a million because of Barker's rough. Yeah. And he made it really hard for the Hampshire batsmen, and I think this is not fair. But, you know, Ian Gould's been around the block a bit. He knows, he knows the situation. And, of course, Hampshire do have Felix Organ as an off-spinner in their side, so I think Ian Gould is very much aware of that. Won't really be a line that Liam Dawson will be able to attack, being left arm spin. That's again outside the off stump, and Sibley hasn't played a shot in this over to my knowledge, and all the balls have been angled across. I think Barker's asking the ball to do a little bit too much at the moment, and it's not really doing anything. Sure, we'll see Dawson in the not too distant future. Yeah, Danny Briggs got the ball to turn a little bit.
He did. There were 1 or 2 this morning that really did. There was that one that Barker stepped right across his stumps.
Yes.
Seemed to shave him on the way past.
Couple forward prods from Brad Wheel that went past the outside edge. That's a better line, and Sibley's looking for a single, but there's not one up there as mid-off is quite close. That's Liam Dawson. He's too wise to that. That's the end of the over. Well, it's a maiden, but there was just one forward defensive push of those 6 balls to my mind. 29 without loss. Then Warwickshire in their second innings need 267.
Yeah, I know that overall appear in the highlights very extensively. But in a way, for Warwickshire, that's fine at the moment. No wickets down. The ball is. They've already taken 15 overs of the edge off the new ball. Only chipped a few off the target, but that's all right because there's no great time pressure on. Here's Brad Wheel, and bowls. I think it's a full toss again. Looking for a Yorker length, and Yates, as he did with the one in the previous over, hits it straight to extra cover. 2 slips for Wheel to bowl to Yates, but again they're doing the sort of spreading themselves as far as they can thing. So we're not directly behind the arm here, but I would suggest they're trying to cover 2.5 to 3 slips worth, you think, normally. As Yates drives up to mid-on, and Keith Barker, who has not bothered to go and fetch his cap back for the moment, because he'll be on again in a minute.
Well, from what we're seeing so far, I think it's just as well Hampshire were able to extend their lead by 62 this morning for the loss of their last 2 wickets. 233 at 10:30, 296 by the time they ended it. I think at the moment, from what we're seeing, they're going to need every one of those.
Could be a slow burner this finish, but it might well be a tense one. It's a handsome drive from Rob Yates, but he's peppering the fielders at the moment, and managed to hit it straight to extra cover again. There is some eager shining and polishing of the ball at the moment in this. I think it is now a fashion sort of that's being encouraged by the conditions of having to play in, of grabbing a slack handful of shirt and wrapping the ball in it. Polishing vigorously. Off goes Wheel, runs away from us, bowls slightly shorter of a length to Yates, who is guiding it out on the offside.
Yeah, need to work on that ball a bit harder because there is not a lot happening out there.
No, so far there's been very little deviation. Abbas forced the occasional error simply by putting the ball in the right areas. I'm not sure he was necessarily making it move laterally all that much. Wheel, energetic approach to the crease. Ball's full and on the line of off stump to Yates, who is solidly defending it into the offside.
Barker's still working on that ball.
Looks like he's trying to juice an orange. He grasps it firmly.
I'd look to get it changed.
Well,
try and work something out to get it changed.
Look, it's gone square on. Of course, can't bother with that. Wheel, see if he can make it do anything here, but gives it every chance. Really full again. Yates drives it to off. We're slightly becalmed at the moment in that Warwickshire haven't scored a run. Now, there's only been 1 scoring stroke in the last 4 overs, but they haven't remotely looked as though they're in any trouble.
No.
So 29 for no wicket, and the work of getting this target is expanding to fill the time available.
Yeah, it's like a totally different game. 19 runs in 50 minutes. 50 minutes since lunch. Yeah. Totally different game from what we saw on the first day. Kevin James and Mike Taylor with you here at Edgbaston, and at the moment this game for me could go either way.
Yes, it really could. 296 looks achievable, if not by no means straightforward. I've got a radio update coming in the next 60 seconds or so I shall do that, and at the end of the over I shall give way to Phil, who is examining his headphones suspiciously, and he's wise to do so, because we picked them up from a Lancaster bomber when it was decommissioned, those headphones. Here comes Barker to start a new over, and that one did swing. It swung late, not really that much until after it had passed John Sibley, but did swing, didn't it?
Yeah, I like the look of that. That's much better. Love that, Keith Barker. Now we're going.
Yeah. Left Armers Union enjoyed that. Yes.
God, I'd love to have brought one back that far. Spent 20 years trying to get one back that far.
Coming back, right. I'll do this radio update and then I'll clear off. On the third afternoon of Warwickshire's championship match against Hampshire, a tense push towards victory ahead for the Bears at 29 without loss. The target is 296, a rather taller task than they would have hoped for much of the first 2 days of this match, but they are making steady, if gentle, progress towards it. After 16 overs of their second innings, Rob Yates and Dom Sibley have played diligently without any risk and only occasionally been in any discomfort. There's not yet been regular movement sideways from the Hampshire bowlers, but for the time being, Warwickshire will be happy enough to be no wickets down. 29 for none, needing 296. Right, Sibley defended the next one. I shall leave you to it, Kevin, and Phil will join you.
Into his 5th over here, Keith Barker, none for 9. Last couple have just straightened rather than swung back, which we saw 2 or 3 balls ago. A result, one way or the other, will be had here. Whether it's today or tomorrow, more looking like tomorrow now. One way or the other. Sibley works that ball, which is a little straighter from Barker, along the ground, out towards to deep square leg, where Felix Organ fields. And Sibley picks up a single, moves on to 14, and it's 30 without loss. Definitely the quietest time I think we've had in the game. It started to calm down a lot yesterday. Mainly because the Hampshire batting was a lot better. I don't think Warwickshire bowled that badly, actually. I thought Miles and Norwell were good all day. Just tired a bit into the last session, having to bowl extra overs for me because of, I think Will Rhodes is injured, didn't bowl too much. And Holder, I have to say, at times was a bit expensive and not ideal in the situation that Warwickshire were finding themselves in. So a lot of extra effort from Miles and Norwell. They did well as that's pushed up towards mid-off. Welcome back, Phil Britt.
Thanks, Kevin. Steady start, isn't it? I think they scored 1 run after I came back from the museum.
Did they?
Yeah, that's that single.
Got walking all the way round from the other side of the ground.
Didn't score any while I walked around the ground.
Is that right?
Yeah, well, I do walk fast.
So you didn't miss anything then?
No. Tell you what, it's a long way to watch the cricket from the Hollies stand.
Is that? You should know. You must have done that millions of times. Here comes Barker. Yates gets a length ball, which he pushes up to mid-on, and that's another over gone. We've got 50 overs left in the day.
No, I mean if you're actually sat in the Hollies stand looking at the cricket.
Ah, yes.
Sorry, I think you misunderstood what I was saying.
I did, sorry.
No, anybody who's at, and the chap who sits right at the back of the Hollies stand, there's a man who sits in the very back row, and I think he sits there nearly every game. He's probably 200 yards from the action. He'd be actually had a better view from Cannon Hill Park over the road. 30 for no wicket. It looks very different to what it on the opening day.
Yeah. Well, both sides look as though they're applying themselves better. I know we had a little bit of bounce on the first day, didn't we? Which, well, I say caught everybody out. The way they were playing.
You wouldn't give them any points for application, would you, if you were
really
marking it for an Olympic medal?
Hopeless batting, it really was.
Here's Brad Wheel, who is from the pavilion end, in to the right-handed Sibley, who is pushing this into the onside. There's no run. 30 for no wicket. 14 to Sibley and 15 to Yates.
17 overs used up by Warwickshire. They certainly look as though they're going to use up the best part of 2 days if they are going to get there. They're in no hurry, which is fair enough.
I don't think we're going to get there tonight, whatever happens.
Yeah. I think I might have to take my stuff back to the hotel.
Have you brought it with you?
I've only brought my stuff. I didn't check out.
Ah, right, sensible. There's Wheel, he's in and bowls, and forward comes Sibley, and then calls for a quick run. It's a quick pick up and shy at the stumps, but Barker can't do that. I just wonder whether he thought, right, that's Keith Barker, I'll push it at him. Keith's not the most agile of fielders. He's a big man, so you wouldn't expect him to be sort of one of those who'd quickly swoop on it, and he wasn't able to gather it cleanly.
I think that's also a sign when you've played a lot of Test cricket, isn't it? The players, they do run well up to mid-on, mid-off. You know, they seem to find a single when there isn't there, no matter who's there. And at Sibley, you can tell, you know, he's got used to playing some Test cricket, and there are runs there if you go straight away and your partner trusts you. And sometimes the fielders look quite alarmed that you've even had the audacity to run to them.
Exactly. We'll round the wicket to the left-handed Yates, and Yates is forward to that solid defensive shot up to Dawson at mid-off, and there's no run.
So happy with things from a Warwickshire point of view here, Phil?
Well, I think, well, apart from the total we're chasing,
You still feel that's too large, or on the large side?
I think it's about as many as you'd want to chase. There's a lot can happen between now and getting that total. What do they need? A further 265? It's a lot of runs. This one is driven nicely into the offside. Yates will pick up a single. Sweeper comes round and does the fielding. One more to the total, 32 without loss. Yeah, I think it's as many as you'd want.
Yeah, in any situation really, isn't it? Going into the fourth innings of a game.
I would say the wicket's playing as well now, though. My view is as now as it has at any time in the game.
Agreed. For me, this is more of a typical Edgbaston wicket I thought we'd see throughout the game.
Here comes Wheel in and bowls, and this is played by Sibley down to mid-wicket. They can't beat the infield. It's a dot ball. And I think Warwickshire probably, if they can not take too many chances against Barker and Abbas and Mohammed Abbas, then I think they will look to try and score off the others, and they know that they've got plenty of time. It's not like this is the last afternoon and you're chasing. No. They can play it sensibly and gather rather than having to force the raid.
Yeah.
It's not that big a score over 5 sessions, basically. Wheel in, forward comes Sibley, looking very solid. Dom Sibley scored a huge number of runs here, you know, Kevin, before he got into the England team. And that season 2019, he was scoring hundreds for fun.
Was he?
Yeah, and it's kind of, yeah, we talked about him when I was on in the morning session, how it can play, you know, the criticism and things. But his technique at county level, okay, got found out a bit, certainly in terms of outside the off stump at international level. But at county level, he's going to score shed loads of runs.
Yeah. Oh, definitely. He's got the application, hasn't he?
Yeah.
I mean, that's one thing he has got. I think at times he needs to open up a little bit. I think he gets a bit too bogged down for me. But here's Barker to the left-hander Yates. Yates gets a length ball, which he pushes up to mid-on. That 29 season you're talking about there, Phil.
I think he got 5 or 6 centuries that season.
He hit 1,324 runs, 5 centuries, right?
Yeah.
Averaged nearly 70, which is a tremendous return. The next Warwickshire batsman, Will Rhodes, with 770.
Yeah,
almost double.
Yep, exactly. It was. They really were totally dependent, really, on. And Rhodes and Sibley opened at that stage, the two of them.
Here's Barker again, and Yates is on the back foot, forces her up towards mid-on where Abbas fields. We're also talking, sorry, very quickly, because I don't want to sort of, we were talking a while ago about the 30 years ago today, Hampshire played Surrey in the NatWest final at Lords. Rajmaru phoned me this morning to remind me. I've just got an email here from Andrew Ball, silentcricket@gmail.com, and I said the semi-final, on the way to that, we won here against Warwickshire in the semi-finals. And Andrew Ball remembers it as well. He says, I went to both the semi and the final back in 1991. As Barker comes in again from that City end, Yates forward, plays that back to the bowler. Donald bowled from the City end. All right, so it's the other end. Amazing over time, you forget which end they're in bowling, but I remember Donald bowling. Donald bowled from the City end, and Robin Smith kept driving the ball back past him. What a player the judge was. In the evening, we went to a Balti house. It's funny, there's not many Baltis around here. You don't well to find one. And I was
around here, I think every other place is a Balti house.
This is the home of the Balti. In fact, actually, I've been a convert to Balti because of eating them up here. And that's a true story. Yates again gets a length ball, which he pushes up to mid-on. And I was wearing a Hampshire beanie hat. He says, I sent my curry back as it was hot. to say the least. Gosh.
What was he looking for then? A coal?
I don't know. I asked if they'd cool it down, and it came back even spicier. Yeah, so be careful what you send back. Obviously, some Warwickshire fans that were cooking the food. Andy Ball, who's on the Isle of Wight. Thank you very much. Enjoyed that one. Email sunnycricket@gmail.com for a few more. Here's Barker, Bowles, and Yates again gets a good length ball, which he pushes up to mid-off.
You were talking about Chris Smith earlier on, Robin Smith's brother.
Yes.
8 times he played for England.
Thank you.
Highest score 91, I think it was.
New Zealand or South Africa?
I think he started against New Zealand, didn't he, in that series against New Zealand?
Time ago. Yep.
Gosh, Robin Smith was a good player there, wasn't he?
Unbelievable.
Really was.
Not somebody I would have enjoyed bowling to, that's for sure. I'm glad he was on our side. As Barker bowls. He got, didn't he get, this is a reminder as well. That's pushed up to mid-off, no run. 32 without loss. Didn't he get 180 here or something in a one-day game against Australia?
I don't know.
Something like that. And I think it was the highest one-day innings for England at the time. It was a big 100.
I remember, my memory of Robin Smith actually is rather attractive in terms of, I came down to a game at the beginning of the 2001 season. You'd finished by then. Had you finished?
99 was my last year, yeah.
Yeah, and it was freezing. And Robin Smith had this huge balaclava on throughout the whole time they were fielding. And they kept bringing more and more sweaters out. And we sat watching, and I thought it was I'd just retired. And I thought, I'm not going to be able to stand this if it's this cold and miserable. And it was either the 2000, I think it was the beginning of the 2001 season.
It sounds about right.
And yeah, he was out here with a white balaclava on, and all of the Hampshire players, you looked at them, and all you could see were these great big bundles. They looked like they'd been on the Yorkshire pudding eating competitions before the season started. The size with all these sweaters on. I have no idea what happened to the game. I remember staying for about an hour and going home and said, I can't do that.
Too cold. Now, this is an interesting move from Hampshire because I would have expected Ian Holland to come on the medium pacer, but they've gone for Fuller.
From the pavilion end and bowls his first ball down the leg side, simply can get nothing onto that. And,
this is a brave move for me.
Well, he's not had the greatest game so far, has he? He wouldn't actually he won't be putting this at the moment down in his games I remember book. No. What was it? Did he get a first baller in the one innings?
Yeah, he was on a king pair.
Yeah.
But only lasted about 5 balls in the second innings.
Yeah, so not a huge contribution so far to the game, but he's eaten a good tea, they say. In comes Fuller wide down the leg side, and there's no run.
I've just found that innings of Robin Smith. It was here. It was 167 not out against Australia here on the 21st of May 1993.
Cool.
Yeah, I remember seeing some of it on the box. And Australia won that game by 6 wickets, so he's even on the losing side. 167 not out off 163 balls.
Those games, were they 50 over games or 60?
55.
55. Ian bowls, simply comes forward and just plays this one back to the bowler.
How bizarre. Yeah, 277 for 5 England off 55 overs.
So that actually in 93 was quite a decent total, because those totals weren't huge then, were they?
No, they weren't. 280 for 4 in the 54th Australia, with Mark Waugh scoring 100.
Yeah, they got a few serious players, hadn't they, at that time? Well, and in subsequent years.
The odd one.
Fuller again, very straight run as he comes in past umpire bowls and simply drops it into the cover point area and runs. It's like Tiverton run. He just dropped the bat on it and the ball bounced into the ground, and it probably went no more than a strip onto the edge of the strip adjoining the one they're playing on. Good response from Yates. They were home comfortably in the end.
They were.
33 for no wicket.
Oh, I mentioned it's an interesting move, bowling James Fuller here. He can bowl, we know that, but you're just never quite sure what you're going to get. So
he's in, bowls to Yates, and Yates is pushing at this one ball, which was going into his pads. which he pushed out an awkward-looking shot, and in the end, it's one of those where you can easily chip that up in the air from the position he got himself into. He gets away with it.
He does. Yeah, the thing with Fuller is, you know, you're either going to get a flurry of runs here, or he might, you know, just pick you up some wickets, and I think that's what James Vince is hoping. I think he's just thought, you know what, let's just see what happens here.
Ian finishes the over off with a decent ball right on the edge, brings Yates forward, he just plays it back down, he gets a pat on the back, James Fuller, from his colleagues, and he'll be pleased. Single.
Yeah, that's all right. That's okay. He's a little bit quicker, isn't he, than...
Yeah.
I mean, Ian Holland was the other option to come on, and as I say, he was a little bit ineffective in the first innings, and I suppose James Vince has weighed it up and thought, well, I could get 5 overs out of Holland, but, you know, the game isn't really going anywhere. He's not going to look like doing anything, and we're going to be in the same spot, you know, in 45 minutes' time. Whereas with Fuller, it's early enough in the Warwickshire innings that you can whisk him out without too much damage if it doesn't work.
Yeah.
And bring maybe Ian Holland on. Or he might just pick you. As I say, he is just as likely to pick you up a couple of quick wickets. So, yeah, at this stage, I think it's probably a good move from Vince. Barker to continue from the City end. 6 overs, none for 10. Bowl, Sibley pushes forward, goes out towards backward point, fielded by Wheel. No swing there for Barker.
You wonder just how many overs are in Barker in his opening spell. He didn't have a huge amount to do in the first innings because they got through them so quickly. So he's probably he's probably okay. But if these two can see Barker out of the attack,
Definitely.
then you start to think that's the first job done.
Yeah. Here comes Barker to Sibley. Sibley leaves alone outside the off stump. Does straighten a fraction, but I think there's probably a big job to be done by Liam Dawson in this innings as well. A bit like a Danny Briggs, a holding job, but also picking up the odd wicket or two, which Danny Briggs did absolutely superbly. Absolutely.
I thought he bowled magnificently.
Absolutely superb. Got through what? Nearly 50 overs.
Yeah.
3 for 66. Terrific spell. Well, over several. Well, it wasn't over several spells because he actually bowled over several sessions.
Yeah, but he bowled over after over, didn't he?
He did, didn't he? Superb stuff. Sibley forward, plays it out to mid wicket.
Did he bowl all morning from that Birmingham end? I think. Did they?
I think he bowled either side of lunch and tea, didn't he? Yesterday,
Yeah, and
sure.
today he came into the attack at the beginning of the morning, didn't he? And he stayed on there all through the session?
I think you're right, Phil. Yeah.
It was a terrific effort from him.
Overs, yeah. I remember Mason Crane bowling over 50 odd overs in an innings once against Surrey at the Aegeus about 4 years ago, somewhere like that. And the Surrey captain at the time, Sibley pushes that away square on the leg side. The off-spinner captain's about 40 years old.
Gareth Batty.
Gareth Batty. In the interviews afterwards said, I wouldn't have done that with him. I wouldn't have bowled him that. I wouldn't have flogged him to death like that. Which I think is quite interesting when you get, you know, an opposing captain making a comment like that. Mason Crane, well, he's still young, but he was even younger 4 or 5 years ago. Well, everybody was, but you know what I mean. You know what I mean.
How old is Mason Crane now?
I knew you were going to say that, and I off the top of my head, I can't remember. I'm guessing 24. I'm going to check. Barker bowls. Oh, Yates, bit of a false drive there. Gets an inside edge. Didn't quite know where it was. Simply helped him out by calling him through. He actually went to backward a square leg, where it was fielded by Brad Wheel.
I don't think he had a clue where that went because he was looking somewhere on the offside, and it had gone, as you say, it had gone behind him on the, but just behind the square on the onside.
Yeah. So Mason Crane, who's playing in the second level today, yeah, he's 24.
Because I can remember when he first came into the Hampshire side, and we played down at the Aegeus, and how you were raving over him, and that's a while back now.
Yeah, he's been around a while. He's only 24. It's worked on the onside. Sibley will pick up a single. 36 without loss. Yeah, Dave Allen actually tweeted a little earlier because Hampshire and the Warwickshire second teams are playing against each other. Right. Crane's actually captaining apparently, and so's Tim Bresnan. That game's being played at the Aegeus Bowl currently. So main captain of the Hampshire Twos today.
And the weather good down there?
I should imagine say it's always good down there.
I have to say, when I just go a bit further down to Dorset, just down the coast, it really does seem to be like idyllic. And the Isle of Wight, you know, I've been to the Isle of Wight lots of times, and I can't remember it even raining Isle of Wight. It just seems permanent sunshine.
It's quite weird because on the times when I have been on the Isle of Wight, sometimes when you look across the sun, if you're in Cowes or Ryde and that sort of thing, and you look across the water towards the mainland, quite often there's a row of cloud which doesn't make it to the...
This next over from Fuller, his first ball simply turns it into the onside, straight to mid-wicket. There's no run.
Yeah, it's quite weird. I've seen that a couple of times. See all the cloud on the mainland, just a line, almost like following the coast.
Yep.
And then from the Solent through to Isle of Wight, blue sky. Like
Blue sky, yeah.
Weird. Yep.
So we were down there into July and watching the fireworks, which I would imagine would have been around freshwater sort of area, around by the Needles. They must have done fireworks in the evening. This one is again played by Sibley, up on his toes, just running away into the offside. Who said he can't score on the offside? But, he gets another single, 37 without loss. These two are just... I have to say that it doesn't look as though they're in too much problem at the moment. They're getting little assistance, the bowlers, off this surface, which does seem to have become very, very placid.
No, it's sort of good, proper championship cricket, this, isn't it?
Mm.
Good application from the batters and some accurate bowling.
It's Fuller, this is short, and Yates has a pull at that one, which very nearly had him caught. He was... he definitely got out, so that's a definite chance put down behind the stumps, and it would have been a good catch, one-handed flying catch to his right, but definitely it was a short ball, and Yates went to pull it away and really didn't get very much on it, and it flew down to where you would think probably a leg slip would have been had there been one, but I suppose you've got to put that down as a chance, Kevin.
Yeah, well, it's a difficult one, but this is what Fuller does, isn't it? There's just something different always about him.
He's in again, bowls, and Sibley is looking to glance down the leg side and bowl around the field. One or two fielders thought he might have got a little nibble on that as he went through, but nothing at all. Yeah. So Tom Alsop got the hand to it, and it would have been a great catch, but he definitely got more than just fingers to it.
Yeah, he did, yeah. So Fuller sort of making, something happen.
And he comes again, simply waits, leaves this one, doesn't offer a shot for a ball which came back, and that couldn't have been far away from the top of the off stump.
It's a good leave. It is a good leave, but you don't want that ball nipping back even an inch.
No. As a Warwickshire follower, you wouldn't be very happy to see him doing that. You'd probably prefer him to just pop a bat on it. It's like Sam Haines sometimes pads up, and you think, oh, don't do that. It's Fuller again. This is a good over. This one brings Sibley forward to that, runs it up to Dawson at mid-on. End of a good over there from James Fuller.
Yeah. Well, sorry, Phil.
It's all right. I was going to look to say what his figures were, but the board changes. It's like electric changeover on the scoreboard.
Isn't it? None for 3 off 2.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I have to say, it's been an inspired decision to bowling him instead of Ian Holland. I mean, it hasn't come off, but it very nearly has on a couple of occasions. And the thing is, with James Fuller, he's bowled 2 overs. I mean, what you want is a 5-over spell.
Yeah.
And a bit more like that. But as I say, the next over could look completely different, and that's the dilemma. But to be fair to him, and and the Warwickshire openers have played really superbly, but actually it's been in the last couple of overs Fuller that looks more like taking the wicket.
Yep.
So a good move from Vince, although it hasn't quite worked as yet.
We've got that bit of pace, and just certainly the one Rob Yates thought he was going to be able to pull that one, hook it away, and in the end he was on him very quickly. It was a sharp delivery from Fuller.
Yeah, it was.
You're not missing any cricket because there's one of our breaks for having a drink, and the ball's being cleaned. being scrubbed and the umpires being scrubbed.
The umpire's being scrubbed.
Don't think so many people in today to watch this. It's distinctly quiet over at the far end of the ground. We weren't that busy at lunchtime in the museum. It was about 30 people in today.
Was there? Is that low, is that down?
Yeah. It's but then just looking across, there's I think it's a bit quieter.
Anybody ask after the clock that might be arriving?
Oh yes, well yes. Yes, one lady came and talked to us and said she'd been driving up yesterday, or driving around, and she'd listened to the conversation about the clock, and she said, "I'm deeply worried about the clock."
Oh.
She said, "You can't just shove it in the back of a van," and she's quite right. She said, "The mechanism will get..."
Oh.
And I did actually think this is impossible just to shove it in the back of a white van, because it'll be sliding across. So it's got to be properly packaged and supported, so that just Jim with his van isn't going to be the job.
No.
I think it's going to have to be specialists.
Yeah.
And of course, when you talk specialists,
Yeah.
guess what? You start talking money.
You do. Is this my over? I've forgotten.
Yes.
Barker bowls, it's full, and Yates inside edge as that goes out square on the leg side. And there is no run. I'll just have to disappear in it. In fact, I have to disappear right now. I have to let you take it over.
No, that's fine. Barker plods back. Barker gets slower and slower going back as the day goes on, as his overs tot up. He's walked back to the top of his run up, gets slower. And, he's just waiting for the ball to be tossed to him as he's to bowl to Rob Yates. Yates waits on the ground, and he plays this one solidly but straight to mid wicket, and there's no run. Yeah, the crowd today is definitely on the far side of the ground, definitely a smaller crowd than we had on the first 2 days, but enjoying some beautiful sunshine over there. They're going to get their late summer. A lot of spectators sitting there enjoying the sunshine, and shirts off as Barker comes in. This is pulled away. Good solid pull through mid wicket. They won't need to run after that one. It crosses the boundary, bangs into the advertising boards at the Hollies stands, and Yates really got into position quickly on that. That's his third boundary. He goes on to 22, and Warwickshire move on to 42 for no wicket. And that was a little bit short from Barker, and Yates. Again, if you're too short on this wicket, it does sit up a little bit for you. It's beginning to get that type of wicket, and Barker and Yates was in position really quickly. He waits now as Barker comes back in again and bowls, and Yates runs this away to backward point, but there's no run, straight to the fielder. So Yates has he's faced 70 deliveries now. Yates, Dom Sibley's faced 67 balls, and we're in the 23rd over of Warwickshire's second innings. Just between them, one boundary to Sibley, and that last shot, that last boundary was, say, Yates' third. He leaves this one outside the off stump. It goes through. Tom Abel, end of another over. Warwickshire 42 without loss after 23 overs. And so far from the home side, going okay. They need another 254 runs. They have got 4.5 sessions in which to go, so I don't think there's any problem time-wise. Hampshire needs some wickets. I think they need to get some breakthroughs now. They would have hoped that Mass and Barker, who were so successful in the first innings, could repeat that and make some breakthroughs, but so far not any sign of it. The nearest really is that drop chance from Tom Abel in the last over from James Fuller. who is about to start a new over from the pavilion end into the right-handed Sibley, who works this one into the onside, and there's no run. 42 without loss. Sibley is on 19. Yates is on 22, and we've just had one extra, which was a bye.
Welcome back to BBC Radio 5 Live Sports Extra listeners. Here at Edgbaston, I'm Kevin James. Next to me, Phil Britt. And Warwickshire will be happy with the way they've started their second innings.
Absolutely, a nice steady start, and they've so far, apart from one chance in Fuller's last over, he plays this one, Sibley, just down in front of him, and it spins back, and just for a second he looks at it as if it's going to run back into his stumps, but the ball just stops, and he comes down, gives the wicket a tap. A chance behind, a difficult chance for Tom Abel behind the stumps from off Rob Yates, who went for a pull, got an edge to it, and it flew down. A difficult one for it, going across towards leg slip. Got a hand, but wasn't able to hold on to it. But apart from that, it's been pretty much plain sailing so far for Warwickshire, as this next one goes through outside the off stump, and no shot offered by Sibley.
Yeah, I guess all eyes on Sibley in this innings. It's a chance for him to begin his comeback, I guess, if he's got any ambitions to get back in the England side. Would have been difficult for him, I guess, to watch that last test match. But when you're chasing 296 to win, and you've got a chance of batting and helping your side over the line, and in the process make a big score, I'm sure he's got that thought.
This next one is just played a nice solid looking shot into the onside, but straight to mid wicket, and there's no run.
It's been pretty uncomplicated from Sibley so far, just the one boundary from his 71 balls that he's faced, and it's fair to say that batting on both sides has been a lot better than it was in the first innings, where we saw 20 wickets fall on the first day, and we were, well, I think we would have had a bet that we wouldn't still be here, but things have quietened down a bit since then.
Yeah, it's James Fuller in again and bowls short, short and wide, and Sibley not in the least bit interested. In fact, in the end, it was a good take by Tom Abel going across to stop that one. It could have easily spun away, gone away down to the fence for a 4 byes. Not signalled wide or anything, but it would have been hard pushed to get a bat onto that.
He would, wouldn't he?
Well, you checked out about 3 times in this game from your hotel, haven't you?
I've got my gear with me. I haven't actually officially checked out, but I've got my stuff with me.
You really need a caravan, I think. Here's Fuller, he's in, he bowls, and Sibley runs it away into the offside. Thinks about the single, but in the end decides not, and leaves it there. So another good over from James Fuller, 42 for no wicket. Yates has got 22 and 19 to Dom Sibley as a good solid start. Warwickshire still require a further 254 runs. They've got 4.5 sessions in which to get them, so time's not an issue.
No.
The wicket's probably playing as well now, and we saw that at the end of the Hampshire innings, just how comfortable numbers 9 and 10 were batting on that.
Yeah, they were.
They batted for the best part of 3 hours last night and this morning without really ever looking in huge trouble. And that must have been quite, from a Warwickshire opening batsman or middle order batsman, they must have looked at that and thought, this is not going to be that little minefield we had on the opening day.
That's right. As Hampshire will need those extra runs they scored this morning. They actually batted for an hour and 50 minutes, having started at 260 for 8. They were finally bowled out at 12:10, having added 62 for the loss of 2 this morning. Keith Barker with 75, third time he's passed a half century in the championship this season, and Brad Wheel with 46 not out, a career best by 1. I when I left this morning, I thought, shall I check out a shot? I didn't want to be left homeless tonight.
We'd have put you up.
Well,
at a good price though.
Well, that's why I thought I'd better not check out. Abbas Bowles, I'm not sure it would have been good value for the BBC, as that's pushed up towards the mid-off. It's probably better I paid for the hotel room rather than paid you for bed and board.
You could have slept on one of the museum tops. Would have got you an old blanket from somewhere, the cats.
Actually, if you've got that grandfather clock back from Norfolk, I would have probably laid it down and then put a mattress on top and laid on top of that.
You might have slept inside it. By the time we get it back from Norfolk, that might be all it's worth.
Yeah, Phil's the main man at the are you manager of the museum? Is that your official
Curator.
title? Curator.
Yeah, get
Curator.
the
Bass Bowls, it's outside the off stump, and that's left alone by Yates. Yes, there is a. Well, you've been donated a grandfather.
We've been
clock.
loaned. We've been loaned for 10 years, and with the option to donate at the end of that time. And yeah, we've got to just get it moved. And unfortunately, my idea of just shoving it in the back of a van isn't quite going to work. I think I need to be a bit more.
Yeah. Well, you were going to do that until somebody, a listener, and
the listener said they were very worried about what was going to happen to the mechanism. But yeah, I was a white van man job, but that's changed.
Yeah, bouncing all the way along.
Yeah.
As, back to Birmingham as that's played out square on the offside by Yates. He's round the wicket here. Mohammed Abbas looking for his first wicket. He's into his 8th.
I think actually if I did that, I probably would I could become a white van driver myself, because they wouldn't want me in the museum anymore.
I think this is it's going to be a special journey anyway, isn't it?
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
What was the significance of the clock? Just find everybody.
It was donated to a former player from around about 1900 who did play a lot of cricket for Warwickshire, but was a big administrator in Warwickshire amateur cricket in Birmingham area.
Yeah.
And it was donated to him in memory or in recognition of the work he'd done. And quite rightly, it comes to Edgbaston, because we don't just look after Warwickshire cricket, we look after Birmingham League cricket, Midland Club cricket conference stuff. It's all recognised.
Yeah.
Parks cricket, because it all feeds into the county.
Abbas again to Yates. Yates on the back foot, just steers it out into the covers.
Probably not quite so much today as it has done over the years, but because the Midland Club Cricket Conference is now defunct, unfortunately. That disappeared a couple of years ago, and so they got a lot of memorabilia nobody wanted or didn't know what to do with. So we got that on display in the museum. Birmingham League trophies, Birmingham Parks Association trophies, and players came and played in those. I'm sure in local leagues down in Hampshire the same.
Yeah.
And it's been a big feeder into to county cricket.
Abbas from that city end outside the off stump. Yates leaves alone, and it's it's a good story, and I hope you get it back. I mean, hopefully now we've got Sports Extra with us. That widens the field. We've not just got the live picture stream and being on the BBC Sport website, but with the Sports Extra listeners, maybe it's widened the field, and maybe one or two extra people think, do you know what, I'm in that area.
Yep.
I'm a specialist grandfather
For the
clock
clock
removal person.
I've got to say this, that I'll wait till after this ball.
Abbas bowls, Yates plays forward, out backward a point, fielded by Holland.
My grandmother had a grandfather clock, and we couldn't wait to stop it. Every time we go, we just stopped it, because it made such a, that noise going, it was monotonous. I know a lot of people love them, but I'm not a great lover of them. So we used to stop the pendulum. And then when we were leaving, just give it a tap to get it back. And she could never understand why. It was like an hour and a half, 2 hours slow, because it hadn't been working. And it took her a long time to realise what we were doing.
Good stuff.
I'm going to have to make way, because Mike Taylor is due to come and replace me. He was due to come on just before we started talking. If you can get a driver for me, Kevin, thank you very much. You're on commission.
Yeah, I'm sure I know somebody, Gov. I'll take my cut. Actually, if you do know how to transport a grandfather clock over a distance, because it must be a specialist thing, isn't it, as you say, and there must be a technique, whether you just pull the pendulum out, yank it out and then worry about it. I don't know. You just yank it out and then worry about putting it back together again when you get to its destination. Full of bowls, it's Fullish to Sibley, who pushes up to mid-on and there's no run. That's Solent Sport on the tweets, solentcricket@gmail.com, if you are that person that knows exactly how to safely transport a grandfather clock, and maybe you might even be in a position to help fill out and bring it back to the museum here. But, let us know. So Fuller into his 4th over here. None for 3. Accurate stuff here from Fuller. As I say, it's a bit of a gamble for me, Vince bringing him on, because he doesn't bowl a lot, doesn't play in the Championship much. It's his first game this year, as that's pushed towards mid-wicket, fielded by Holland. And certainly in the white ball cricket, he plays as a batter. He's a hard-hitting batter, one of those that is almost a must in your side. He's one of those that certainly finds the boundary, and you need those in the middle order. But he does very little bowling these days for Hampshire. And whilst he's still got a bit of speed, his consistency is sadly not there. But at the moment, it's holding up, and Vince is asking him to bowl here instead of the medium pacer Ian Holland, in the hope that he's going to produce something. Sibley drives that up to mid-on, and that is fielded by Liam Dawson. Sibley remains on 19. 42 without loss. Warwickshire in their second innings, still needing another 254. A game that can go either way here. A win for Hampshire will put them right up there at the top, alongside the Warwickshire and one or two others. I think if Hampshire don't quite, well, we're not going to get a draw here, that's for sure. Warwickshire have got a chance to extend that lead that they held at the start of this round of matches. Here's Fuller again, length ball. Sibley works that away square on the leg side. There is a man deep, and that is Brad Wheel away to our right, and it's 43 without loss. Mike Taylor back.
I was seized by Clockgate. That was rather good. That's a story worth following to its conclusion.
Yeah. Knots have declared, apparently. So Sports Extra listeners have just disappeared from us. So Knots in the only other Division 1 game that's taking place at the moment. The other one finished early. Knots 339 for 8 against Lancashire. Lancashire will need 444. Oh dear.
It's a fair show.
Knots. Length ball. Yates pushes that up to mid-off, and there's no run.
So Knots in the shake-up after a pretty rotten couple of years, haven't they, in Championship cricket? But there's only really Somerset who are a bit behind the pace, and even then, I suppose if they won their last couple, it's not inconceivable they could get back.
It's Fuller again, round the wicket to the left-handed Yates. Yates drives, good stop in the covers by Gubbins.
We're in a similar sort of position to this morning. I appreciate it that the circumstances are different in that there are top order players there now. But this morning it really was very, very hard work for Warwickshire to get the last 2 wickets. And although the rate of scoring was slow, Hampshire were quite happy going on like that.
They were.
And we're in a similar situation now. I mean, 26 overs this innings has been going on for already. The score is only 43, but for no wicket, they're putting, not only taking some of the hardness out of the ball, quite a bit of it now, I imagine, but you're putting miles into the legs of the bowlers on a hot day. We don't really appreciate in here how warm it is in this box. I think outside probably is rather warm. Sibley on 20, waiting for a bass, and he's forward in defence. Back up the pitch. And they're going to use the time available by the look of it. Why shouldn't they?
Yeah, no hurry. Dave Allen's come back on the tweets at Silent Sport. Phil's just left the room, unfortunately. I'll read it because it's relevant to what we've just been saying, but he'll be back, and I'll show Phil later, Dave. My grandfather was a watchmaker and jeweller, and many years ago I inherited one of his grandmother clocks. In brackets, smaller than a grandfather.
That was my next question. Yes. I was just teed up there.
Yeah.
A bass. He's on his way, 2 slips awaiting, and that's well wide of the off stump, and not cleanly taken by Allsop, but he scrambles on it. It's no problem.
Its noises annoyed me, so it was permanently stopped at 4:08 p.m, the exact time that Hampshire won their first championship. So that was back in 1960. Nice, yeah.
43 for no wicket. The watchmaker did still mean you'd changed it so that it chimed at 4 minutes past 8 every day. You'd have gone with that, David.
That's true. 8 minutes past 4.
Oh, sorry. Yes.
The other way around.
Yes. Sibley comes forward and defends on the offside to the next one from a bass. Look, I bent the nib of my pen. Look, I'm a fool.
Yeah, how did you do that?
I don't know how I did that. I got next door after it went off. That's no good, lad. Bothering me all day. I've got another pen, it's alright. Stretched to 2 pens. 20 to Sibley. Again, there's quite a gap between the keeper and first slip. Abbas hustles in and bowls wide of the off stump, and Sibley's just content to let it go. He hasn't chased anything, Dom Sibley. He did run sparkly between the wickets when the opportunity arose, but that isn't happening anymore. He's just content to face down the bowlers, by the look of it. Outlast them.
Well, that's what Hampshire did, didn't they? Sort of
Yeah.
worn the Warwickshire main men down, and yeah, I'm sure Sibley's trying to look to do the same.
In hurries Abbas, and forward comes Sibley and blocks it back. But they don't look any trouble.
No. No. They look as though, as long as they don't make a mistake, that they could be out there for quite a while.
So, what are Hampshire going to be able to do that's different? In the end, Warwickshire resorted to, well, I say resorted, that's a bit harsh. But they tried really different. They were, bowling quite wide and trying to entice, lure the batsmen into things. I wonder what Hampshire have got that's different, because at the moment that was quite a good one from Abbas. A little bit of a false stroke from Sibley, but it dropped out comfortably on the offside all the same. We had a bit of stalemate here, and eventually, unless Hampshire can do something different, they're bound to start to flag. Maybe this is the first attempt to do something, so I think we're going to see some spin, aren't we?
A bit of Felix Organ with his off spins coming on in place of, I guess you could arguably say, Hampshire's #1 spinner, Liam Dawson. I think we're going to see Organ on to try and exploit the rough outside Sibley's off stump. And maybe... Well, actually, I mean, to be honest, it's 6 of one, half dozen the other, because you've got a left and right hander in there. So either Dawson or Organ is going to be bowling to one half of the partnership where they're hitting the rough. But Vince, probably again for the second time in this innings, has surprised 1 or 2 by going for perhaps an option as a bowler that you wouldn't necessarily have gone to. It was Fuller instead of Holland. And the Fuller thing didn't work, but not because Fuller was expensive. It's just that he didn't take a wicket. Actually, he did bowl quite accurately. A couple of balls that were a bit amiss, but other than that, and he very nearly got Yates.
Well, they're all bowling quite accurately.
Yeah.
But at the moment, trying to make a breakthrough is proving more difficult.
Yeah, it is, yeah. 43 without loss. We are certainly going into tomorrow, the way things are going here, and probably even way past lunch, the way things are going. So, Organ with his off spin, probably no rough for him outside the... well, he won't be bowling too much outside the left-hand stump because he'll be wasting the line, but if he's bowling fairly straight, unless it's going to turn off the straight, I shouldn't think Yates is going to experience too many more problems. Might be slightly different for Sibley. If you're watching on the live stream, you'll see that bowler's rough, very much sort of leg stumping outside. That won't be the line that Organ will bowl, and immediately Yates works that away behind square on the leg side. 44 without loss then. It's very much outside leg stump there from Organ. If he is trying to hit that rough, that's a bit of a dangerous line to bowl, because he'll get milked all day long. So that was just a loosener. Has a peculiar sort of fan run up, you'll see with his hands. You won't see that, of course, if you're listening BBC Online, but if you're looking on the live feed, you'll notice he has this sort of whirring of both arms before he bowls, which has come into his game for this summer. So, Sibley facing, there is a short leg in, bowls, and it's a little bit too short. Sibley winks it into the ground there, or almost into his pads. It goes to ground. Just needs pitching up a little bit more from Organ. That was the right line. As he comes in again and bowls, Sibley pushes forward out towards extra cover. They're going to take a quick single throw, comes in at the bowler's end, hits Sibley. Just got hit on the forearm there. Nothing wrong from Organ.
No. You said that's something new. You wasn't doing that before.
No, he sort of
He tried
raised
to
both
balance
his arms.
himself.
Yeah, it's weird. Yeah, I asked him about that earlier in the season. I said, "Where's that come from?" He said, "I don't know." Just sort of it sort of crept in. He said, "I don't know." He said, "It makes me feel balanced," so I just kept.
Well,
it
yeah, it is almost like a sort of tightrope.
Yeah, it's weird, isn't it?
Trying to balance. Yeah, here we go.
It's very weird, isn't it? That's full. That's not the right length at all, and that's easy turned away on the leg side by Yates.
I haven't seen him ball. I can't think of where else to stop looking at that now.
Weird, isn't it?
It looks like it should be wearing a cape. You know, it's sort of like, ha! I am Felix Organ. I arrived. Ball's fiendish off break.
He hasn't quite settled down yet.
It's rather marvellous. You'll put it this way. You'll always know it's him. You'll never be in doubt when you comment.
No, that's better. But Sibley again, just pushing that out quietly on the offside, and that'll be another single. Just getting pushed around here at the moment. Organ, not a great first over. It's not inaccurate, but it's not accurate.
No, he's going to have to be very precise.
Comes in again to Yates, and that's middle and leg, and again there's a gap there at mid-wicket. It's just not quite right there from Felix Organ, and he's gone for what, 5 singles I think in that over, which doesn't sound a lot, and it was pretty quiet as an over goes, but unfortunately there was a few sort of let-off balls there, really just easy singles for the batsman.
Well, I think that's the problem, isn't it? They scored 5 runs in that over without playing a shot.
Yeah.
Really? Well, they just patted it 5 times.
Yeah, don't want that.
No. So, however, it was only Organ's first over, so it might take a moment, but I think that just shows what exceptional control Briggs had for his long spell, obviously yesterday and today, in that the batsman could not take liberties with him. And when Allsop did, he was stumped, didn't he? So. 8 for none. Abbas has bowled 9 overs for only 8 runs, but he hasn't got a wicket yet, which will be annoying him. And there's going to be runs here, 4 of them down the leg side. Will it be given? Oh, it's leg byes. But the hearty applause, you might think they're a bit generous for 4 leg byes, is because it raises 50 for Warwickshire. So base camp in a chase of 296, an opening stand of 52 now between Sibley and Yates, laying the groundwork for Warwickshire in what would not be their biggest chase of the season. They chased more than this in their opening weekend, certainly at Notts, but at this point in the season it feels like it could be of capital importance. This one from round the wicket from Abbas. He's allowed to pass well wide of the off stump by the left-handed Yates, who has maintained his good habits of showing good organisation. Selected such strokes as he has played, judiciously so far to make 25. And here's Abbas to bowl to him again, goes wide of the crease and sort of runs off the outside half of the bat. Organ fields at backward point. I don't get a run. Sibley's doing some scraping at the non-striker's end of the pitch, brushing some loose bits away. It's as if he's trying. Look, ump, look at all these footmarks here. Although they were quite wide, but it was very deliberate. Don Sibley was going to a lot of trouble to do that. Abbas bowls a straight ball coming from quite wide on the crease, but it's damped down by Yates. And Warwickshire in no hurry. They've got a full batting card to come, of course, behind Yates and Sibley. Chris Benjamin, who's made a lively start to life in county cricket, good for him. Sam Hain, Will Rhodes and Matt Lamb, top 6, Michael Burgess as well. This is a awkward one for Yates as he comes pushing forward. He didn't quite get all the way forward and batting to pad. Maybe he just caught him high on the pad. Anyway, the appeal was declined by umpire Gould. Vince at first slip, Weatherly second, then Holland now at sort of fourth slip, and Organ's gone a bit further back and deeper at backward point as Abbas bowls wide of the off stump, and that's well left by Yates. Not having anything to do with what turned out to be quite a tricky over. 52 for no wicket at the end of it. It was a main, there were just the 4-leg buys. And after 29 overs now, Warwickshire 52 for none, 25 to Yates, 22 to Don Sibley, and Abbas 10 overs, 6 maidens, no wicket for 8.
Accurate as ever, but not looking particularly threatening. Not a lot happening for him out there.
No, he's taken, as you were mentioning earlier, wickets at minimal cost this season.
Yeah.
But 1 every 42 balls, 1 every 7 overs.
Yeah.
Not so far today.
So, Felix Organ, to bowl his second over, just needs to get that length and line right. He's has 1 over to adjust. Now, the extra cover is coming in now that was on the cover boundary. That's just to stop that Sibley push out on the offside. There's a mid-off and there's a deep point now. Short leg still in and a slip. Organ over the wicket with his off spin. Sibley pushing forward towards mid-wicket, no run. 38 overs left in the day, so 6 more till tea. We'll be just over the, well, we will be over the 10 past 3 normal tea time, but not too much, not too bad. Organ bowls, Sibley gets a straight one, which quite easily plays on the onside. Actually, that hits Weatherly not too hard, fortunately, at short leg. And Organ ready again, trying to find something out of this rough outside Sibley's off stump, and Sibley works that with the spin on the leg side. Good diving stop at mid-wicket by, I think that's Nick Gubbins there. Yep. All the Hampshire fielders have got caps on, I've just noticed actually, apart from Felix Organ who's bowling, wouldn't expect him to have one. Sibley again works that to Gubbins at mid-wicket. Better over here from Organ. Accurate, better length, better line. Sibley's playing it nicely. Mid-on's just going slightly deeper. That's James Fuller. Sure, Fuller will be looking. Sorry, Sibley will be looking at. Left alone outside the off stump. Didn't turn out of the rough that one.
No, it just went straight on.
Yeah, it just was the wrong side of the rough.
Yeah,
it was too wide.
Yeah, he hasn't really dropped one into it yet.
No, it was a big footmark there, and it was just to the left of that. Bowls again. Oh, Sibley drives, but gets a thick outside edge. He's going to get lucky. He's going to get 4 for it. But that's the area where Sibley is never going to be totally sure. In fact, if anything, it was probably slightly over pitched and missed that rough. But
yeah,
it's always a little bit of a risk. But 4 runs to end the over, 56 without loss.
Well, that's the sort of area that there's a slightly darker patch on the pitch where Sibley was scraping with the bat in the previous over when he was at the non-strikers end. That, as you say, looked just a foot or 2 fuller than that dark patch. But it was a miscue by Sibley, and there haven't been all that many of those. But he overtakes Yates, so to speak, in what's been a bit of a slow bicycle race of a partnership. Yates 25 and Sibley 26. But the fact is, they have been together now for 30 overs, and they're setting Warwickshire up nicely. Oh, Abbas is. Oh no, he's got a problem here, Abbas, as he was running in, and he's pulled lame, and that was nasty. I hope it's just a quick twinge and he's all right, but that didn't look too good at all for Mohammed Abbas. Is his knee?
I just think it's a calf.
Oh, perhaps. He got halfway into his run, and then it was as if something went pop. Oh, goodness.
That's not good.
No, that doesn't look good at all.
That's not good. He won't. For me, he won't bowl again in the innings, if that's what I think it is. He was holding his ankle. So maybe he's turned his ankle over. Maybe it's not quite as bad as I thought. But he doesn't look good.
Let's hope not. I'm just going to, about 30 seconds doing a local radio update, but clearly we're going to have a little bit of a stoppage here while Mohammed Abbas is looked after, because that was more than a little alarming for Hampshire, and particularly for Mohammed Abbas. So, we'll see how long it takes. He's sticking up now and getting some attention to his ankle. At Edgbaston on the third day of the county championship match between Warwickshire and Hampshire. Warwickshire are creeping towards their target of 296. They've got all day today and tomorrow if necessary, and the work is expanding to fill the time available, but so far no wickets down. Rob Yates and Dom Sibley have been together for 30 overs to make 56 without loss, only occasionally been alarmed in one or two edges, but really relatively few false strokes. There is a moment of concern now for Hampshire. Their senior bowler, the Pakistan international Mohammed Abbas, has just crumpled in his run-up and he's having treatment for an injury, so a bit of a delay. Warwickshire 56 without loss, chasing 296. And I think we might be in for a little bit of a hold-up here. Mohammed Abbas running into bowl the first ball of his 11th over, and he's having treatment on the outfield. He's sat up, but the umpires have come to have a look and they're leaving the physio to it. But I think the umpire were quite alarmed to begin with, because he did look to be in quite a bit of pain. So the batsmen are just getting a drink and a towel, and the other fielders are keeping a distance while the Hampshire physio does his work. But you'd have to imagine that at least for the time being, Mohammed Abbas is going to leave the field. It's not, it's not going to be something you're just going to put a bit of spray on and say, all right.
No, it looks worse than that, doesn't it?
Yeah, I'm afraid so. Well, first and foremost, let's hope it's nothing too bad, because we don't want to see any players getting injured or missing time. But obviously, if he is incapacitated to some degree, then it does tilt things in this match a little bit. And he's on his feet now, happily.
Yeah, that was always my worst fear, actually, that you know, if Abbas got injured or something like that, you know, Hampshire are going to turn to, because there's only so much left in the tank of Barker. He's just trying to shake it off, but he ain't going to shake it off in terms of bowling this side of tee, I don't think. I think he's going to do well, get off the pitch, let alone anything else.
Yeah, he's got his boot off, I think. Maybe he did just turn his ankle, Kevin. That's certainly where the attention seemed to be for a moment. I thought it was his knee. That really would have been bad news. But
at this rate, he's going to take 10 minutes to get off. So there's no way he's bowling.
No. Well, the umpires are going to have to, at some point, say, well, we're going to have to make a move now, one way or the other. But yeah, I mean, he's barely putting one foot in front of the other at the moment.
Yeah, it would suggest ankle, wouldn't it, really? I think when you've got a calf injury, I don't know how you felt with it, Mike, but I think just to sort of bend the leg all the time, you don't feel like doing that. That's normally more a symptom of an ankle turnover or something like that. But listen, I don't know. But I'm just hoping that you know, a turned over ankle will be hopefully not quite as bad as a calf injury. And of course, already attention will be turned to next week.
Yeah, well, that's it. First this match, and then
I'll be surprised.
2 remaining matches.
I'll be surprised if he bowls the rest of the day, because if you turn your ankle over like that, that's going to take a while, surely.
Yeah.
I mean, he's hobbling off. We shall wait and see.
So he was going to start an over, so he's being sympathetically applauded from the ground. As he crosses the rope now, so that's quite a delay. More than 5 minutes. And it's going to be Liam Dawson, I think. I'm going to turn to instead. So just 3 overs in that second spell for Abbas, but now we are going to at least briefly have spin at both ends. Dawson, with his left arm spin, for the first time in this innings, bowls to Yates, who immediately is pushing into the offside and looking for a run. There's a bit of a gap there for the gentle push, but he changes his mind. Probably wisely, because Dawson is busy in the field to get after it. And waits at the start of a very short approach. Suddenly speeds up, and Yates, this time he does what he tried to do previously, which is push the ball into the gap, and Dawson has to go and pick it up himself. And on the early evidence of the two spinners, this is going to be a tricky old game, isn't it? Of a sort of whack-a-mole kind of game. How do you fill all these gaps in?
Well, yeah,
If the batsmen are eager looking for it.
I'd have the extra cover in again.
Yeah.
I'm afraid. I think he would have to be absolutely ragging to only have a mid-off. I know they've gone defensive and had the cover fielder out deep, but you know they only have to push singles. They don't actually have to hit it out there. I know they're trying to save the boundary.
Yeah, but they picked up 5 in Organs last year, the most productive over the innings so far. Without anything, we didn't need anything more than 25 yards. This is defended by Sibley. His first ball from Dawson.
I'd bring in the extra cover and make them hit it.
Yes.
Rather than push it.
Round the wicket comes Dawson. Sibley's reaching defensive for this one. Plays it out. 2 extra cover. So now there's mid-off extra cover, backward point, and a deep cover point on the offside as well as a slip. Short leg is the close fielder. And Sibley is very carefully forward here. Also mid-wicket, and a deep backward square leg on that not especially long boundary. .36 overs minimum left today, so 4 more before tea. So we're going to be a little bit over the time. Back goes Sibley in the crease, right against the stumps, but defends comfortably on the offside. Just 1 run from Dawson's first over, 57 for no wicket. Both batsmen have 26.
I see Chill Newton on the message board on YouTube says, "Come on, Dawson, you need to play the Danny Briggs role." He certainly does. He certainly does. We shall wait and see how things unfold. But yeah, the field's got to be right as well. And now Organ's bowling to left-hander, so it's slightly different. But it'll be interesting to see. I think with Sibley, he will have the extra cover in. I think he has to. It's not quite turning enough not to only have that mid-off there. Here's Organ, bowls, and it's played back to him by Yates, who's on 26. So far so good for Warwickshire. If they get through this session unscathed, they will be, well, I guess that's the first job done. Driven up to mid-off, fielded by Flat. They're going to have to work just as hard with the ball here as they did yesterday with the bat. They admitted they had to work really hard yesterday. Said it was a hard-won day. This might even be even harder. He's cutting that one, and it's gone very fine through gully. That could be 4 runs. Holland's after it at the top end of the ground. Won't catch it. Just a modicum of width there from Felix Organ, and Yates rocked back. Maybe a little finer than he was aiming, but it was the right shot.
Yes, it was. Not totally convinced that came out the middle.
No.
Nevertheless.
But Organ's got to bowl as tight as he can here. There is a man out deep in the covers. There's a deep square leg as well. 61 without loss. Here's Organ again. Yates drives up to mid-off.
There's not a lot of room for misjudgment for the spinners, is there?
No, there's not. No, there's not. There hasn't been a lot happening for them anyway. I think it just shows how good Danny Briggs was. Here comes the Organ. That's a low full toss, which is worked out on the leg side. It's going to be 4. Well, they can't afford this at the moment because just slowly but surely the momentum is working in Warwickshire's favour. 65 without loss. They need another 231.
Yes, there's some problems for James Vince now, especially if Abbas is out of the picture for a while.
There is. That's better. Yates well forward though, smothers the ball. 65 without loss. We have 3 overs to tea.
because where does he go if he's to fill in the missing overs of a Bass? You've got Barker. We've seen the two other seamers. Wheel bowled quite sharply, I thought. And Fuller had a little go, and then, but the spinners are going to have to do something. And the first 4 overs of spin have not only have they not looked dangerous, but they've leaked 18 runs as well. Dawson's going to have another go. He's only had 1 so far. So he tries again with a slip and a short leg. 2 walking paces, 3 trotted paces. That bounced a little bit, and it hit Yates, I think, above the pad. Just dropped down. There's a yelp, I think, from the bowler. I'm not quite sure where that was going. $65 for none, 231 more needed to win. That edged and didn't reach slip. That's the first full stroke against spinner. Yates, it just tickled the outside edge, but it went straight down. He literally just held the bat there, or just hung it there, and it dropped down short of James Vince's as well. He didn't push at it. This is pushed through quicker by Dawson and defended. Yates looks as though he was just going to try and start to, or Sibley rather, looks as though he was just going to try and start to be a bit more positive. He might think better of it now. This one also comes off a bit of an inside edge and runs away past short leg. He gets a run. I think Dawson's hit both edges of the bat in this over.
A little bit more for the Hampshire fielders to get excited about, which is just as well.
You know, hasn't been much encouragement for any of the bowlers today. It's been hard going. 66 for none. The left-hander Yates is back on strike. Point drops back to the boundary, a bit behind square. Forward comes Yates, though, interested only in defence. With T 2 overs away. Dawson grasps the ball firmly in his left hand and moves in to bowl to Yates, who pushes gently forward for a moment. Dawson looks as though he was going to jump up in the air and thought something might happen there. But Yates defended it quite securely, and it's 66 for no wicket at the end of the over. 34 to Yates and 27 to Sibley.
Welcome back to Sports Extra, listeners. We're here at Edgbaston. A few alarms really for the Warwickshire openers as they set about this 296 for a victory, 66 without loss, as Mike Taylor says. 2 overs to go till tea, but Hampshire have been rocked with Mohammed Abbas, who about 15 minutes ago ran in to bowl his next over and pulled up abruptly. Initially it looked like a calf injury. It may just be an ankle injury. I say just. It doesn't look good either way, and he's off the field as Felix Organ, the off-spinner, bowls, and that's cut away by Sibley down to the deep point fielder. That's Keith Barker. 67 without loss. Both Yates and Sibley have worked hard for their runs, but with Mohammed Abbas off the field, and it took him an absolute age. He did limp off, just about unaided, but it was really pigeon steps, and it doesn't look good for Mohammed Abbas. That's a big blow for Hampshire as they look to take these 10 wickets that they need to win this game, as Organ round the wicket to Yates. Yates works that full delivery out towards mid-wicket, fielded by Dawson, running round from mid-on. And Yates moves on to 35. 68 without loss means that Warwickshire need another 226 for a victory. This game is a totally different game from what we saw on the first day, where wickets fell for fun as Organ bowls and Sibley works that out towards mid-wicket, past, well, not quite past a diving Nick Gummins, because he actually picked it up, but there was a single anyway. Sibley looking for runs here to sort of get himself back into some sort of form and confidence, I guess, as well. Has looked quite secure on the whole for his 29. Yates equally so for his 35. Felix Organ into his 4th over here, none for 20. Just leaking a few runs, not ideal from a Hampshire point of view, and leaks another one here as that's full on leg stump. He hasn't quite got it right here. There is a bit of rough, mainly outside Sibley's off stump, which he hasn't really found, and it's just being milked here a little bit, which will please Warwickshire as they make this fairly slow progress towards their total, but it's slow but steady. 7-2 without losses. Organ again, he's over the wicket to Sibley. Bowls, and Sibley plays that into the ground, past the short leg. He'll take a quick single to Gubbins, who doesn't pick it up cleanly. That's been a feature of Sibley in this innings, that he's running between the wickets has been positive, it's been aggressive, and it hasn't looked like being run out. He's always picked up a single, even when seemingly there wasn't one there initially, and he's made it look easy. Moves on to 30. Organ again, bowls, and Yates gets a length ball. That's better. We haven't seen too much of that from Organ, straight and just in the right areas, but not too much trouble against the spinners. The odd one is turning, but not very much, but when it does, it just creates a few groans. And Dawson's going to bowl the last over before tea.
It's slow spin. We saw that from remarkably accurate. He had a great command of length and flight. And sometimes the ball turned, but it wasn't. It was sort of turned very slowly, and the batsman seemed to have time to play it. Dawson did find the edge of Sibley's bat in the last over, though. Sibley leaned back here to play the first ball defensively into the offside of the final over before tea, so it'll be around 10 minutes later than scheduled. But 32 more to come today for either of these sides to try and advance their claims of a win, which would really push them on in the later stages of the county championship. Forward in defence here comes Sibley. Dawson rubs his left hand in the dirt, trying to keep his fingers dry. Blows into his hand, grip the ball tightly. Up he comes again, and gives this a little bit more speed. But Sibley's already placed his foot forward to defend. Warwickshire under bat for 3 overs before lunch, in which they scored 10 runs, having taken 26 overs to get the final 2 Hampshire wickets this morning. Now Sibley dabs a fuller delivery from the line of about middle and leg and gets a single to square leg. His 31st run. Well, today, even though the scoring has been slow and only 2 wickets have fallen so far, it's nevertheless been a game in which, even today, the advantage seems to have moved one way or the other. Forward goes Yates to defend. Not in honour of Phil's grandfather clock, but I might say the pendulum has swung one way or the other in today, because Warwickshire were being frustrated. Hampshire seems to be building a big total, and now 296 is still a lot, but it doesn't look quite as maybe the challenge it did earlier. Yates is going to pick up runs from the last ball before tea. Might even be 4 of them if he's timed it well enough. Oh, a splendid piece of fielding. A real good chase up to the rope means it's only going to be 2. So Warwickshire will go to tea 74 without loss. It was a neat drive. And is that Holland, I think it was, on the chase, who managed to haul that back. Anyway, 74 without loss as they go to tea with 38 to Yates, 31 to Sibley. So for online listeners, we should pick up the commentary around 20 minutes. And for 5 Live Sports Extra listeners, you'll be entertained for the next 20 minutes by Kevin Howells.
scored some other matches, carrying on round today, starting first of all at Trent Bridge, the match between Nottinghamshire and Lancashire. Nottinghamshire 272 and 339 for 8 declared. Lancashire 168 and 30 for 1. Lancashire required for further 414 to win. At Chester Street, the match between Durham and Glamorgan. Glamorgan in their first innings resisted 97, in behind Durham scored 503 for 8 declared. In their second innings, Glamorgan are currently 239 for 6. Glamorgan trailed by 167 runs. At the county ground Northampton, the match between Northamptonshire and Surrey. Surrey in their first innings 252 and 238 in their second. Northamptonshire 171. Northamptonshire required 320 to win. At the county ground derby, the match between Warwickshire and Leicestershire. Leicestershire 528, Derbyshire 212 for 5. And finally at home, the match between Sussex and Middlesex. Middlesex, who won the toss and elected to bat, are currently 673 for 5.
3. Is there going to be a lot more pace from him? I don't know. Wheel gets a good length ball, times that beautifully past the diving fielder at point, and that's 4. That was a nice piece of they've got some important stuff, World Cricket League or wherever it is they play in.
The players are on their way back out to the centre on what really is a delightful day. If you saw a picture of this, you'd never imagine it was September. But
this does
positively
seem to
tropical,
be
I feel.
September weather, Mike.
Well, we do
September,
get a bit of good
October.
weather in September, yeah.
All the kids go back to school, you know that you're going to get a decent week
Yeah.
at the moment.
By the
they
way,
go
are
to
there
school.
any schools not back yet? My youngest isn't back yet. The oldest is, but the youngest isn't because they're all staggered for going in. Anyway, look, this is all by the by because players are on their way out to the middle. It's Mike Taylor with Filbridge at the moment at Edgbaston, where Hampshire have retaken the field, but which of Hampshire have retaken the field? Not presumably Mohammed Abbas, who I have not seen yet. I can see Keith Barker-Egg. You were pointing out, Phil, that he was missing for a little while.
He was off before tea, but yeah, he's back on there.
So he's there, but Mohammed Abbas, he's not, and that potentially is a problem for Hampshire. And if you weren't with us before tea, I'll bring you up to speed with that in a moment, because firstly, Brad Wheel is going to have first go after tea after a lively spell earlier, in which he bowled 6 quite tight overs, quite a bristly too. But his first ball after tea brings the first run of this session, flicked by the right-handed Sibley to square leg. So they went to tea at 74 without loss, which was only 64 runs were added in 32 overs in the middle session. But there weren't many false strokes in that time. There was one just about a chance high to the wicketkeeper's right, a gloved hook from Rob Yates off Fuller. Nothing else went near to hand. Wheel round the wicket to the left-handed Yates, who guides this down just backward of point, and there's no run. But perhaps of the most significance in the way this match develops, we'll see in the fullness of time, perhaps he'll come back. But Mohammed Abbas, running in to start his 11th over midway through that session, was crumpled on his approach and had quite lengthy treatment, it would seem, to his ankle, and has not returned. And frankly, given the nature of it, it would be a surprise today if he did. Wheel runs in round the wicket, and this is defended by Yates. We have not heard any further details than that, and it may be that we don't until later, I suspect, but we'll see. It may be that they're still having a look, but hopefully it is not too serious, and we shall see Mohammed Abbas back in action before the end of this match, or at least for Hampshire's next one. But it was a worry, and it does change the balance of this match potentially.
Yeah, 5 wickets in the first innings, and suddenly Warwickshire struggled against him in the first innings.
Well, he was bowling with great control, if not necessarily with penetration today. 10 overs for just 8 runs. This is Fuller and straight from Wheel, and Yates drives to mid-off. He's 38, and Sibley now 32. And under no pressure of time, Warwickshire are quite content to walk to victory, if it so requires it.
Yeah, 4 full sessions, and the forecast tomorrow is set fair.
Yeah, so there's no sweat on. Well, probably is quite a lot of sweat on, but you know what I mean. In terms of time, Wheel draws Yates forward and pushes out into the offside. You don't really get an accurate picture in this box of how hot it is, but
No.
looking across to the folks at the city end,
Yeah.
you get a much better impression of how warm it is.
There were a lot of people yesterday who were scurrying towards the shade.
Yeah, I'll bet
It's
there were.
really hot on across the back. Some suntans being really well topped up.
Yes, forecast up to 29 degrees Celsius here in Birmingham today. Wheels round the wicket, running in, bowls to Yates, who is playing with a straight bat off the back foot up to Dawson at mid-off and settling back in after tea. 1 run scored from the first over since the break. Warwickshire looking for 296 all told to win a 75 for none.
All those aircraft we can see are bringing tourists in to enjoy the sunshine, not going out.
I should say so.
And get your deck chair up on the canal side. There's nothing like it. 75 without loss. And Dawson, it looks as though he's going to continue from the Birmingham end. He had 3 overs before tea. Just 4 or 5 runs, 5 runs taken off him.
He was more accurate than Organ in the short spells we saw. Organ, they were able to pick runs
Mike,
off fairly easily.
It's going to be Keith Barker.
Oh, right, it is, yes.
Yeah, because Dawson stood there and Barker's taken, while we're talking, taking off his sweater,
Right.
and he's going to resume at the Birmingham end. He got his wickets on the first innings bowling from the Pavilion end, and has started off at the Pavilion end in this innings, but switched to the Birmingham end and got a little bit of swing in his second spell, but he then went off the field, so I'm not sure whether he was just getting a bit of running repairs. But he's into going to start his 9th over. It's, 0 for 17 so far. 8 overs, 2 maidens, 0 for 17. As he starts round the wicket to the right-handed Sibley. Ooh, and he pulls out of delivery. Just got to the point of delivery. His arm was up to as if to release the ball.
He's got something in his eye, hasn't he?
And something happened. Yeah, got a fly in his eye or something like that. You get a view of how big a chap Keith Barker is when he walks past Ian Gould.
Oh yeah.
It looks like half as big again. He's a massive frame. Here he is now, resumes, so he's starting this over again. In he comes. This time he lets the ball go, and Dom Sibley watches it harmlessly, goes over the top of the off stump, or just outside the off stump, but a bit of bounce and no shot offered.
Broad beamed, isn't he?
Broad beamed, yeah.
You know, and yet, but athletic with it.
I think when he was here, he spent an enormous amount of time in the gym, and he got to the point where he was becoming like you see some of those great bodybuilders. This one again is left by Sibley outside the off stump. But he would, if you were looking for somebody to be on your side, you'd certainly pick him, wouldn't you?
Oh, yeah. Yes, you wouldn't want to arm wrestling for the last biscuit. But, he
Exactly.
gave tremendous service to this club, and now doing. So, I mean, he's been at Hampshire a while, hasn't he?
3 years.
Yeah.
Yeah, we were talking about this, about how long he's been. I wasn't sure whether it was 3 or 4. And he comes again and bowls. Sibley is turning this just behind square on the onside. They've got the trap, which has been set at international level, of having 2 mid wickets for Sibley. And in fact, almost one could say, they brought in mid on, very close in as well. So whilst he's not actually in a line, there's a little wall of 3 inner ring fielders for Barker.
Yeah. I mean, the trapper's got a neon light on it. I mean, it's not exactly disguised, is it?
Barker, Ian and bowls. And this one is run away in the gap down towards the gully, sort of 4th slip gully area. They stumble through for a single, very comfortable single. Although he did fall for that trap at international.
Oh no, absolutely. But to make it work, though, it feels like Barker needs to be swinging the ball into the right-hander, and then he's naturally guiding it in that direction.
Exactly.
And we haven't really. There was one that swung a lot after it passed Sibley, didn't it? No, also took it 3 feet down the leg side, but we haven't really seen any dangerous swing yet, I don't think.
No, I agree with you. Barker into Rob Yates, and Yates gets up over the top of that one, sort of just plays it on the up and pushes it out into the covers. There's no run. Important from Warwickshire's point of view that they just get through these few overs after tea, and these two just get themselves back in again. They lost wickets after tea on the opening day when Hayne and Burgess had put on a good sort of recovery partnership before tea, and then Burge got out to the first ball he faced after tea. Barker in bowls, and Yates runs it away again out into the covers, and again there's no run. End of Barker's first over after the break. It's 76 without loss, and just a steady start, a couple of singles there in that over.
Yes, they're going to try and outlast Hampshire, by the look of it. And maybe they are, with a Bass off the field. I do hope it's not too bad. We'll see top players like that in the game,
Yeah, exactly.
not out of action.
Well, exactly. There's enough injuries around.
Yeah, well, quite.
Without one of that sort.
Here we go with Wheel on his way, running away from us and bowling. Hits the back pad, I think, of Sibley, sort of coming round. He was bringing his right leg round. I wonder whether it hit him outside the line of off stump. Maybe not, looking at the replay. But it was the most enthusiastic appeal of this innings so far.
Well, there were 3 Imran Tahir type appeals from wicketkeeper James Vince at slip and Joe Weatherly, who really stood there, arms out, sort of holding the pose. Brad Wheel sort of stayed down the wicket, looking out the stumps as if to say, how could you not have given that out?
It did dip back in. I don't think that was such a bad shot. It might have been going a bit high.
But not given the benefit of the doubt.
Wouldn't want too many more of those if you were Dom Sibley, but he comes unflappably forward to the next one, pushes out on the offside. These two have been batting, apart from the intervals, since 20 past 12.
Yeah, they batted through the whole session, didn't they?
They did.
But, and again, when you think that Hampshire didn't last the session and Warwickshire just barely got through a session on the opening day.
In comes Wheel, who's been right on the spot so far. He goes a little bit wider and fuller here, but Sibley is driving to extra cover.
With the bat earlier in the day, he got himself a new highest score in first-class cricket.
Played very responsibly, didn't he?
Yeah, it was a pity he didn't just get those extra 4 runs and get his first half century.
Yes.
He ended up 46. He beat his previous best of 45.
No, played very well and looked pretty well organised. He goes a little bit shorter here, and Sibley pushing away from his body a bit, but remaining in control of the ball. Takes 1 to extra cover and advances to 34. 77 for no wicket. They still need another 219 to win. So it's a good start, a down payment on this target, but more than that.
There was, without being unduly pessimistic, there was a good start in the Test match yesterday, and look what happened to the England side.
It pitched up and goes outside the outside edge of Yates as he just fished a little bit at that one.
If you can break a partnership and then pick another one, it just changes the whole complexion of the game, doesn't it? There was a point, admittedly, England were chasing a lot more runs, but their collapse in the end was catastrophic. Good bowlers there.
Oh well, absolutely. It's top line bowlers. Wheel round the wicket, and Yates, who really has just defended since tea, and he does so again here. So once more, just 1 run from the over. 3 singles in the 3 overs since the break, all scored by Sibley to go to 34, and Yates to 38, and it's 77 for no wicket. And Wheel's doing well. Kevin was saying the first innings he perhaps didn't look quite at his best, but I think he's done okay today. He's looked quite sharp.
In fairness to him, and to a degree to Holland, they got a pretty hard act to follow, because Abbas and Barker had bowled so well that after that, anything which came on, you were comparing it to, and he wasn't.
Well, it's true.
And you know, it perhaps was an unfair comparison, because those two, I think, bowled well as an opening pair as any bowlers I've seen this season. Barker continues from the Birmingham end. He's in and bowls, and Sibley plays this one solidly back straight to Barker, who feels up his own bowling. Still got those 2 mid-wickets, short mid-wickets. Mid-on has gone back a little bit. He's not quite so close in as he was. He's now behind the stumps at the non-striker's end. He's in close enough to be able to have a chat with Ian Gould. And then the short backward square as Barker in bowls, and this is play played by Sibley along the floor, bounces straight to one of the two short mid wickets, and there's no run. Quickly picked up and thrown back at the stumps, just in case Sibley had just thought he was going to go, was out of his ground. But, Sibley had retreated back in. He hit it quite cleanly. But they're certainly being brought into play. Barker's line there was perfect for it. This one wraps Sibley on the thigh pad. The ball drops down in front of him. This is a much better line, this over from Barker. He's bringing those two mid wickets into play, whereas in the previous over to Sibley, he was a little bit wide outside the off stump and negated those impact those two fielders could have. There is an attractive gap though opening on the offside by having this heavily on the side field. It does encourage Sibley to perhaps play through the vacant cover position, but if he gets the chance again, ball wraps him on the pad. And again, James Vince runs in, gives the ball a kick at the stumps as he goes past, but again Sibley hadn't got anywhere, and Vince missed anyway. 77 for no wicket. I don't think I've seen a cloud in the sky here in Birmingham.
It's been absolutely picture perfect today.
Yeah. Saying this morning how it was probably the best of the 3 days, but it's been 3 wonderful days so far. Barker bowls. This is down the leg side. There's an appeal for LBW. The ball flashes down. Good stop by Alsop, diving across down to his low to his left to prevent the ball racing down to the fine leg boundary.
I'm not quite. I got the impression they weren't quite sure they knew what they were appealing for.
No, because it was never going to hit the stumps.
Then,
was it?
No, it looked like there was a problem. It might lead to something, but there wasn't actually anything in the end to appeal for. But he's on the money here,
yep.
Keith Barker.
This is a much better over than his opening one as he runs through. There will be runs here for Sibley, probably 2 as it squirted away through the vacant gap between slip and gully, and in the end, a bit of a mix-up. Allows the batsman to get through for 3 runs to take the total on to 80, and it was just played away. Hadn't got the legs to get to the boundary, but not tidy fielding allowed the 3rd run. So Sibley moves on to 37, 38 to Yates. It's 80 without loss.
It was a little bit of a fiddle on the boundary fielding that, but Yates was already coming back for 3, and there haven't been many opportunities. When the scoring's been slow, there's lots of opportunities to run, but when there has been a chance to run, they've squeezed out every run. There was one right at the start of the innings that Kevin pointing out earlier that set the tone, where there was an easy 1 down to fine leg, and Sibley made it 2. And yes, okay, they've blocked out quite a few maidens, but when there's been a chance to run, they've made the most of it. And there, they made that into 3, and that was good. Wheel starts a new over, and this is turned off his pads by Sibley.
Where they've been very good is where the ball's just been dabbed in space, and they responded quickly to one another.
Yeah. So they probably squeezed out 10 more runs than they might have done, which, all right, is not that many, but who knows? At some point later in this game, they might be grateful for those.
80 for no wicket. We've got 28 overs remaining in the day, and plus a whole day tomorrow. So Warwickshire strive to get victory, which will keep them in the chance for the title. This one is pushed away into the offside. And there's no run. Sorry, is it me or you?
No, it doesn't matter. Well, what I am going to do is shortly I'm going to have to do a local radio update, so I should be barging him, but not for a minute or 2.
And Kevin, it's a good time if you're going to pick it up.
Okay.
I'll come in here,
right,
and Kevin can take back over from me.
Come back. I'll be Hampshire's lucky charm. 2 slips are again deployed with a bit of a gap between keeper and first slip once again. They've had that a lot today, but Sibley is forward very correctly here, standing tall in the crease and defending back up the pitch. And he's taking most of the strikes into tee here, Dom Sibley, and he's meeting most things out of the middle of the bat. Seems to be a tailor-made opportunity for him, with no time pressure, to remind everybody what a good player he is. Wheel bowls, it's wider of the off stump, and Sibley plants the front foot and doesn't chase it. And this partnership, slow going though it is in terms of run scoring, is giving Hampshire the problems at the moment, because they're using up all the energy and they're no nearer to winning this game than they were at 12:15. They still need 10 wickets. Off goes Wheel, trying to get the first one of them. Sibley pushes away into the offside. He's looking for a run. There definitely wasn't one there. And they quickly abort any prospect of that. But it's up to Hampshire to somehow make the next move in this match. If they're to disrupt what is a sedate move towards victory. There's still a long way to go to get it. It's 216 more runs. It's quite a few. Where are we? 2 minutes after 4, so do an update on the local radio in just a moment. Off goes Wheel, bright orange soles to his boots, catching the eye in the sunlight. And he bowls wide of the off stump. Stroke from Sibley, a maiden over, but not a terribly threatening one from Wheel. We've had 6 runs from 5 overs since tea, and Warwickshire have progressed to 80 without loss. That's 37 to Sibley and 38 to Yates. What are they going to do, Ken?
It's a bit of a worry, actually, at the moment. I mean, no need to panic yet. There's still a long way to go, but I tell you what, I wasn't watching every ball while I was off, but there was an LBW shout against Sibley off Wheel.
Yeah, I mean, it was not far away, I think. It was probably as near as there's been. I thought to begin with it hit his back pad and he'd sort of come outside the line of off stump, but on the replay he hadn't, had he? No. It was...
It looked close.
Yeah, it was. It might have been going over, but no, you'd have been glad to survive it. That's really been the only one. I've got this update right now, and then I'll let you get on with Keith Barker, whose first ball is defended anyway. On the third afternoon of the County Championship match in Warwickshire and Hampshire at Edgbaston, Warwickshire grinding towards their target. There's a long way to go to make the 296 they need to win and stay top of the County Championship, but they've knocked off the first 80 at a pace of only 2 runs and over, but nevertheless Rob Yates and Dominic Sibley haven't had too many scary moments on the way. Yates has been very patient since tea. Sibley's trying to run hard between the wickets. He's 37, has survived one LBW shout in particular, but he remains in place for the moment. Warwickshire with the rest of today and all day tomorrow to make another 216 to win at 80 without loss. Yeah, that's been the scariest moment so far. But
yeah, I just happened to see a clip and I sort of ran it slow motion.
The more times I looked at the replay, the nearer it looked.
Yes.
Barker's bowling, and it's wide of the off stump. And Yates has not had much of the strike since tea, but he's not even attempted to score a run since tea. He really is settling in.
Yeah, no, they've both played superbly. Yeah. They really have. They've not tried to take any chances. You're going to get the odd play and miss. You're going to get the odd little moment, but generally, you have to say over the 40-odd overs, just over 40 overs, they've been about as solid as you could have hoped for.
Yeah. Well, for chasing a target of this size, and it is a chunky target. It's not impossible, but it's large. Barker left arm over the wicket. Yates drives up to mid-off. This is as good a start as you could realistically ask for.
Oh, definitely. Definitely. He'd be mega happy in the Warwickshire dressing room here. Mega happy. You know, Hampshire have just got to squeeze it as much as they can and just hope that, you know, the scoring doesn't increase. And, of course, you know, the longer the game goes on, there will be the odd chance here and there and what have you. And you just have to hope that, you know, you take them when they come.
Phil's just shown me a bit of cricket news, which I'll impart in a moment. Barker bowls down the leg side and Yates flicks at this and gets one. His first run since tea down to fine leg. He's on the scoreboard exceptionally fast. He's 39. It's 81 for none. Darryl Mitchell, often seen in these parts representing Worcestershire, and has been their captain. And he's one of those extremely, but it's easy to be envious of because he seems to have been playing since Adam was a boy and yet doesn't look any older. No. Jamie Devil, but he's done a tremendous service for Worcestershire, but he's going to retire at the end of the season.
Oh, right, that's a shame.
Wish him well. Barker bowls, and there's a slightly squirted stroke here off the inside edge from Sibley. It runs to square leg, it's fielded. Sibley's immediately on the off to. Anyway, he's off to get something from the pavilion. Or wants something brought out. It's 81 for none. But no, he's given terrific service, hasn't he, Daryl Mitchell? What a good player.
Has he's not been in the side much, though, has he, this year? I'm not sure I've looked that hard. Really.
I perhaps hasn't been as key a member as he has been in the past. Was captain for a while. I have to look up his details, but he's a Worcestershire product, he's a Worcestershire native. Yeah. And he's 37 now, coming up for 38, so... Nearly 14,000 first-class runs, 3,500 List A runs, 2,000 2020 runs, and a bunch of wickets as well. Yeah. And captain, so not bad, eh?
Yeah, no, for a long time he was the one to get out, wasn't he?
Yeah, yeah. Well, good for him, wish him well.
Yeah.
You would like to think that people wish just someone else, that sort of person, and they often do stay in the game, but you know, how much knowledge must he have collected over the last 20 years? You know, if you were a young Worcestershire player or young anybody, you'd want to plug into that. So, you know, I want all that knowledge.
Let's hope there's some room for him somewhere.
Yeah, good for him.
Yeah. Brad Wheel round the wicket then to the left-hander, Rob Yates, who's on 39, 81 without loss then, 215 needed from here. Yates pushes that out square on the offside. There is no run there. So, yeah. Hampshire just have to hang in, keep it tight, don't let Warwickshire score at more than what they're doing. It's just a fraction under 2 actually.
Updating that, he's going to have a full-time role at the PCA, the Professional Cricket Association, which off the top of my head he's had something to do with before.
Has he been chairman or something?
I think so. So anyway, so he's going to be involved, yes, chairman, so right, so well that's a natural fit then.
Oh, there we are, he's okay, that's good news. There's Wheel. Drive, thick outside edge, it's gone through the vacant gully area, 4 runs. There was a little bit of width, just flayed at a little bit, Yates, but it was fairly safe, but not where he was aiming. 43, he moves on, 285 without loss.
Looks like he just needs something to settle him since tee. He hasn't much of the strike, he's been sort of defending but very cautiously. That was a little bit of a nibble.
Yeah, it was a little bit,
anyway.
But there's not enough really happening with the ball to catch it. I mean, yeah, it wasn't where he was aiming it for, but it was still fairly safe, I guess. Yates moves on to 43. I think Hampshire will start to get a little anxious with not a lot happening out there for him. And Mohammed Abbas out of the attack, outside off stump left alone.
I would imagine that, you know, they've got to somehow convince themselves that they're still in the game here. I mean, there's still 211 more to win. If it was only a 4th innings chase of 211, you say, well, that's not a walkover, is it?
No.
If you were starting now after 211,
you'd still say, slightly. Well, it is slightly Warwickshire.
Yeah, it's tricky, isn't it? Yeah, it's a Warwickshire slightly in charge.
Yeah, they've pulled it around a bit here. They probably started the day thinking it wasn't quite their day, but it certainly is at the moment. It was 4 as he edged that one. I don't think that's a convincing appeal for me. Full delivery, which has gone past the outside edge. It's it's a tough old period here where you just bowl and you just there's no more of a plan than just bowl line and length.
No,
and that's really all it is at the moment.
Well, Warwickshire were in the same spot this morning, and probably last night a bit.
Yeah.
And again, you must be sort of reaching for it. We just need one. I've got to get one soon. Look at the score going up.
Yeah. Wheel bowls. Gets drives. One bounce into the hands of Gubbins at extra cover. And the other thing as well is, yes, it's 211, but as you get nearer and nearer that target, then the pressure grows. From a Warwickshire point of view, as long as you haven't lost too many wickets, then it's not too bad. But if you've lost some wickets and you get closer and closer, that's to get over that final hurdle is the biggest one.
Well, and there's going to be a new ball at some point.
Yeah, just under 40 overs. So it's a little while yet.
Tomorrow.
Won't be till tomorrow, yeah. Nice drive from Yates, fielded by Barker at mid-on.
But even if they've stepped it up to 3 and over from here, there's still going to be over 100 runs needed to win when the new ball comes. So, you know.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, there's plenty of...
So there's a lot of cricket still left after that. It's not necessarily going to be a last throw. So, anyway.
Oh, yes, there's a lot of cricket left yet. But, you know, maybe the first blows to Warwickshire here.
Yeah, I think so. It's all good. It's been an oddly switchback game.
Yeah, it has really,
both in the pace of it as well as the...
I know, you wouldn't think you were watching the same game 2 days after the first. You think you were somewhere else? Amazing.
85 for no wicket. And there's nowhere else to be on a day like this here in the Tropic of Birmingham. It's splendidly warm and bright sunshine. Keith Barker's going to start a new over with the Sibley trap fully deployed. And it's almost 3 of them now. It's not quite a Conga trainer fielders close in on the leg side, waiting for him to flick the in-swinging delivery in that direction. But they're all there, and the first ball is defended well short of them. But there's mid-on fairly close and a bit wide. In fact, he's almost now tucked behind the first of the short mid-wicket. And then there are 2 of them and a slightly backward square leg. So there's no secret about the trap. And Sibley drives just to the offside of straight, and it almost brushed Keith Barker's fingers as he's followed through. And he's hauled back from mid-off, but not before they've taken 1.
I've just been messaged, and I haven't got a clue who's messaged me. It's not a random message.
Were they asking you to invest money?
No, I don't recognise the number at all. Normally, probably like most people, you know, all the names that I need to know are in my phone. But this has come up without a name, and but obviously somebody that's following the game, and well, they've watched that replay of Brad Wheel to Sibley as well. But anyway, you can imagine what it says.
Parker bowls, and this is a thickish edge from Yates. You get 1 down to Wheel at long leg, and goes to 44. He was a little bit skittish since tee by comparison. 87 for none. That appeal from Wheel against Sibley came with a total 76 in the 3rd over after tee, and it looked more out each time we looked at the replay.
Yeah,
it might have been going over, having looked at several replays. To begin with, I thought it maybe hit him outside the line, but clearly it hadn't.
Yeah.
So, anyway, it wasn't given out, so it doesn't matter now. Barker bowls outside the off stump. Sibley plants his foot.
It's very generous of you, Mike, because I know sometimes with the commentator thing it becomes a this and that. So if it's against your team, you know, the commentator will say, well, no, it's missing or it's this and that. But you're being quite generous.
Well,
it's actually very close.
It's easy, yeah.
And
It really is.
Yeah, and I'm trying to be sort of in the middle by saying it's very close.
Yeah.
But I wouldn't have been surprised to see that given out.
No, my first, but we're not quite in line, he says, putting his excuse in, but my first impression was that Sibley brought his back leg round and was kind of outside the line of off stump, but as soon as you see the replay, so, well, he clearly wasn't that. This is another little inside edge here for Sibley this time coming forward. He runs down to deep backward square leg. They have 1. That's the sort of angle he's trying to get Sibley playing, isn't it, to chip up to one of these guys.
Yeah, I'm not sure whether he will, though. I don't know. Maybe it's just there to put him off and put it in his mind.
Maybe.
And, you know, there's a lot of little kidology things that go on out there, that's for sure. But obviously it's an area where he does have a little bit of a problem. But he hasn't had a problem there today.
No, if you know a fella's got that, well, I suppose you try and play on it. But at what point do you... How far into his innings do you say, well, okay. Anyway, Barker bowls and Yates goes to cut and then sort of checks it and stabs the ball into the ground. 88 for none. I don't think Barker was too far away from what he's trying to bowl in that over, but he yielded only 3 singles and no chance.
No, it's been a tremendous start here by the home side. Absolutely no doubt about that. And both batsmen are seemingly in there for the long haul, which is equally as good. And certainly giving them a good solid base in which to win this game. You know, from a Hampshire point of view, you know, when you go through these periods, you know, they'll probably feel that things aren't quite going their way at the moment. You know, with Mohammed Abbas off, I mean, what are the chances of that pulling up starting a new over, and I'm still trying to find out just what it is and how bad it is. I might not get an answer for a little while actually. Here's that wheel, fullish, driven by Sibley, slight hint of an outside half of the bat as that went out into the covers. But this is where you really do, you have to recognise these situations, and I'm sure most of them do, they're experienced enough, but you have to recognise this, that, you know, yes, it is a period where perhaps it's not going your way. You know, Mohammed Abbas off, maybe on another day and another umpire that Sibley LBW would have been given. I mean, you know, that happens, but, you know, there'll be another period in the game, maybe tomorrow, maybe before lunch, maybe after lunch, maybe tonight, you don't know, but, you know, we'll have a half an hour, maybe an hour, where it will start to go for you a little bit. Oh, there's another fly there. That Parker had that problem at that end. Maybe it's the same fly or wasp. Sibley just pulling out as Wheel was about 3/4 of the way through his run-up. And, you know, and it will change. And but you have to stay in the game for as long as possible for when things do start to go your way a little bit. So what you don't want, of course, is to not lose your head. That's stupid because we know we're near that. But you know what I'm saying? Just lose your discipline a little bit, and then there's a quick flurry of 20, 30 runs, and then all of a sudden you're a little bit further behind the knot. So just hang in, and something will slightly change. And you have to believe that. And generally it does, not all the time, but generally it does. Here's Wheel, and he's driving Sibley past the man on the drive, past the extra cover, and that's going to be 4. Well, there were some moves that thought that maybe it might carry, although it didn't really leave the ground by very much. But then having beaten the close infield, it then beat extra cover.
Yeah, you'd be pretty cheesed off if somebody caught that. I think hit it as well as Sibley did. It would have had to go straight in for Vince, who's not very far away there, is he?
No.
Shortish extra.
That's Vince.
Yeah,
I was just trying to work out who it was initially. But he's 10 yards from the bat.
He's not very far.
Extra cover.
Sibley's being bothered by the fly, isn't he?
Yes. Wheel to Sibley again. Next ball, Sibley plays that into the ground. So 92 without loss here, Warwickshire.
It has been a bit midgy round here recently.
Has it?
Yeah, I don't know whether it's something to do with the funny summer we had and all the wet weather early in this. I've no idea, but from time to time around these parts. Oh, look, here we go. It's time to look at the ball. Yeah. How long we had? 43 overs without a wicket. Keith Barker's just looked at the ball.
It's doing naffle.
As if it's, you know, dropped from a passing plane or something. Look, there was some.
It's worth a try. I bet, and they won't leave it here either. They'll. Oh, hang on. Maybe the umpires are green. Oh, hello. We are going to get a change. Well, there you go. See, and sometimes that's all it takes, isn't it? The vagaries of the cricket ball. They'll be really hacked off if it starts swooping round corners. I think it will. But sometimes, you know, there's a little bit of a different bounce, a little bit of a different pace the way it comes through, different feel onto the bat, and I mean. I'm sure it is, and I'm not suggesting that, because obviously you can't kid the umpires. If it's borderline, you can sort of try, but it either is or it isn't. It's funny when they ask, but sometimes you see the ball thrown disdainfully back. But here, straight away, James Middlebrooks goes, no, okay, it's a fair call. But I mean, looking at the overhead conditions, I mean, it's still not a cloud in the sky. I mean, I can't see it starting to swing, but especially with it, well, it's 44 overs old. But you just never know, because, you know, I have known balls to completely change. Seemingly the same, and in your hand you suddenly think, well, that feels a bit smaller, and you think, you know, actually it does poke you up as a bowler sometimes. You think, well, this ball's supposed to be roughly the same, but actually it looks better, because you can't get one exactly the same. There's no way there's a ball in the thing of every single over. No. Yeah. But sometimes it comes out and you think, oh, this is a bit harder, this is a bit smaller, which, you know, the bowlers generally like a smaller ball in their hand. And it kind of gives you a bit of a perk up. So obviously I'm hoping that maybe that is the case. Well, what you don't want is a ball coming back at you which feels bigger, because that is the worst. And then you want to say, no, actually the other one was all right. Can I have it on sale or return? Yeah. It's a silly game, this is. It is stupid, and it's all, you know, it's all silly sort of little theories, and you know. Do you suppose footballers have that? Do you suppose, you know, I don't know, David Beck or whatever, they get they take a ball at a free kick, and he goes, no, I'll have that one over there. That's not round enough. Yeah, of course they do. They don't, you know, they don't talk about it a lot in public, that sort of thing. No, but of course they don't talk about anything much in public. Anyway, there's all sorts of things that goes on that. You know, and to be fair to them, you know, a lot that you don't even think about. Sure. Yeah, I dare. That you just do without even thinking. You know, and changing the ball when it's doing naffle is one of them. And that's the first thing you try and do. Well, Keith Barker's looking at this. Well, I say the new one, or the replacement one, to be more precise.
So he's looking at that with a fair degree of suspicion. Well, there you go. You see, you bought that one now. He's thrown it to Brad Wheel. Well, now we'll know, won't we?
So here he is then with the ball change. That's outside the off stump. Oh, did I detect that going through quicker?
Yeah. Well, it started wide enough, so it was going away. But
I'm looking for something that's not there. You see what I mean?
But you can bet that's the point, isn't it? The batsman. You know, because I bet if you're the batsman now, you're thinking, right, okay, watch out.
Yeah.
It's something else to be cluttering the mind, isn't it? What's this one going to do? What are they up to?
I'm looking for anything now here at the moment. You're right, that was a bit too wide, so I've not got much of an idea from there, but it didn't seem to swing too much. Bradwell's not a big swing bowler, but he does shape it. Comes in again and bowls to Sibley, left alone outside the off stump, taken by Allsop. So he hasn't really made him play with the old, with his. It's not a new ball, but you know what I mean. The ball changed ball. 92 without loss amongst all that. Warwickshire still making slow but steady progress towards their victory target of 296.
Yeah, look here. Only needs to swing a little bit. It causes a problem.
Sean Newton, who's made a comment on the YouTube live feed, says this ball better move more than the last one. It's exactly my thoughts. But not Mike's. That's right, he's only got to go an inch off the straight and he's doing more. Outside the off stump again, so Sibley doesn't have to play. But I think he is carrying. It did seem to carry through nicely. End of the over.
Well, he's hustled in, Wheel. He's got through 11 overs today, and there might be, with Abbas at least out of commission for the moment, and you'd have to imagine that, well, at the very least for the rest of the day, the way he went off, it'd be hard to envisage him coming back tomorrow. I mean, hopefully he will. We don't want to see players out of the game, but
you certainly think you've written him off for the day, don't you?
Yeah, well, it would be very surprising because he looked quite troubling. Let's hope it's nothing too bad. We need players fit to play, especially obviously the top liners around in the game. Barker's going to start a new over. Here he is. His first go with this ball, but he fires the first one down the leg side, and it's taken by Allsop. Still 204 more runs to make for Warwickshire in an important week in the championship. Well, I say that every week is going to be important from now on, isn't it? Because the top 6 teams are playing each other so much in the next couple of weeks that any result could make the difference. But Yates defends back up the pitch to mid-on. Yorkshire, having already won, have 38.5 points. Warwickshire 36 plus potentially 16 if they win. Hampshire on 22.5, but 16 if they win, so they'd go alongside Yorkshire if they were to do it. And Notts and Lancashire just a few points behind, so whichever one of them wins their game, and you'd have to imagine that Notts are favourites because they've set a big target, haven't they? Then they would go above the current benchmark of Yorkshire. Barker bowls, he's wide of the off stump and to offer to go a bit further, but again it started wide, heads up. The aircraft that go low over the ground.
Swung a bit, that last one.
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah, just to expand on that, you're right, it is an important week and it's an important next 2 weeks in Division 1. If you're in Division 2s and Division 3, it's not important at all. No.
Far be it from me to open a debate about the cricket system and calendar, because, you know, I have a feeling those debates may have been had before. I nearly missed one of them, but it's too sunny a day for that. But anyway, Yates comes forward and pushes back on the offside. It's really supporters of sides that are currently find themselves in Divisions 2 and 3 that ought to have something to say about that, you'd imagine.
They'll be fed up come the end of September.
Do you remember that year we finished 7th?
Division 3.
Or 13th.
They can't finish.
No, you can finish. Well, you'd be 13th overall, won't you?
Oh, that's right.
I suppose. I don't know.
Nobody cares, that's the thing, Mike.
Well, I fear that's the problem, isn't it? Barker bowls, and this is guided on his toes by Yates. I'm very happy to be appraised otherwise, by the way, if I've got this completely wrong. And you're saying, no, this is the future. Perhaps it is the future. then feel free to let me know why. Always happy to be corrected.
Well, find a good reason, because I'm damn sure I can't.
I'm happy to be told there is one. 69 for 1. Lancashire, by the way, needing 444. That's in the other Division 1 game in progress. Might race through the other scores quickly. Barker bowls full and straight to Yates, who is equally fulsome and straight in defence, and that's another over, a maiden over played through. 45 overs gone, 92 for no wicket. In Division 2, Glamorgan still battling uphill, 274 for 6 in the second innings. That's still 132 runs behind Durham. Earlier, Essex beat Gloucestershire at Chelmsford by an innings and 3 runs in an altogether lower scoring game. And a good chase on tomorrow in Division 2. Be a good game anyway, whatever the merits of Division 2. At Northampton, where Northants needing 320 to beat Surrey at 29 for 1. So it'll be a good match in itself.
Wheel starts his 12th over, bowling to Sibley, full. Sibley plays that into the ground, quietly out on the offside.
There's a result in 3. Kent have beaten Worcestershire by an innings and 56 runs at Canterbury. And 2 games still going on there. Leicestershire 528, this is on the 3rd day. Derbyshire in response 239 for 5, but making slow progress. However, they were 56 for 5, so a big stand there between Brooke Guest and Anuj Dal.
Leicester and Derby playing in Division 3. There's a bit of irony there, isn't there? As that's driven up to mid-off by Sibley, he'll take a single. 93 without loss.
And at Hove, Middlesex finally decided they'd gorged themselves enough when they'd got to 676 for 5, count them. 253 for Robson, 174 for Stoneman, 110 for not out for Robbie White, 88 for Martin Anderson, and a partridge in a pear tree. 26 for Nunn Sussex in response. I need to bat until about a week on Wednesday to avoid the following.
Wheels round the wicket to Yates. Yates drives up to mid-off. They'll take a single. Dawson's a little deep and has to move to his right. 94 without loss at Warwickshire here. I'm sure I saw something about that Kent innings. Sorry, the Kent innings, the Middlesex innings.
Oh yeah, our friend Kevin Hand's been tweeting records. Yeah. He's got through more records than Tony Blackburn.
It's quite a big one though, isn't it? In terms of, I don't know if is it their highest first-class score for a number of years or something. I don't know. I've lost it. I can't find it. Here's Wheel bowls, and that's driven up to mid-on, but Dawson's in quickly this time. No run for Sibley. So he remains on 94. Warwickshire, just to keep you up to date, to keep you in suspense and on the edge of your seats. Need another 202. It's certainly going into tomorrow and probably well into the afternoon at this rate, which I think many people would have lost their bet if they said this was going into day 4 after the first day. It's down the leg side and missed, but not missed fortunately by Alsop. Takes a good catch. Just got to go and do a quick update.
94 for Nunn. Warming up. Is that Holland, I think, warming up at mid-on? So he might be having his first bowl in this innings. He'd be the 7th bowler used if so. 10 overs of a bass, but he fears are saying we might not get any more. This is we had 13 of Barker. This is the 12th of Wheel. Fuller, Organ and Dawson have also had a bit of a go. Wheel bowls outside the off stump. No stroke from Sibley, who will not be hurried today. He might well have been given an LBW about an hour ago, but he's not changing his approach. He's time to bat and runs to chivvy out, and he appears to have set his mind to do exactly that for as long as it takes. And Yates as well. Yates is 45, Sibley 44. And Warwickshire, after 46 overs now of their second innings, are 94 without loss and require 202 more runs to win. And Liam Dawson is going to bowl now from the Birmingham end. So we saw 3 overs of him before tea, where he looked the more effective of the two spinners we saw in the short spells. All they were able to take runs from with relative ease, it seemed. But Dawson was a bit trickier. Now, Yates is waiting. He didn't, I don't think, face too much of Dawson in his brief spell before tea. Sibley is, not surprisingly, the big man at the non-striker's end, finding it a bit warm work today. He's called for a towel a couple of times. The hold-up is, we're waiting for a helmet and some extra protective gear to appear. Slip and a short leg, the close field. Dawson, who bowled 3 overs for 5 runs before tea, sets off to bowl to Yates, who defends. Back the pitch. Hampshire hanging in there, got another 21 overs to bowl today. So we'll be a little bit past the 5:30 close, but it will be a bit of a morale-sapping one. This is coming forward. It's taken on the pad, but he's well forward. Dawson with a bouncy walk back to the start of his approach, which is not a long one. It's walking pace, then 2 or 3 trotted paces, and want to get some urge into the arm as he forces it over and concedes a single to Yates. Guided backward of point. 46 to Yates. 95 without loss. Sibley's taking his time, he's making Dawson wait. Again, a slip and a short leg for the right-hander this time, and Sibley plants his foot and watches a ball pitch outside the off stump. And if he does turn a little bit, that one turns away from the right-hander. $201 more they need. I think they're going to update Coventry and Warwickshire listeners. Here we go. It's a quick single pushed away into the offside for Sibley. Well, they've got time available, and it looks as though Warwickshire are determined to use it. They have been set a target of 296 to win this match. They set off for it at 20 past 12, and here we are at 4:30. They're 96 without loss, so 200 more needed. Rob Yates and Dom Sibley have worn down the Hampshire attack for 47 overs, and with not too many alarms. There was one very close LBW shout from Brad Wheel against Sibley that he survived about an hour ago. Hampshire's bowling attack has been depleted by the loss of Mohammed Abbas, their senior bowler, the Pakistan international, who got through 10 overs and then pulled up sharply in his run-up with seemingly an ankle injury and has not yet reappeared. So for the time being, with the pitch seemingly playing easily if slowly, Warwickshire edging towards what you say could be an important win. They need 200 more with 10 wickets in hand at 96 for none. Oh well, popped out nose. Good job. I was listening, really.
Yeah,
it came
out the blue.
Yes, as listeners to Coventry and Warwickshire have just been not saying to themselves, good job I was listening to that. Ian Holland is going to start the new over, Kevin.
Yeah, medium pacer, who bowled a few steady overs in the first innings, but didn't look particularly threatening. I think, again, we're just going to see Hampshire just trying to keep things ticking along as slowly as they can. Maybe there might be a little half chance somewhere along the line, but I don't think we're going to see Ian Holland produce or pull up too many trees here, but you never know. As Sibley gets a length ball, that's pushed towards mid-wicket. That's not taking anything away from Ian Holland, but I have seen him do it, of course, but generally the pace that he's bowling on this wicket against these two that look solid, it has to be said, very, very solid, which does worry me a little bit. But good news from a Warwickshire point of view, that really all James Vince can do now is just to keep the game trickling along, no more, and then just hope that things might change a little bit in terms of luck. I don't want to give too much away. I know. I don't mean to go on about that LBW shout, as that's pushed back to the mid-on, because it sounds like I'm sort of, well, I am clutching at straws if I'm honest. But I've been sent a picture, still picture. I won't say who it was from because it's a little bit unfair. But it's very close to this group of players, with a statement by the picture. I think it's fair to say that you know, Hampshire fans and people associated with the club are probably not, and are listening and watching and following proceedings as played back to the bowler, are probably a little bit miffed about that not out decision.
It was not unadjacent to being LBW.
No. So there you go. But that's just I'm just saying that just to give you a flavour of maybe the feeling on the Hampshire side of things. As Phil Britt is saying it was not out, and he's probably right. Well, it's not out.
Well, it's not. Yes.
Because the umpire said so. You're right, Phil.
Do they still say look in the paper tomorrow? But they don't say that anymore.
Not anymore now. They say look online.
Oh yeah.
Here comes here comes Holland again as it's played out. I was like, that's changed, isn't it? Look in the paper, no, look online.
Oh, that does bother me when I'm driving back from somewhere and they say, and if you want to see the rest of the county scores, then you can look on the website. I can't. I'm driving at the moment. Tell me what they are.
Yes.
But that's just me, obviously, nobody else.
Well, and they assume that everybody, well, no, it's not. They assume everybody can just get online at a flick of a switch, but of course it's not that easy. Holland bowls again, simply plays that into the ground, and that literally has landed at the base of the stumps. Allsop's looking at it, and just drags it back with his, well, not drags it back onto the stumps, but drags it away from the stumps.
It might even have bumped into the stumps.
It's close.
Allsop was looking at it suspiciously.
He was. Why hasn't that rolled back?
Aye.
A little couple of more inches. I don't think it had enough pace on it even to take the bail off, to be fair.
The old prick on the bail job again. Yeah. No, it was a ball dropped down dead. Nevertheless, it nearly wriggled through.
Here comes Holland again and bowls and simply works that away on the onside, past the close infielder on the leg side. There will be two. Yes, good running. Good running. That's exactly what Warwickshire need to do here. Just try and turn ones into twos. Just keep that scoreboard ticking along, even though it's slow. Just make steady progress and just keep frustrating Hampshire, who are just feeling that the little half chances that are coming and going are not yet going their way, if at all. Chill Newton, who's made a message on, who's composed a message on the YouTube channel, which of course is being beamed from the Warwickshire website. Abbott and Abbas's injuries could end Hampshire's championship season. Well, it's not great. I wouldn't say it's ended it, but it's not great. While they're still playing, and while they're still in the hunt, they have a chance.
They do. It's still a lot of runs to make. 198 more runs is...
Oh, yeah. It's going to get more nervy as they get closer. The thing that will make it less nervy, of course, and I mentioned it earlier, is that if Warwickshire don't lose too many wickets.
Yeah, well, that's it.
And these two are doing a great job.
They are. But if you're in this vicinity tomorrow, there will be some cricket to watch, by the looks of things. "19 more overs today for this game to change course, potentially. And Liam Dawson's going to bowl the first of those overs and see if he can make that happen. To the left-handed gate, who adjusts late here, goes right back in the crease to defend a bit jerkily. Back to the bowler. And Dawson looks at him for a moment before turning back to his bowling mark in sunglasses. Floats this one up a little bit more, and Yates just reaching for that alongside his front pad, and it popped up towards short leg, but not nearly as far as short leg.
What's that smoke at the far end of the ground?
The chips are done. No, occasionally you do get a bit of smoke come up from over there.
What is it?
I've no idea. It's white smoke at the moment. If you're those jokes. The bonfire. There are bonfires in the park, do they? Okay. Yeah, there's a bit of parkland over that way. Oh, he could be, yeah, not necessarily in the par. Anyway, leaves haven't started falling yet. People aren't getting rid of them, I wouldn't think. 98 for none. Dawson's not giving much away. They're not able to pick runs off him so far. Oh, he fired that through a bit. And Yates went back and dabbed it down. I don't think Yates has looked quite settled since tee. Maybe it's me. He's been batting for an hour, but it's been a bit fidgety compared to before tee.
Maybe he's got himself into too defensive mode.
Here's Dawson. And back goes Yates. Pushes the ball out on the offside and then looks a bit disappointed to see that it's gone straight to a fieldsman.
He's only added 8
Yeah.
since tee.
Yes, he's faced 38 balls since tee. Sibley's had a little bit more of the strike. He scored 16 since the break. Dawson squeezes the ball like he's trying to ring a sponge and gives this a little bit more length. And Yates is defending back up the pitch. Another maiden. 98 for no wicket in 49 overs. Yates 46, Sibley 47. Still need to make 198 more to win.
Yeah, well, the pace of this game now has slowed so much. It's down to the pace of the Yorkshire game last week at the Aegeus, and that was for all but about 2 hours when Yorkshire sort of ran away with it a bit in their second innings. It was if it was a crawl, then you were lucky. But we've got to that now, and yeah, there's not a lot of action going on out there at the moment, but Warwickshire won't mind that.
No.
Holland's first over went for 2. He starts a new one. Bowling to the right-hander, Dominic Sibley. Bowls and Sibley pushes that back to the bowler. This is the 50th over of this first innings. Second innings. What we're talking about? First innings? Second innings.
And it's going to need a certain amount of mental strength, isn't it, to win this game?
Yes, it is.
The Hampshire's physical strength has been weakened a bit now by the absence of a bat.
Yeah.
That's not to be underestimated.
Still not got an answer on that yet. Might try different means. Here's Holland again, and Sibley pushes that out towards short mid-wicket.
I wondered if in this session Warwickshire might, I mean they don't need to, but I wondered if they might naturally seek to increase the ratio, just because Hampshire have been in the field all day and it's a bit hot. But to be fair, there isn't a lot of loose stuff to hit us, there really.
No. They'll just play it. They'll just keep playing this way. There's no need to change.
That's it, isn't it? There's no
need to change. Worry about it at tea tomorrow. That keeps a little bit low on Sibley. As he's pushing it out on the onside.
It's not as if they don't have free scorers to come.
No.
Benjamin, we've already seen a bit of, and Hayne.
Yeah. That's right, yeah. I mean,
so, yeah, I don't know, I'm not remotely suggesting that. I just wondered whether, mainly I wondered whether there would be, the bowlers would start to tire and the ball would start to soften. But
yeah, they will at some stage. Especially if we go into the afternoon tomorrow.
Well, quite.
Definitely. And I certainly wouldn't rule that out. Sibley works out on the onside. Good diving stop by Fuller, I think that is. Diving to his left. I think he might be worth another go soon. The way he bowled his first 2 or 3 overs, well, 3 or 4 overs.
He ran in hard enough.
Yeah, four overs, 1 maiden, none for 4. And probably has come the closest to anybody in taking a wicket when there was a half-hearted pull shot from Yates, which just evaded the diving Tom Alsop, although he got fingertips to it. Here comes Holland, left alone outside the off stump by Sibley, late call. Still that smoke at the far end of the ground. I thought it was Phil Britt just starting up his Boyd Racer car and getting out of the ground, making a quick exit, getting those tyres burning. It's a little bit, it's not that kind of smoke, that's for sure. More of a bonfire smoke, as it's a bit wider, and Sibley happy to leave that one alone. 98 without loss. Warwickshire need 198 from here to win.
Yes, and they're grinding Hampshire down. But the bowling has been reasonably disciplined. We haven't seen that go astray.
No.
Both sides still pulling hard in this game. Well, there's a lot on it. I mean, if you win this game, whoever wins it is very much in the championship hunt.
Yeah. I think whichever side wins it, it's been a hell of a game. And it will be a hell of a game from here on in, whoever wins it.
Quite a story to tell, isn't it? Dawson starts a new over, left arm over the wicket to the left-handed Yates, who defends. And is showing very little ambition to do anything else at the moment, which is fine.
That pitched in the bowler's rough, but didn't really do anything.
No.
Well, doesn't mean the next one won't.
Well, no, you wouldn't want to be taking too many chances with it. Dawson tries again and pushes this through a bit quicker. Yates adjusts equally quickly and goes back on the back foot and guides it through extra cover. He takes one, and the total goes to 99. 47 to Yates now. Made 3 first-class centuries this season. He's stepping forward at the age of, off the top of my head, 21. He's a player that Warwickshire are keen to invest in for the future. Sibley comes forward and neatly defends this back to the bowler. Dawson doesn't stand still much, does he? He doesn't waste time. He picks the ball up and...
He's a busy player.
Yes.
With the ball in his hand.
Yeah. Energetically goes back to his mark. Sets off again, round wicket, and Sibley sweeps. Oh, and he's caught. He went off the top edge. My goodness, it's caught by the wicket going straight up in the air. I was looking for it over on the leg side. He went for the first aggressive stroke that Sibley has tried to play, and it's gone vertical, straight up in the air, and the wicketkeeper in the end has caught it almost where he was standing. Sibley was looking to hit it away, and it went directly straight up and straight down, and he's held by Allsop, and Sibley will no doubt be very annoyed. The first aggressive stroke he's played in hours, and he's caught by Allsop in a roundabout way off Dawson for 47.
I was as well. I was looking over the stands. I was trying to crane my neck to look over the stands, and then all of a sudden I thought, hang on a minute. And that was a tricky catch for Tom Allsop, because he actually didn't move from behind the stumps, and Sibley's right next to him, and he really did have to keep his eye on that, and I think he would have been relieved to get that one, and that is a mistake, and that maybe then, I said, somewhere along the line, you hang in, and as good as these two have batted, and they have batted brilliantly, Sibley batted brilliantly, but somewhere along the line, the luck will change.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying that's going to change the luck overall. I'm not even going to say that's going to spark a collapse. I'm not saying that at all. But that's the breakthrough, and that will just make Hampshire feel a little better.
Well, if you're the bowling side, you could run up and bowl another one. If you're the batting side, you can only make 10 mistakes, can't you? If it goes wrong like that. But it is strange, isn't it, that Sibley, having denied himself any risk for so long.
Agree. And it wasn't even down the leg side. You know, that's a straight delivery.
Yeah.
And he's just gone for it.
Yeah.
That's, you know, read into that.
Out of character dismissal, you might think. Well, anyway, will perk up Hampshire no end. But, no, I was looking for the boundary. Then I thought, well, maybe he's hit the short leg and bounced over that way, because everybody seems to be standing still. The reason they were standing still is because Allsop was also standing still. He literally didn't have to move. This first ball for Chris Benjamin, the new batsman, and a bright new light on the on Warwickshire's horizon in the last quite literally few weeks. Lets the first ball pass outside the off stump from Dawson. It's an interesting challenge for Chris Benjamin. A bit different to some of those he's had up to now.
Yeah, the audio levels will go up now.
Yeah, I'm sure they will.
Yeah.
Anyway, he defends 99 for 1 at the end of the over. 47 to Yates. Benjamin has just arrived to replace Sibley, who made 47.
Yeah, he made a bit of a nervy start, Benjamin, in the first innings. He only scored 5 in the end, but I remember off the top of my head, I think the first 2 balls he faced, remember the first day was tricky. I think actually he was probably the one player that 2 balls running made a missed. He tried to drive 2 balls on the up through the covers. The first 2 balls he faced, and you think, really? Win? But very soon after anyway, but yeah, so maybe just needs to have a think about that. I'm sure he's had a think, and But yeah, they'll start to sort of scream and shout a little bit out there and just try and put a bit of pressure. But certainly that would have lifted Hampshire massively, and that was a mistake, big mistake from Dom Sibley. And Hampshire will feel that that hasn't cost them too many runs, if you believe that that LBW shout early was out. How many was he on at the time, do you know?
He was 33.
33, so that wasn't really that expensive in the end.
Well, except that it was almost exactly an hour. He was at 10 to 4 here, so it's an extra hour it took them out there. But the score only advanced by 23 in that hour.
Yeah, so not too costly, if you believe that was out. Let's push back to Ian Holland, start of his new over. He's into his third. None for 2. You can just see here the clapping now, and definitely Hampshire have been helped by that. And with 16 overs remaining, yeah, Warwickshire's still in a good position, but all of a sudden you're thinking now, well, maybe another wicket or 2 before the close changes it again. As Holland bowls and Yates pushes forward to Vince at shortish mid-wicket.
The senior bowlers, well, I mean, obviously Abbasi's out of it. Barker's already had 13 overs and Wheel 12, but now that there's a new batsman in, I wonder whether you...
Well, I would have brought Abbas on, but...
Well, yeah, well, quite, but he's
but
obviously
not,
out of commission.
No. I'm not sure, I'll be honest with you, I'm not sure what I'd do here. What would I do? Let's push down towards extra cover and there's no run. I think I'd keep Dawson on for a little while.
Yeah. I mean, it's not as if we're down in the lower order by any means. Obviously, we're in the Warwickshire top order, but nevertheless, a new batsman's a new batsman.
Yeah, definitely. No, I think I would keep this going. I mean, Wheels only just finished a spell, and as I say, he came into this game very much 50-50 with a knee injury, so would I just bring him in back for the sake of it? No, I'd keep this going for a little while.
Yeah, well, the last thing you want to do is lose another one.
No. Because the runs aren't really flowing. It's an outside edge as a forward prod. It's going down towards third man. That's beaten the close infielder Fuller, and that may just outrunning the ball. It is just. Fuller did his best. Oh, he's pulled it back. My word, he's singled
four. Yeah.
Just looked like the backup fielder there and thrown the ball back. And that's 50 runs for Rob Yates. In a model of concentration out there. 148 deliveries for that 51.
Well,
7 boundaries.
Yes, I mean, he's shown patience on a number of occasions this season. That half century in 3.5 hours felt like it was being chipped out of granite, but nevertheless, there it is. He's got it's a down payment on this target for Warwickshire.
Yeah, and that's the 100 up for Warwickshire as well. As Holland comes in again, and Yates steers that to short mid wicket, where captain does the fielding once more. So 193 needed now by Warwickshire, and there are 16 overs to do in the day, but I presume after this actually, it might be 15 overs after this. Doing probably about half an hour's of overtime tonight, maybe fractionally less. Holland again runs away from us and bowls to Yates. Yates again on that leg side, but steers it up to mid on, fielded by Barker. Yeah, 15 overs to do, 103 for 1. Yates is 51, and Benjamin has faced just a couple of deliveries.
Yes, and he will want to take a bit of time to settle in to go, so we're going to have probably half an hour, maybe extra.
Yeah.
We're going to do a radio update at 5 o'clock, and then maybe, I don't know if Phil wants to come in a bit after that for a bit until between 5:30, 5.
He's almost bitten your hand off to come in here. He's champion at the bit.
He does.
The museum's closed up for the day. He's got nothing else to do now, Phil.
He's got a grandfather clock to move. Yates, Benjamin, is waiting for the start of a new over from Dawson. That's a nicely timed stroke to get off the mark. It's 4 through wide of mid-on. And there was a bit of traffic in the field to negotiate to get it through there. But it was all timing from Chris Benjamin. He's had a bit of form since coming into senior cricket. As people will have seen, he very quickly found his way into the 100 reckoning as well, and he started pleasingly there for him. 107 for 1. Dawson coming left arm around the wicket to the right-handed Benjamin. Oh, he pushed that new cricker. How was that for LBW? They liked it. Benjamin was going back against the stumps. Maybe it was a bit high. A little bit.
Yeah.
Not.
A little bit high, a little bit leggy.
Yeah,
And I
possibly.
think the two combined.
Yeah.
Yeah. It didn't quite look right from
No,
what we're
it
looking
didn't,
at.
but, you know.
It's certainly not as close as the Sibley one.
No, but it was close-ish. Anyway, forward comes Benjamin, who is looking to be more positive, and is pushing forward away on the onside. 107 for 1, 296 is the target, so there's a fair bit still to go. Slip and a short leg waiting. Vince is the slip fielder, poised behind Allsop. Dawson bowls, and Benjamin looking to back again. Defends with a straight bat on the offside. It might be a slow burner, but it's
great.
a good one, isn't it? It's
Great. It's great.
Yeah.
Things have conspired a little bit against Hampshire with Noah Bass. And,
Yeah.
well, I say conspired slightly over the top, but they're having to work hard.
Forward comes Benjamin, pushes away on the offside.
Had to work hard for little scraps.
Yeah.
And that's what you have to do.
Yeah.
And they're making Warwickshire work hard as well.
Well, it just shows all the different colours of cricket this season. You can get excited if watching the 100 if that's your thing. You can get excited watching 2020 cricket. And this is entirely different in pace, and yet it's going to be a fingernail chewer to the end, quite possibly. Round the wicket comes Dawson, forward comes Benjamin. Yates would like a single. Benjamin very quickly appraises him of not to, and they stay where they are, and it's the end of the over. But you can see the energy about Hampshire since they picked up a wicket, and why wouldn't you be?
Well, that's right. You'd expect that, wouldn't you? Yeah. But I quite like this combination from Hampshire. The steady medium pace of Ian Holland. Liam Dawson, who is not getting a lot of help out of this wicket, but accurate. It was a good shot from Chris Benjamin that last over, by the way, to get off the mark.
Yes, it was.
But for me, it's Barker. Is there much there from him tonight? Maybe, but if not, then save him till tomorrow. We'll wait. Give Mo Bass time to see if he might recover as Holland bowls and Yates pushes that out towards extra cover. And there's no run. Brad Wheel certainly needs a bit of a break, as for reasons I've already mentioned. And I think if Hampshire can hold this for 14 overs, Warwickshire not make too much more progress, even if they don't lose a wicket, and then come back in the morning. Tomorrow's a different day, 10:30, and then take it from there. So what you don't want is Warwickshire to get a little bit spurt on here and get closer. So just let the game carry on the way it is. As Holland pushes out on the leg side, and just accept that tomorrow's another day, and Mo Bass might be fit, and then you take it from there. Brad Bill will feel fitter, Keith Barker taking it fitter, and then go for it. But don't let Warwickshire get too many more tonight. And if you pick up a wicket, that's even better. That might sound negative. It's not meant to be. Here comes Holland, and Yates pushes forward up to Hampshire would be fairly happy with this, and of course you get closer to the second new ball.
Yes.
That'll be 67 overs tonight. So you've got 13 to do in the morning. It'll still be relatively fresh in the morning. So you go from there.
Well, that's going to be interesting, isn't it? How to deploy the opening bowlers in the morning.
Yeah.
Especially without a Bass. If there's a new ball, say
Barker will.
Yeah.
Yates pushes that length ball out to extra cover.
Yes, but you might want to start the day with them, but then maybe you'd think, well, hang on a minute, we're going to have a new ball at 20 past 11.
Yeah. That'd be another dilemma for the skipper.
Yeah, well,
Who'd be a skipper?
Well, this is it.
Lots of decisions. But I think Vince has got this right. I think, just do a holding job here. And if it's a wicket in these next 14 overs, great.
Yeah.
Here comes Holland bowls, and Yates pushing forward. The way Yates is playing looks solid. The wicket's doing not a lot, even for Dawson. Certainly not doing anything for Holland.
And that plan is fine, so long as Holland is running up and bowling nice and accurately, which he is. Which he is. So,
Yeah. I mean, he's giving you the same as he gave you in the first innings. It's just in that situation, it wasn't enough.
No. But if he's running up and put it on the spot, then that's fine.
Yeah. Comes in again then and bowls to Yates. Yates gets one a bit straighter, so is able to turn that away on the leg side. That's a single. And from a Warwickshire point of view, I think they'll be fairly happy as well if it pans out like that as well. 108 for 1, and Warwickshire need another 188. Cool, they're calling a lot on you, aren't you? Your radio stations. They're making you work hard, Mike.
Well, I'm not sure I can really say this is terribly hard work, if I'm honest with you.
Shall I leave it to you?
When are we? Yes. Well, but probably by the end of this Dawson over.
Okay.
I would think. When are we? Yes. I have to speak at 3 minutes past.
Oh yeah.
Pop out like a cuckoo clock. Just slightly out of tune, out of time. Dawson then for his 8th over. He's got 1 for 12, and to bowl to the left-handed Yates. He has a slip and a short leg waiting, and Yates drives out to deep extra cover. There was something in that Dawson liked because he ended with hands on head, but it is a single to Rob Yates all the same.
Well, he's thrown it out there to hit some of the rough, probably a little bit too wide actually. I mean, I think he's gone off because Yates has gone after it, but he's played it perfectly safely because it was quite full.
Well, if you can't get excited off your own bowling, when can you? Here he comes. The ball to Benjamin, who is always forward, and that sort of squeezed between the bat and the pad for a moment. It dropped down, but could have gone anywhere, and
that's those little things that I'm talking about, you know, just little things that, you know, on that occasion doesn't go your way, another time it will.
But you can, well, you can see that Dawson thinks he's in the game here at the moment.
Definitely. He thinks he's in the game all the time.
Well, I dare say he probably does. He fires this through, and there's going to be a run for Benjamin. He should drag that down a little bit.
Yeah, I didn't quite get that right.
It's all good fun at the moment.
Oh, it is. It's great.
Progressing slowly, but the tensions are there.
It is, and for me, it's building.
Yeah, it'll be a good one tomorrow. So yeah, if you can get here tomorrow, then do come. You might only for a couple of 2-3 hours cricket, whatever, but it should be a good one. Both sides with a chance. Dawson bowls. Oh, and Yates, where's that? It's squirted off the inside edge. It's gone to backward square leg. It's rolled away in the end, but it didn't go where Yates meant it to go, and he didn't know where it was going for a moment. Just do the radio update here. 110 for 1. It's the third afternoon of Warwickshire's championship match against Hampshire, which is building to a slow-burning but tense finish probably tomorrow. Warwickshire looking for 296 to win and stay top of the championship. Have made 111 for 1 so far. A patient opening partnership of 99 ended when Dominic Sibley, trying really his first attacking stroke, top edging a sweep off the spinner Liam Dawson to be caught at the wicket eventually by Tom Allsop off a skyer. Rob Yates is unbeaten still with 54, joined now by Chris Benjamin. Warwickshire still with a fair bit to do, chasing 296 or 111 for 1. Benjamin defends the last ball of that over, and even that sort of went down off the inside edge a bit. But there was one earlier in the over from that Yates pushed at, and he really wasn't sure where it was going. Anyway, 111 for 1 at the end of the over, and you can muse on that with Phil.
Yeah, just those little half mistakes, and that was a half mistake from Yates, just pushing out even a gap between bat and pad, and again on another day that sort of ricochets somewhere, maybe back onto the stumps or pops up or somewhere, but you know, again, not on that occasion. But you just hang in there. Holland's going for slightly less than 2 and over. Dawson's just about 2 and over, and that's fine from a Hampshire point of view. Just hold the game as much as they can here and try and regroup with Abbas hopefully in the morning. They're starting you over from Holland. It's pushed back to him by Yates, and there is no run. Welcome back, Phil Britt. Are you enjoying it as much as we are?
Yeah, it's good, isn't it? It's a good battle.
It is, isn't it? Good game.
Hampshire making Warwickshire really battle for their runs, and that wicket's just given them that little bit of incentive.
Certainly has. Holland's run the wicket to the left-handed Yates bowls, and Yates on the back foot steers that up to mid-off where Dawson fields.
I think Chris Benjamin's going to have his natural instinct will be to play some shots, and almost you'd say, well, if it came off, wonderful, but if it doesn't, then there'll be fingers saying, well, what sort of shot? You know, he's on almost like a no-win situ here.
And that's where the pressure comes from,
yeah,
isn't it,
of
really?
course, exactly,
You know,
exactly it.
you look at the situation, you say, do I play my normal game as Holland bowls wide outside the off stump? Alsop takes at the second attempt. Yeah, it's all very well day one where there's not a lot riding on it. It's now where you get to the business end and there is a lot riding on it then that's what brings its own pressure.
Still a lot of runs to get, but they do have 9 wickets in hand, but you don't want to lose another couple.
No. Oh, they'd have taken 111 for 1 all day long, wouldn't they?
Yeah.
At the start of the innings. It's a length ball which Yates just prods up to mid-off. Take it all day long, that.
It's a nice little spell, this, from Ian Holland. He's put it on the spot, hardly bowled a bad ball. Warwickshire not been able to get after him at all.
No.
And Dawson definitely causing some problems from the Birmingham end.
Yeah. You would think somewhere along the line between now and the close of play there will be another couple of half chances going at the very least. Depends on who they drop for. That's Holland bowls. Again, it's a length ball. And good stuff, doing exactly what the captain's asking of him. He's not expecting him to come on and get a 3 for 20, but he is expecting him to go for less than 2 and over at the most, and that's what he's doing.
Dom Sibley will be sat there wondering how on earth he didn't put that into the back of the West Stand.
Did you think he swept that from 2 straight?
Well, I really don't know. I thought it was the right shot for the ball, to be honest.
Oh, I think he's just pulling the bat inside the line at the very last moment. I'll give him the benefit of the doubt. Yates, 111 for 1.
It was just one of those which you can play that shot 100 times and you will only get out that way once.
Yeah.
If somebody actually said, right, I want you to hit it so it goes up in the air and catch, you'd do down there all day and not do it.
Absolutely incredible the way it went straight up. I mean, Alsop didn't have to move.
Well, I did exactly the same as you. I was looking up into the stand to see which part it was going to hit, because it's a very short boundary and it's very tempting.
Yeah.
And then realised it had gone straight up in the air.
Yeah. Good catch by Alsop at the end.
It was
a tricky one, and he did well to hold on. He actually took it quite low down in the end. He almost got too much underneath it.
Liam Dawson going to continue from the Birmingham end. They're bowling and Benjamin pushes this away into the offside, and there's no run. I saw Chris Benjamin play in the 100, a couple of innings, where the one where he came on at the end and smacked a quick 20 or 30, I think it was, to win a game, and it looked very impressive. But I haven't seen him play any red ball cricket until now. Reverse shot from Benjamin. Sweep, which he misses. It's Bale taken off by Alsop. Quick work there. Benjamin hadn't gone out of his crease, but the reverse sweep, which he worked so well in white ball cricket, really in the red ball, he was lucky to survive that. Just wonder whether that's quite what's required at this stage as he plays this next one again, not altogether confidently, back down the. Would say he doesn't look totally at ease at the moment, Kevin.
He looks like he wants to play his natural game and play some shots, but as I say, the situation, you see, you look up at the board and you know your teammates are relying on you, and it's hard out there. What do you do?
I think Dawson feels he might get this one as in he comes, bowls. This one is played to short leg. But, there's no run.
You know, I mean, that reverse sweep comes off, you feel good, and the teammates clap, and you think, yeah, that's good, but that's a risky shot in this situation.
We've seen a few of these from both sides, the reverse sweep, which haven't been very successfully executed in this game. Keith Parker tried it 2 or 3 times without success. This next one is hit back over the bowler's head. Stand and deliver 4 runs. Well, that was just slightly overpitched by Liam Dawson, a bit too full. And Benjamin was onto it in a flash and drove it back hard, back over the bowler to say, thank you very much. Well, if you're going to bowl me that one, I'm going to give it the full works. He goes to 9. The total goes to 115 for 1.
Good shot.
Yeah, it's the sort of thing that from Hampshire point of view, they don't want him to get half an hour because he could run the game away. They might get him out, but he could have actually put enough runs on the board to give a significant move towards the 296.
Yeah.
And he'll score them quickly. In comes Dawson again and bowls. Benjamin drives up towards mid deepish mid-off, but ball intercepted on its way. They were looking for the single, but in the end stayed where they were. End of the over, 115 for 1. We've had 57 overs, 54 to Yates. Benjamin's moved to 9, and Warwickshire requiring another, here's my maths going wrong, 181, is it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, actually, I've only
Well
got to
done,
read
yeah.
the scoreboard. It's got it in the bottom right-hand corner of the scoreboard.
It's not always up there.
No,
is
it's
it?
not. When you want it, it's not, and then when it is.
Well, yeah, you feel with Benjamin it could go one of the other ways, couldn't it?
Yeah.
And if it goes for him, then all of a sudden this a game which looks a bit of a nail biter might not be, but it just depends on how long that he's out there. But you do feel that if he's out there for any length of time, it won't be a nail biter at all. It could be.
So did you get out last night? I never asked you that this morning.
No, I didn't.
You didn't?
No.
You're not much of a party animal, are you?
No, I'm not.
I thought you'd be up Broad Street last night,
Not at all.
partying away.
Oh yeah, I wish. I'm in a good spot for that, but it's not much fun on your own. Yates works that away. New over from Holland, works that away behind square on the leg side. He moves quietly on to 55, 116 for 1. No, I'm in a great spot, aren't I, with all the restaurants around. But it's not, I'm not one for sitting in restaurants on my own. I can't do that.
There was a time with the cricket where you'd have had plenty of the cricketers who'd come out with you, but they don't seem to do it anymore, do they?
No.
They- Much more regimented in many respects.
Yeah, and also I wouldn't with them.
Oh no,
too
I
young for me,
agree.
yeah.
I agree. No,
And, I try not to stay with them most of the time, to be honest, because I just don't think it's fair.
no. When I go away, then you sort of say hi, but that's about it. You don't
Just leave them alone.
hang on. Yeah.
I mean, they're perfectly nice and perfectly normal when I'm around, but I don't impose myself on them.
But the other thing is that most of them are 50 years younger than me.
That's
So
the thing, isn't it? There's a few of them out there that
yeah,
like kids.
it's like your great grandchildren you're talking to.
Yeah, I know. So Holland's going to be bowling to Benjamin. There is I wouldn't say there's a man on the drive. That's Fuller. He's a little bit closer than that, but he's certainly not silly mid-off. It's in that in-between area. And it's Holland to Benjamin. Then 2 slips wait. And Benjamin leaves that alone outside the off stump. That appears to be close. It's probably a good leave. There's no real movement for Holland, and yeah, that's a good leave. But yeah, I think it looked close on our angle, didn't it? I know you went.
Having seen Sibley survive what I thought was an absolute plum decision, I have to say.
Well, I'm glad you agree
Yeah,
as well.
I'm astonished with that one.
I had 2 messages from quite prominent people that thought so as well. That's driven out on the offside. I suppose it depends on what side of the fence you're on, whether you think it was or wasn't.
Unfortunately, it's always the way. The most prominent person is the umpire, and he said not out. And it doesn't matter how high up the chain you are, wherever else you are, if it's not out, it's not out.
I know when I go over there tonight and have a quick chat with 1 or 2 of them, that'll be the first thing they say to me. Sibley was out.
It didn't cause too much damage.
No,
did it?
that's the good news from a Hampshire point of view, as Benjamin drives back to the bowler. That's always the worst thing, isn't it? When you feel you've got somebody out,
Yep.
and then they go on and on and on. That helps. But he made an extra 14. I know he batted another hour for that, but I think on this pitch and so few chances being offered, that it could have been a whole lot worse.
Yeah.
And then he really would have been bitching. Here comes Holland. That's why I stay away from, because I've been through all that. I don't need that anymore. As that's pushed up to mid-on, I've been through all that, and I feel for them, and I do live every ball with them at times. But as far as that, at the end of the day, I don't need to worry about all that anymore.
Did you used to dwell on it when you played?
I don't know. I can't remember. Probably at times, yeah. Certainly at times if you're not doing very well.
I suppose
that's the hard bit.
It's the rub goes against you.
When you're not doing very well, it's hard. Benjamin gets one that's just angled in, times that nicely through mid-wicket. It'll only be 2. It was a length ball. Dawson's after it. I say there's only 2. There's going to be 3. That's good running again. I think some of these runs, they're turning 2s, 1s into 2s and 2s into 3s. That's good running again.
Yep. Yeah, that was. I thought that would only be a 2 because he'd virtually got his hands on it. But the thing which probably didn't help him, he had to slide to pick the ball up and then turn and get it back in. Yeah. It wasn't that much in the end, even then, for Benjamin running to the danger end. Still, he got home, but the throw was It was a good return from Dawson, who now marches up to hold the next over from the Birmingham end. 119 for 1. Benjamin, who got that century, of course, in the last match against Lancashire in his first championship game. He'd played some first-class cricket for Durham, for the university, but hadn't played any first-class cricket at all for Warwickshire until last week, and made his 100 in his first innings and 40-odd in his second innings. So made a really bright start to his career and does look a terrific prospect. Here's Dawson into him. He drives a little bit uppish. Dawson can't gets on the second bounce and can't quite field it. It sort of slips under his fingers, but no doubt up to... Who do you know the substitute fielder is for Mohammed Abbas?
Yes, Gareth somebody.
Right.
He's not on the staff or anything.
Gareth somebody did the fielding pretty well. Oh, this is a good delivery. Beats the outside edges. He pushed at it as well. It wasn't just that it beat him. As it went past, he had a little push at the ball, as if to try and dab it late, and very fortunate not getting edged through to the keeper.
Classic left arm spinners, just angle there, coming in and then just straightening off the pitch.
Really deceived Benjamin. In again, bowls, and this time Benjamin is forward defensively, running it to extra cover, and there's no run.
So when he got his 100 on Warwickshire debut, I guess that had everybody rushing for their record books. When was the last person that did that?
I didn't.
Obviously not then.
Well, I wasn't there, so
Right.
there's been a couple. I know Sangakkara got 100. Got a feeling as well that this one is hit in the air and it's straight down Keith Barker's throat, and Benjamin has gone to a shot trying to force something, and it's just what we've been talking about. Can't really going after the bowling. In the end, a tame dismissal, hitting it up to Barker at a wide-ish mid-on, and Barker taking a comfortable catch. Benjamin goes for a dozen, and it's 119 for 2, and you'd kind of think that wicket there was a little bit of a giveaway.
Certainly was, my word. But as you say, that is the way he plays. If it comes off, then Warwickshire have an easier run chase, but when it doesn't, it does not look good, and that did not look good.
Twice, both Warwickshire wickets have gone with men trying to hit hard to the short boundary, and the first one, Dom Simley got right underneath it, and it went straight up in the air, and this one, Benjamin went for the shot, but just never got any power on it, and it looped straight to Keith Barker. He never had to move, just waited for it to come, and he took the catch chest high. So Warwickshire's second wicket falls. It's 119 for 2. And they just need now to make sure that they don't lose. From a Warwickshire standpoint, they get to stumps, which is only 9 overs away, without losing any more wickets. But I would say a couple of real bonus wickets, but they're not. Also, Liam Dawson's probed pretty well from that Birmingham end, and has deserved some reward.
Yeah, I agree. And there's an example of something just going Hampshire's way there. As I say, hang in, and things will go your way from time to time. On another day that would have cleared Barker by some 20 feet and probably gone all the way over the rope for 6, but not on that occasion. And I did say earlier, just keep the game, just hold the game until tomorrow. Worry about Abbas tonight and tomorrow morning. Got the new ball not too far away in the morning as well. Regroup, have a bit of a rest. But tonight it's all about just holding the game as much as you can, and if you pick up an extra wicket, then great, and that's exactly what Hampshire have done. Now in these last 9 overs, they need to still keep things tight. Still 177 needed, that's still a long way away.
Yep.
But in 9 overs, an awful lot can happen, including a little flurry of runs, maybe, but also another wicket.
I think this flurry of runs isn't going to happen. I don't think the ball's quite coming on, and I think it's been a struggle to score on this wicket. It's easier to bat and stay there and work it, but I think scoring and accelerating is quite difficult. We've not seen any batsmen on either side really be able to score with any pace. James Vince did it for a brief period, but doing it over a reasonably extended period of an innings, it just hasn't happened. Even Barker's 75 took him, 3 hours?
Yes. No, you're right. It's the ones that have been prepared to sort of graft a little bit.
It is a grafter's wicket, I think.
It is a bit now.
And this will just make Warwickshire Well, look at this, 119 for 2. They're still in a good position,
Yeah.
but they do not want to lose any more wickets tonight.
Well, each wicket that falls just emphasises just what a difficult task it is. To be fair to Sibley and Yates, they putting on 99 for the first wicket made things look a lot easier than perhaps they were. Is it you or me?
Yeah, it's just me to finish off with this one. Hayden, who's in. Now we've got a short leg and we've got a silly point, a slip. So Hayden's got a little bit of company around him as he plays his first ball back. One ball to go in this 10th over from Liam Dawson, who's got figures of 2 for 19. Might have a lot of bowling ahead of him, especially if Mohammed Abbas is not fit to bowl. In he comes Dawson to bowl to Hayden, who is just running this away to backward point. End of a good over from Dawson. It's 119 for 2. So I really feel that from Warwickshire's point of view, Yates has got to go on and turn this start into a really big score, and the rest of the batsmen then support round him.
Yeah, he wants somebody to stick around, don't he, for quite a while. So, 2 wickets for Dawson. Nobody else has taken one. Sorry.
No, I was just going to say he's got quite a lot of batting, but it all becomes more and more pressure, isn't it? As the next wicket falls, you're building your own pressure up, and they'll be disappointed with the 2 dismissals.
Yeah, definitely. But I suppose you can't blame 1 or 2 players for sort of trying to...
No.
Benjamin maybe, I mean not Sibley. Sibley doesn't play like that, but you know, you can't blame Benjamin for maybe, you know, well, if it's the way he plays anyway, but you know, maybe just saying, well look, okay, you know, rather than me just pat it around, maybe I will have a little go and see what happens, and you know, maybe on another occasion it might work, but it hasn't done today. Now James Fuller is back into the Hampshire attack, and bowled quite a tidy spell of 4 overs, none for 4, and he very nearly got this man Yates out in that spell. It's not a very good pull shot, which was edged not far away from Allsop. Full, and that's an outside edge, and it's gone through the vacant gully area, and that'll be 4.
Yep, you've got plenty of width for that one, and squirted it away. Just a bit too wide there on that opening ball from James Fuller.
Yeah, he really does need to keep this tight. We don't want to. I said James Fuller, you're never quite sure what you're going to get. He got a good 4 over spell first up. He doesn't want to let that down now, with perhaps 2 or 3 overs which aren't so good. That's a bit of a loosener. We'll let him have that.
Bring Mike back in for the last few overs for the night, and I shall see you tomorrow.
Here comes Fuller again. Bowls, length ball, that's better. Yates punches that up to mid-on. Parker does the field.
Well, I'm assuming I'll see you tomorrow, unless Hampshire bowlers bowl Warwickshire all out in the last 8 overs, which would be a big inquiry quite late into the night.
There would be. There'd be a few batsmen not walking back to the dressing room if that's the case.
I think they just go straight out through the groundsman's exit. Thanks, Kevin. See you tomorrow.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, promises to be a super day tomorrow. It hasn't been a bad 3 days so far as outside the off stump, and that's left alone by Yates. Length ball that time rather than being full. Mike Taylor coming back. We have 7 overs after this. We're about 7 minutes away from the official end of the day, and with Dawson at one end, I don't know, maybe 5:45, somewhere around there. Maybe just after. I think we finished dead on past last night. Yes, we did. As I said that, I remembered we did. Here comes Fuller, bowls, and let's come back a little bit off the seam, but it was wide to start with, and Yates, again, happy to watch that go by. He's been a model of concentration out there as Rob Yates. He has faced 169 deliveries. Might have been 170 actually for his 59. And a couple of little half moments, but no more. Welcome back, Mike.
Going to be good this tomorrow, isn't it?
Yes, it is. Yeah, looking forward to it. However way the game goes. Here's Fuller bowls, and that's straighter, and that's whipped away behind square on the leg side, fielded by Organ. At deep back square leg. The total for Warwickshire moves on to 124 for 2. They need another 172.
We want to see exciting games at the age of the season, but now when these 2 are in the battle for the championship, and it's, you know, all these results on the line.
Yeah.
And now this game's building up to a super finish as well, so that's lots to come and enjoy tomorrow. If you can get here, do come. If you can follow it remotely, watching, listening, whatever, then I hope you'll enjoy it, because it's good cricket to enjoy.
Yeah. It's had everything, this game. And still promises much as Fuller comes in to Sam Hain. 2 slips for Fuller, right arm over. Hain gets a length ball, good delivery. Hain pushing that up towards that mid-wicket. That's another over ticked off for the day. 7 to do. 124 for 2 Warwickshire in their second innings.
Yeah, there's been something for everybody in this match, hasn't there? All those wickets on the first day. Some stubborn batting since then. Patience, and who knows, maybe there'll be a sprint to the tape for team or the other tomorrow.
Sprint.
In relative terms, at least. But you could see it getting to the sort of situation where the last 3 wickets have got to get 30 or 40, couldn't you?
Yeah. Apologies earlier, I mentioned about the Middlesex total, and it was something to do with a record. Dave Allen did tweet earlier, I missed it, sorry, at Silent Sport. The Middlesex total was their highest ever in first class.
Gosh. That's a milestone. Dawson starts a new over. Ooh, Yates, but on the prod. Dawson's up for everything now, isn't he? He's right in it.
Oh yeah, you don't want to give him a sniff.
He's nudged down short of the short leg fielder. Yeah, well, you've been out there getting grilled all day.
Yeah. Oh no, he'll stick in right to the very end.
Good. Well, good for him. That's how it should be. Yeah. 124 for 2, 172 to win from here. And here he is, left arm over the wicket to the left-handed Yates, who works this off his pad. Oh dear, no, there wasn't really a run there. And Hain was on his way, but they were a good judge in the end not to take on Nick Gubbins. This is how it gets you, isn't it? They wouldn't have entertained going for that run an hour ago when it was all going smoothly. Now look, they've got the fidgets. Dawson bowls. Yates is right forward here, and then having defended it, flexes his back knee a bit more as if to exaggerate. Look how defensive I am. Yates is 60. Does funny things to the brain this game. Dawson bowls, and Yates is playing what I'm sure in his mind was an entirely controlled nudge down on the leg side, but in the mind of Hampshire was almost a catch to the short leg. But I think he played it down on the ground. But you can hear now how excited Hampshire, because they got a bit of a sniff here. There goes Yates. That looks as though it turned a bit. Yates played it well to the leg side. But there's not a lot more to gain here for Warwickshire tonight. But there's a lot for Hampshire to gain in these last 20 minutes or so, potentially, isn't there?
You wouldn't think so. 124 for 2. You'd think, well, we're all right here.
Yeah.
But yeah, as we get towards the close of play, it brings a different pressure.
Well, it does. Dawson bowls, and Yates is edging and dropped by Vince at slip. It was falling away to his left. They've gone through for a run. A first chance offered by Rob Yates on 60. And Dawson fell to the ground entirely. The bowler in disappointment, but that one, I'm pretty convinced went straight to the hands.
Yeah, it did. Not easy, it was dropping, it was going down, and it was low, but it was a catch. Oh dear.
So, Yates missed on 60. 125 for 2. This is my point. So there's not much, you know, if Warwickshire need 171 to win in 6 overs time, it might be 150 or 155, but it's not a great deal of difference. If Hampshire can nip a couple out tonight, the difference between 8 wickets and 6 to get tomorrow sounds an awful lot. But they miss one there. Wheel to bowl, starting a new over, and bowls pitches it up outside the off stump. Fuller, I should say, to bowl. James Fuller, who, like Wheel, has got these orange soles to his boots. So Yates, having taken a single there when that chance was missed, he's still on strike, and he waits for Fuller to bowl right arm round the wicket to him, a little bit short of a length, and it's pushed away on the onside. Kevin's just gone to update listeners to BBC Radio Solent. I shall do likewise for local radio listeners around the West Midlands in a few moments. 5 overs to bowl after this one today. It's looking like half a day's cricket now tomorrow. Round the wicket comes Fuller, and that one skidded on a bit to Yates, who was a bit cramped in playing it on the offside. One, 2, 5 for 2. Round the wicket comes Fuller, very wide of the crease this time, and Yates defends into the offside. He's been very careful. I suspect after that missed chance he'll probably be even more careful. He'll want to be back there in the morning. How delighted Hampshire will be if they manage to dislodge him tonight. Off goes Fuller once again. Again going wide of the crease. Yates, he's forward driving. He gets a run here, square of the wicket on the offside. So he's 62. 126 for 2. Sam Haynes there. I wonder if Warwickshire are thinking night watchman at this point, with 5 more overs available tonight. Forward comes Haynes, still looking for his first run, jabs this away on the offside. And that's the over. 126 for 2. 62 for Rob Yates. Sure they'll persist with Dawson, and he may well be, especially in the absence of Abbas, if indeed he doesn't return tomorrow. I suspect he might be bowling quite a lot, maybe even for the duration from the Birmingham end, as Danny Briggs did for so much of yesterday and today. Here he is to start a new over, and Yates defends out on the side. Tense final minutes of the third day now. Warwickshire 126 for 2. They made a very patient start with on their way to this target, which, if they achieve it, will keep them top of the county championship with 2 rounds of matches to go. But they've stumbled to 2 rare attacking strokes in the last hour. Dom Sibley trying a slog sweep against it straight up in the air and a catch to the wicket-keeper for 47, and Chris Benjamin made a fairly skittish 12 before driving to long on. Rob Yates has just survived a sharp chance to slip off the same bowler. He's 62 not out. Warwickshire edging to the close. 4 more overs to go after this one, needing 170 more runs to win and stay top of the table at 126 for 2. Dawson holds the ball tightly in his left hand and runs in the ball to Yates, who defends out on the offside. And Rob Yates, batting very much now, I think, with an eye on tomorrow, has made only 24 runs since tea. He's also used up almost all of the strikes since Sam Hay came to the crease. This is a bit pushed through by Dawson, who is very animated now, and Yates defends. Dawson reacts as if something's about to happen. Lovely to see cricketers energised and switched on like that at the end of what has been a hard day, no doubt. But Dawson has a chance to make a major contribution to this match, to winning this match for his side. 2 slips are there now, but that means there's a gap of extra cover, and Yates pushes the ball into it. So he again is going to keep the strike. Sam Hain has once more holding a watching brief. 127 for 2, 4 overs now to go. Today, Yates is 63 not out. Hain has faced only 4 out of 26 deliveries since he came to the crease.
I don't think he'll mind, will he?
I don't think he'll mind the least. I think he'd be quite happy to leave Rob Yates to it. He's the man in possession since, what, 12:15 or so today, when Warwickshire set out on the task of scoring 296. 4 overs to go, Kevin. James Fuller.
Yeah, still maybe a twist yet before the end of day 3 as Fuller bowls. Ooh, that's wide outside the off stump. That's dangerously close to being called. We saw a few, certainly when Holder was bowling from this end round the wicket, we saw 1 or 2 called, so the umpire's not too frightened to call them, but I think Fuller is okay. He is. 27 for 2. What a day we've seen today. Certainly a lot easier to bat. Maybe not so easy to score runs. Maybe it's the situation in the game that is probably just putting the batsman erring on the side of caution at the time, and there's nobody erring on the side of caution more than the man facing at the moment, Rob Yates, who's facing, and that's put it away on the leg side. That could be 4. Lovely time. That's it. I'll tell you who that reminds me. On the leg side is that former England captain that's playing for Essex. That's one of his shots.
Well,
Cook.
It's funny you should
Sir
say
Alistair.
that, because he made, I think I'm right in saying, he made one of his hundreds against Essex earlier in the season, and apparently was very well reviewed afterwards by no lesser a man.
Just so like one of his shots, that.
Yeah, well,
Just whip that away off his hip.
if he's going to start counting people like Alistair Cook as a fan, that's not going to be no bad thing for him.
Well, we'll be steady. It was just that shot. 131 for 2, 678. That's straighter, but there's still going to be a single out on the leg side.
Yes.
132 for 2, 164 needed.
Oh, quite, and he's very early in his career, but all the same, these are not bad eyes to be catching, as apparently he did. And look, if you were a left-handed opener of equable temperament, then there are worse people you could model yourself on.
100%.
I happened to be here when Alistair Cook made his highest test score on this ground against India 10 seasons ago, and I was here for the lot of it.
How many was that?
It was about 4 million, it felt like. No, it was, I think it was 291, if memory serves, and he was caught on the boundary.
Right. Here's Fuller again. Short, and that's off the back foot. Hain, that's a nice shot, but they'll get 1, maybe 2 as Barker runs around for mid-off. I've got a little bit of an update on Mo Abbas.
Okay.
It's not much, but what I've got isn't great news. I've been told the word struggling, which doesn't sound great, does it?
No, it doesn't. And you know, there's, well, I mean, you'll be appraised of this more than me, but for Hampshire, there is the immediate repercussion of this match.
And the next one,
yeah.
Round the wicket, Fuller to Yates, leaves that alone.
Hopefully, he might recover by the weekend, if not by tomorrow. If he doesn't, where do Hampshire turn then? Because they haven't had Abbott for a bit.
Well, they're hoping to have Abbott
this
week.
Okay.
Yeah, he sort of mentioned to me that he needed the rest this time. He's had an injection in a foot injury, and he's hoping to be fit next week. But by no means is that clear cut, I don't think.
No.
Both he and Wheel were doubts coming into this game. Wheel played, and Abbott didn't. I think his is it's like, oh, he's playing a miss in there. He's drawn a false shot there from Yates, prodding forward. Just missed the outside edge. It's just much better from Fuller in this game. We don't see him bowl. We don't see him play in the Championship much, but if he bowls like this, we might see him in the next Championship game as well, depending on Hampshire's seam bowling resources.
He's been brisk,
yeah,
and that seemed to be on the move, didn't it? Looks as though it nibbled in a bit. Good ball. It's obvious where the nerves are at the moment. Maybe an hour ago, the tension was with Hampshire.
Yes.
And it's funny, if you put the scores today, it's been 2 and over most of the day, and we've only had 4 wickets in the day. So looking out of context, so well, that sounds riveting. But that's missing, which is completely missing the point. Because it really is riveting. And tomorrow, it will come to the crunch. 3 overs to go tonight, starting with one from Dawson, left arm round the wicket, and it's quite short and wide. He's not having anything to do with it. Dawson into his 13th over, has 2 for 21. Both those wickets when batsman tried to hit him over the top. More or less the only 2 attempts that have been made in the 65 overs or 64 overs of this innings. Back goes Hayne and cuts elegantly. He hasn't quite timed it, I don't think, but he's going to get 2 probably. Yeah. Oh, they think about a third, and they might have got it too because it's quite a long boundary there. But they had a bit of a dither, and then probably best not to. And that's my point. You can see where the tension suddenly is. An hour ago, it was the fielders looked fidgety, and how we're going to get these wickets, and now it's the other way around. And that's changed from one way to the other several times today.
It has. That's what made this game so
Yeah.
good. I've really enjoyed this game.
Yeah.
Either way, whatever happens from now on, I've really enjoyed this game.
Good go. But Dawson bowls and Hayne defends. It shows you don't to get drama. You don't have to have, even in a championship game, you don't have to be having wickets every 10 minutes or the ball going at 4 and over. This has been a 2 and over day with 4 wickets so far in nearly 3 sessions, and yet the advantage has switched 3 or 4 times. Dawson round the wicket and Hayne defends.
Well, in a way, it's been a perfect game because we've got to this point much quicker than you'd expect because of what happened on day 1. So I think this has been the best 4-day game ever because let's get to the business end as quickly as possible. Let's not muck about until lunch on the 4th day. Let's get there about 2 days earlier.
You start your James Bond films with the car chase. Here's Dawson round the wicket, and Hayne dabs this away on the leg side, and there's no run. My in-laws recently introduced the kids to James Bond films.
Oh yeah.
Going to be seeing 5 of them a week now.
Oh dear. Same ones over and over again.
Yes, I'll refrain from going any further with that than I thought. Here's Dawson bowls and he's defended by Hayne. And there's no run. It's the end of the over. 135 for 2. 161 more to win. Hayne's got 3. And Yates, who survived 1 chance, is 68.
Yeah, 2 overs to go then. And I think any runs for Warwickshire tonight are just a couple of bonus runs, probably have been for the last 10 minutes or so, 15 minutes. It's all about not losing another wicket. And as I say, it doesn't look great news, I'm afraid, for Mo Abbas. I'll find out a little bit more a bit later. I'll post that on our Twitter site at Solent Sport. A little bit more news, as long as I'm told a little bit more. But as I say, the early indications are what I'm hearing is not great news, but I don't know any more than that. So that would suggest that we won't see Abbas tomorrow, but I don't know for sure. At Solent Sport, it will be the Twitter feed that something will be posted later on. Here comes Felix Organ into the attack, and that's cracked away off the back foot, but only as far as the deep cover fielder. That's Brad Wheel. Got his cap low down with the sun shining left to right. He's looking right into it, and that sun is low.
This is an interesting little gambit here for 1 over of Organ.
Yeah.
There's, you might catch somebody napping here. He didn't look terribly effective earlier on, frankly. But
No, he hasn't quite got dropped into a groove, has he?
But for 1 over, they're not probably going to take too many liberties to him.
Well, that's interesting. Fuller was all right, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Maybe they're thinking if they get a go at Hayne. Again, you can see that rough, that bowler's footmark. If you're looking on the live feed, just in a good foot or so outside the off stump.
Yeah.
If he can pitch it in there, and you can see him just dab in that spot, it's definitely in his eye line. That's on the leg side, just gone on the 45. It's a little bit too straight there for Morgan. That's not a lot going to happen for him from there. Just needs to be about 6 inches wider, and you never know. That's maybe why he's got this over here. He's got 5 balls to make something happen. Bowls to Hayne once more and bowls, and Hayne on the back foot just keeps a fraction low, but Hayne is all right. There's a few groans, but you're going to get that this time of night. But, again, it's just inside that footmark by a couple of inches, but it's not a bad line from Felix Organ. I don't think it's going to spit off that, even if it does, out of the footmark. Organ again, bowls, and that's too short, and it goes into the hands via the ground of the short leg fielder. I mean, it's a good line when the ball's doing absolutely nothing. I mean, it's not really turning for him, but now that's interesting. They're pushing the deep backward cover fielder out because I think Organ now might just try one or two into fraction wider. Let's see if that actually is the case. No, that's the wrong line again for me. And I think Organ will know that. That's easily played out on the onside for a single, and he's going to have to just about finish off this over. In fact, he is finish off this over against the left-hander. 2 straight. 137 for 2 and 159. Another 159 is needed. Organ to Yates then, his final ball of the day. Yates pushes forward out on the offside, and that's Organ's job done, although he's only had 1 over in that spell.
Yeah, and there might well be a role for him tomorrow, especially if there are seamer down. And maybe after, as it gets hot again tomorrow, the pitch might break a little more for him going into the last day, but he'll have to be a little bit more precise, because they can't really afford 5 overs for 24. It's not just those runs, it's releasing some of the tension that the others are built up. But tomorrow's another day.
And exactly right, and that's I think that's how Hampshire view it. But
sure.
It looks like they're going to have to try and win this game without Mohammed Abbas.
Well, Liam Dawson is certainly up for that challenge. He's got the 2 wickets to fall, and he's going to have the full over today. And I suspect quite a lot of the overs from the Birmingham end tomorrow, but time will tell. Anyway, he bowls now a slightly loopy delivery, and Hayne off the back foot takes a single that's on offer up to mid-off. Is that the substitute fielder there? It's a fielder without a number.
Yeah, that's Gareth. I can't remember his second name. I was told, but he just plays some local club cricket.
Yes. Was it the one this morning?
Might have been. Yeah.
No, I don't know.
Gareth. I can't remember his second name, but yeah, the other guys have gone back and they're playing in the second 11, which ironically is against Warwickshire.
Yes, it is.
Down at the UGS.
Ed Pollock, who's recently been picked up down there, was scoring some runs, I guess.
Very quickly, a couple of tweets before we finish. Dave Allen, who tweeted a little earlier, Liam's last fifer was for Hampshire was at Taunton in 2015. So,
really?
What a good time to better that.
Well, he might well fancy it tomorrow. Fancies it now. Ooh, gosh, with 4 round the bat, Yates is flinching a bit of this one. He's taken on pad. There's 2 slips and 2 short legs, really, or short leg and a silly mid on, if you want. .138 for 2. Here comes Dawson, and Yates, for sure, he's only going to be looking to defend, even though there's a yawning gap to extra cover, but he offers the bat really behind the pad. And takes the pad. He's well wide outside off stump. 3 to come. Shadows creeping across the ground. Dawson bowls and Yates does push it into this gap, but the bowler's quickly across there to cover it. He's almost acting as short extra cover off his own bowling, Dawson, because he's moving in that direction as soon as he lets go of it, just in case. Yates is so motivated. I don't think he's going to get on well. And in fact, the short leg has gone across to a very silly point that he could almost tap out and bop Rob Yates on the nose if he was so minded. 138 for 2, and this is run off the outside edge, and they will have a single here because it goes past slip down towards short third man, so they will amble through for 1, and I'm sure Sam Hayne, who was waiting at the non-strike, is absolutely thrilled to bits about that. So Yates lean on his bat, 70 not out, set to come back in the morning. The 4 close catches form a square around Sam Hayne here. A slip and a leg slip. A slip on a short leg? No, they don't. Leg slips going across for 2 slips. There's only 1 ball to go today, might as well have both. Here we go. Haynes looking at the wicket keeper. He's making him wait for it. Round the wicket comes Dawson, fizzed that through a bit, falls straight, and Hayne defends it. And there's an applause of some relief from the home patrons. It's the end of a really splendid day. A slow pace of scoring, and indeed of wickets falling, because only 4 wickets have fallen today. But my goodness, it stoked the tension for tomorrow, because when the teams return in the morning, Warwickshire will need 157 more runs to win, and Hampshire 8 more wickets to take a win that for either of them would seriously advance their claims for the county championship with just 2 rounds to go. I hope you'll enjoy it with us tomorrow if you can't be here in person, and wherever you've watched and listened to this, we'll be back with you at 10:30 in the morning. It's said to be another day with us, gorgeous hot sunshine, so we'll have some fun tomorrow, I hope. 139 for 2 at the close, 157 more required by Warwickshire, and from Kevin and from Phil and myself, we'll see you in the morning.